cannot hear you. Yeah, you probably don't need to record this, but yeah. Edwards, I'm Tasman District Council's Group Manager Service and Strategy. I'm starting this meeting as the subcommittee does not yet have an appointed chair, and the first process in today's meeting will be to appoint a chair from amongst the panel members. So first of all, I will do a karakia to open the meeting. Kia tau mai te maramatanga, kia tau mai te rangi Māori e, kia tau mai te kaha me te aroha mō tēnei kōpapa. Hui e, tāki e. Right, now I would like to call for nominations for somebody to chair the hearing panel, subcommittee.
Yeah, I'll move that Mayor Rachel Reese is the chair and Deputy Mayor Stuart Bryant is the deputy chair of the subcommittee.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
I'm prepared to second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ogilvie. So it is being moved by Councillor McGurk and seconded by Councillor Ogilvie. Is there any other comment any councillor wishes to make? Okay, I will put that the chair of the subcommittee be Mayor Reese and the deputy chair be Deputy Mayor Bryant. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Thank you. The matter is carried. I will now hand the chair over to Mayor Reese.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rachel Reese toku ingoa, ko rau te kura mātua whakatū. Nā mā haere mai. Warm welcome to the panel and thank you for the appointment. It is an honour to chair this hearing and be supported by the Deputy Chair, Deputy Mayor of Tasman, Stuart Bryant. I want to acknowledge Ina Kara-France, who is joining us today, as Ina has been appointed by the iwi of Te Tauihu to represent iwi Māori interests in this hearing. And Ina, I'll invite you to introduce yourself in a moment, along with the rest of the panel. Just in terms of the housekeeping today, we are conducting this hearing via Zoom. All of the members of the two councils are here in person at the Tasman District Council. Ina is joining us via Zoom and is a member of this panel. We have usual procedure in relation to this building that I just need to run through in terms of health and safety. The bathrooms are located outside the chamber on the left. The fire exit is through the main doors, and please turn right and assemble outside next to Armadillos car park. The media have been invited to attend this hearing, and I'll just check to see whether we have any media online today. I'm not aware of any media online, but they have been, I understand, provided the Zoom link. Is that correct? Thank you. They have been. The presentations today from submitters, we've allowed 10 minutes for submitters to present submissions, and that includes time for questions. We will give you a signal sort of at 8 minutes, and then we'll close off at 10. You don't need to use all of the 10 minutes. It may not be necessary for you to do that, and we will have read your submissions. However, in relation to submissions, there have been a large number of submissions, which is a good thing, to this process. The officers have done their very best to get that material compiled and out to us, but it hasn't been possible to really get all of the submissions through until last Friday. That will mean that a number of the members of the panel will not have read all of the submissions. I'm one of those people. Anzac weekend is a working weekend for me, along with most elected members. Anzac Day is a busy day for us. So we won't have read all of the submissions, but what we have endeavoured to do is to make sure that we've read the submissions for the hearing day. So we will have done that. But if you as submitters are referring to other submissions, it is possible that we won't have read them. And so we may have some follow-up questions, but we'll do our best to cover things off during the hearing. In addition, I just need to check with the officers that all the procedural matters have been undertaken in relation to this hearing. So all of the notice periods and requirements, and I just need to check that with both councils, both Tasman District and Nelson City.
From Tasman District Council's perspective, yes, that's all been met.
And from Nelson City Council's perspective, it has been met too.
Thank you both. On that basis, I think we're in a good position to proceed with the hearing. If there are any procedural matters that members have concerns about, you can identify them now, or if something comes to mind during the hearing that you wish to check, please do so. I just want to make sure that we've got everything in order, and if there are any matters that we need to refer for further advice, we'll do so. Any matters at this stage? Councillor McGurk.
No, I was just thinking, at some stage you'll be asking for any questions or follow-up. Could that be perhaps done at various spots through the day? So
I think we shall do that. We'll see how we're going for timing with submissions, but yes, during the day I know you'll be collating a series of questions or follow-ups for the officers, and we'll try to gather those at least once a day. We may be able to do it more often than that, just so that the officers have got time to start their preparatory work. Thank you. Well, kia ora, thank you everybody, and we'll commence just with an introduction of who is here. So I've introduced myself as the Mayor of Nelson. I have previously worked as a resource management consultant for private clients and a number of NGOs in this region, and have presented on behalf of clients to both Tasman District, Nelson City and Marlborough District Council. I am a accredited resource management commissioner with chair qualification. I've held that now for more years than I can remember, and have been participated in both resource consent matters and plan matters across Te Tauihu. Really looking forward to this hearing today. And kia ora, Ina, I'll cross to you on Zoom. And kia ora, welcome. Thank you so much for being able to join us today and here on behalf of the iwi of Te Tauihu. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Rangatira mā, kia ora koutou katoa. Nā hui whanga iwi e tau nei, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko ana kumero kara France takawaingoa. E roa na tamariki tāna ko Taupehi David a ko Kaiwhiri James. Ko Taupehi Kara, rawa ko Wairaki Kaiwhiri Te Taurua ko Matua. Ko Wakatu Tainui, ko Ngāti Kuriki Kahukora, ko Ngāti Tipa, ko Ngāti Koata, ki rangitoto ki te taunga. Ko Ngāti Raukawa, ko Ngāi Tūhoi, ko Ngāti Ruapani, ko Tamatarangi, ko Rākai Pāka, ko Rongo Mawahine, ko Kahununu, ki Waido, ko Ngāti Pahuera, ko Ngāti Papoia, ko Mangaharuri Tangiti ki Tongo, ko Ngāti Whakaari, ko Ngāti Papoia, ko Ngāti Whakaare, he Tuturu, he Ngāti Kahununu. Ko Ngāti Tūwhare tō, ko Rangi Ita, ko Tata Hanu ea Paparangi, ko Tūmango, ko Tūpaho, ko Ngā Rauru, ko Wātara, e ngā whānau, e ngā hapu, e ngā iwi. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. My name is Aina Kumuro Kara France. I'm the Kaitohutua Māori Mātua, Senior Māori Advisor for WSP, Māori Services, Rautaki Māori. I have a background in the environment water space, representing mana whenua, in particular regarding cultural values and sites of significance within the statutory frameworks with a focus on the RMA and the national policy statements, and equal to that communication, the statutory obligations within the treaty settlement. I am a trained independent environment commissioner. For the last 3 years, since 2019 to 2021, I represented the Rangihoa Māori landowners in the pre-hearing, hearing and environmental court appeal negotiation as the advocate and representative. I'm not a lawyer, but I was totally honoured to be asked to represent the mana whenua. We had a successful outcome. I will not talk further to that particular matter because I'm aware that you have my WSP profile at hand. I hold an MBA in international business and a postgrad in Māori development in business, and I'm currently in my second year in my PhD doctoral research thesis in environmental studies. So kia ora koutou katoa, looking forward to working with you in regards to bringing forth the findings from the community and regarding this very important kaupapa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe ana. Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to working with you. I'll hand across to Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stuart Bryant, Deputy Mayor Tasman, been a member of Tasman District Council for 23 years now, a accredited RMA Commissioner, and probably have done over 100, I know I've done over 100 plus hearings over that time. So, and also Chair of the Tasman District's Operations Committee. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mailing and then Councillor McGurk.
Kia ora. Kip Mailing, Tasman District Council, Richmond Ward. My previous background is policing and then orcharding. I've been on council for just about 12 years now. I'm a qualified hearings commissioner with a chair's endorsement, which I've had for the last 3 years, but I've been qualified for nearly 12. I've done a number of hearings, but more plan changes, but certainly less hearings than the deputy mayor. And I'm looking forward to this process.
Kia ora tātou, ko Brian McGurk toka ingoa. Ka kuna hea au whakatū. Brian McGurk, Nelson City Councillor. I too am a qualified RMA Hearings Commissioner for the last 8 years. Also Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Deputy Chair of the Environment Committee. So looking forward to this process as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm David Ogilvie, Tasman District Councillor, Motueka Ward. I've been a long-term councillor and involvement in local government and have been in the past a commissioner. Thank you.
Morena, ko Judine Edgar Ho. I'm Deputy Mayor of Nelson City. I also chair the Urban Development Subcommittee. I am an RMA Commissioner. I was also previously a Tasman District Councillor for 9 years and chaired the Community Development Committee.
And just for the record, I'll invite the officers in the room to introduce themselves, and I'll start with the Chief Executive of Tasman District Council. Leonie, if just acknowledge that you're here, just to introduce with the microphone, I'll just go around the room just so we know who's in the room.
Kia ora, Leonie Ray. I'm Acting Chief Executive here at Tasman District Council. I've been working with councils for 15 years as in various roles, mostly in Christchurch City. So I'm really looking forward to this process and thank you to all the staff and their input into this. It's been a phenomenal effort. So thank you. Kia ora.
Morena, ko Claire Barton toka ingoa. I'm the Group Manager Environmental Management at Nelson City Council, and I'm looking forward to going through the day.
Susan has introduced herself at the start of this meeting, so thank you, Susan, for your support for today. I'll go across to Robin and sorry, and then I'll go down to Barry.
Morena, I'm Robin Shearer. I'm the Executive Assistant to Mayor Tim King of Tasman District Council, and I am taking the minutes at today's hearing. Cheers.
Kia ora, I'm Alexis Bruff. I am the Executive Support Officer for the CEO office, and I am helping with Robin.
Thank you, Alexis. Barry, I'll just come to you.
Morena, I'm Barry Johnson. I'm the Environmental Policy Manager at Tasman District Council. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, ko Jackie Deans toku ingoa. I'm the Growth Coordinator for Tasman District Council.
Kia ora, I'm Maya Bengozi, working at Tasman District Council, assisting with the FDS.
Kia ora, and for those of you who are joining us on Zoom, you may not see all of the officers because they're outside of the range of the camera, but you at least now know who is in the room if you need to, and who may be supporting with answers to questions as we go through. So I think we've got a report to start off with today, and that we need to, the declarations, yes I have, thank you, Deputy Chair. So I just need to check any apologies for absences. We have everyone is in attendance today. From time to time there may be periods where we won't be able to be present for all of the hearings, and we'll just note those on the particular day, but as I understand it, everyone's able to be here for for today's hearing. If your circumstances change, please just let us know and we'll acknowledge your absence for a period. Any declarations of interest that we need to be aware of today?
Madam Chair, I do have one with T108, the business land at Wakefield. Our property adjoins that land and it's currently under the manager of the executor of the estate of the previous owner.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor. Do you feel you have a conflict in relation to that matter? Will you stand aside or are you just noting it as an interest?
I'm just noting at this stage.
Thank you. No further declarations? Right, thank you. So we'll move on to the report, which is the draft Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy 2022 through 2052. Jackie, are you going to present that report today? We've got Jackie Deans and Chris Pawson. Oh, and apologies, Chris, I should have acknowledged you on Zoom as well. So just in terms of the officers who are supporting on Zoom, I should have gone to you as well. So if we could just have, if you could just introduce yourself as well, and then we'll get to the report.
Morning, everyone. I'm Chris Pawson. I'm Jackie's equivalent, if you like, at Nelson City Council, and have been working closely with Jackie on the project.
Thank you, Chris. And we have a few other officers who are on the call. If you're participating in the hearing, and I'll ask you to introduce yourself. If you're here just in support and listening, then it's fine for you not to do an introduction. Right, I'll take it that you're here in support, not actively participating. All right, let's hand across to the report. So Jackie, are you happy to introduce the report? And we've got some resolutions that we need to, or recommendations in the report that we'll need to attend to, and some further late submissions, I think, just before we commence.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. In view of the timescale this morning, we hadn't proposed to particularly present the report, and we're proposing to take it as read. We have, however, tabled 9 late submissions that should be brought to your attention this morning, and very happy to take any questions that you may have on the report.
All right, thank you. I think we have read the report. It's very well laid out, and I haven't got any questions in relation to the report. I'm not seeing anyone signalling any questions. Aina, did you have any questions in relation to the report?
No, I didn't, Mayor, but I did read all of the information. I have an understanding of the kaupapa.
Thank you. Thank you. Has Aina been provided with the late submissions? I just need to check whether they've been emailed through to her.
Yeah.
Yes, they have been. All right, thank you. So in that case, we've got some recommendations. We've got some recommendations in the report, and we really should, I think, deal with those late submissions now. Do you think, Susan, or are you happy for us to leave it?
There's an amended resolution.
Oh, right. Okay, and that's sitting behind us. So let's have a quick look at that. So the recommendations, we probably need to pop them on the screen, do we, as well? Is that possible on the Zoom? Share this. Are we able to share the screen?
I'm happy to move the resolution anyway.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Bryant. And I'm happy to second, but I'll just wait to see if we can get them up so Aina can see what it is that we're doing. Essentially, this is to receive the report and agree to the late submissions. Here we go. All right, and that now records the additional late submissions that we received today. So it's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? No questions. In that case, I'll put the motion. And I guess for the purposes of this, we can do this via in the room. You want to do it by raising your hand, or do you want to do it by voice? And we'll do it perhaps by raising hand, and then I'll ask you just to do the same thing as we go through. So all those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. All right. I think we're now in a position to commence the presentation from our submitters. And I can see that several of you have joined the meeting already. Our first submission is from Mr. Tony Haddon, and I'll welcome Tony to our meeting. Tony, you're speaking on behalf of Save the Maitai Incorporated, is what my run sheet says, and if that's not correct, then I'll ask you just to let me know. So Tony, welcome. It's your opportunity to present to our hearing. Kia ora. just ask you to unmute, Tony, and then we'll be able to hear you.
There we are. Thank you. I speak for myself and Save the Maitai as opposed to Save the Maitai Incorporated. Save the Maitai Incorporated is a very tiny legal thing which pays the bills. Save the Maitai is about 13,000 people at this point. Good morning. I need to tell you for a start, I'm so over this notion to urbanise the Maitai. It should have been kicked into touch years ago. The technical report to the draft FDS notes that, or my translation of it that is, notes that out of 212 written responses to the request for early feedback, 182 are requesting the removal of Maitai Valley areas from the FDS. This opposition to the inclusion of Kaka Valley and Orchard Flat has not been mentioned at all in the draft statement of intent. Why not? Nor is there any mention anywhere amongst the jargon and multi-criteria analysis stuff how this requested public input has been thought about and evidently discarded. Again, why not? Is this consultation a box-ticking exercise, the result of which is predetermined by council accepting plan change request 28? The Save the Maitai petition was presented to council in 2020. It is a living document and over 13,000 people have now signed it. It is a direct request to Nelson City Council that 18 months later has still not had a response or acknowledgement of any sort. Why not? Lifestyle subdivision of Kaka Valley has been on the books since the stage 1, 7 existing sections in Ralphine Way were introduced or produced, I beg your pardon, in the early 1980s. The further 38 lifestyle sections of stage 2 never happened because stage 1 took so long, years to sell. Kaka Valley all falls within, the whole darn lot, all falls within 1 or 2 of 3 hazard overlays: flooding, liquefaction, slope instability, and in winter it's a cold hole. I'd like to address a few comments to the Tasman representatives. Nelson City councillors have heard from Save the Maitai many times before. It has become obvious to us that some councillors and the mayor are determined that Kaka Valley will be subdivided. They ignore their lawful obligation to listen to and act on behalf of their constituents. Save the Maitai know that the mooted residential development would lead to irrevocable loss of treasured recreational amenity, river degradation, severe traffic and road safety effects. It would not conform to the requirements for compact city form, and in the frame of climate change response, it would be totally inappropriate. No one has been able to definitively tell me if the regional policy statement has any bearing on this strategy consultation or not. I'm encouraged to mention it because the National Policy Statement on Urban Development implementation guidelines refer to the regional policy statement. There are a couple of provisions in our regional statement that you should all take note of. Page 44, DH1, urban expansion, I quote, "The people of Nelson also have opinions in terms of what they value in their environment. Some assessment of these values is required to indicate whether they are compatible with continued urban growth." And page 64, UP2, the precautionary approach, again I quote, "In carrying out their planning functions, local authorities need to be able to clearly identify what level of effect is acceptable, and in addition, they need to identify what level of effect is not acceptable and is likely to result in the degradation of the resource." Many proponents of developing the Maitai Valley hold the view that Save the Maitai are a bunch of NIMBYs. I'd suggest that actually the reverse is the real problem. The further one is removed from something, the less empathy one has. If you cannot truthfully say you personally enjoy and value this area, how can you be sure you are qualified to make a decision on behalf of the thousands in our community who are trying to protect it? The National Policy Statement on Urban Development does not require that any particular areas are nominated for future housing. All it would take for you to avoid being branded as the council that ruined the Maitai is to instruct the City Chief Executive to remove any inclusion of land within Maitai Valley from this future development strategy. And right at the moment, there are 13,019 of us who ask you to do it. Please. That's all I wish to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I'll see if there are any questions of clarification from the panel or any matters where they wish to seek further information. No questions? No questions at all. I think just what I will do is just note, thank you, Tony. I note there are a number of submissions in relation that reference the current plan change matter that for the that involves land within the Maitai Valley. And I think I'll just ask at this point for the purposes of scope, I'll just ask Ms. Barton just to speak on that matter so the panel members have got advice in terms of the plan change matter. We aren't hearing the plan change matter, of course, today. Thank you.
So through the Mayor, just to be clear, the future development strategy is a high-level strategic document identifying areas for growth or potential growth. Some of the issues that have been raised by Mr. Haddon this morning are critical in terms of the plan change process and the hearing of the plan change in terms of the effects on the environment. This is a decision at this point around the future development strategy and their growth areas only.
Thank you. Right, thank you, Mr. Haddon. Thank you very much for coming in to present. And thank you. And our next submission is from Orvin Bartley. Orvin, are you present with us? We can't see Orvin at the moment, so we'll come back if Orvin arrives. We'll move on to Mr. Steve Cross. Welcome, Steve. Kia ora.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Sorry,
morning.
I've had trouble unmuting. I've got a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know whether it's in front of you or not, but I'll run through it anyway. And I wanted to start with some introductory comments.
Right, Steve, just for the purposes of the hearing, I can tell you that we do have your additional material, so we've got that with us, and that I understand has been circulated.
Oh, awesome, thank you. So, just starting with introductory comments, I'll note that I'm going to be talking a lot about Tahuna Nui, but actually the issues that I am raising are broader than that, so they apply across the board. And again, I want to stress it's very easy to be accused of NIMBYism when you're talking about opposing some of the plans, but I actually, Tahuna Nui's ripe for redevelopment, and I'd really welcome that. It's screaming out for some quality, sympathetic development. And we did have a very good structure plan back in 2004 done by Boffa Miskell, who are very good consultants. But a lot was promised on that, but it was never implemented. And there is no vision for Tahuna Nui, which is a shame because we are a beautiful beachside community. So whilst we want some quality development, and the only thing that's sacrosanct for me is the sprig and fern. You can't touch that, but everything else is fine. But what we don't want is haphazard, free-for-all development that would mirror the worst we've seen in the world. So you only need to go to parts of Australia and on the East Coast and see what's very good and what's very bad. And I'd like to think that we could pick up on what's very good. In terms of the FDS, a huge amount of that work is very good. I've delved deep into the technical reports, and it's good quality. A lot of the consultants' work has been very good, but actually at the end, it's fallen on the last hurdle and it's negated the whole value of the entire report. And the key thing here is a thing called the uplift factor, which isn't supported by any evidence or analysis at all. And what it's done is it's led to a whole lot of unsuitable areas being designated for intensification when they're not really necessary. So if I flick on, just talking about how that the uplift rate has come into being, and what happens is, looking at the FDS has looked at areas that could be suitable for intensification, and there's been a sort of a sifting process going on where a whole lot of areas have been taken out of that. So sites less than 400 square metres, cross-leased land, areas that are already been intensified. So you come down to a net area for intensification, which is reasonably, you could say, is reasonably potentially developable. And once you've done that, there's a density assumption applied, and then there's this uplift factor, which is meant to say, okay, of all these developable areas, only a portion of them is going to be developed in the next 30 years. And so this is a factor that says only 15% of these areas are actually going to get developed in 30 years. And so you get your yield of your dwellings out of it. And so the uplift assumption is really, really core to the results you get out of this. It's a fundamental assumption. And if I go back to the 2019 FDS, the uplift assumption then was 30%, and this year it's 15%. So we've halved the uplift assumption, and the direct effect of that is that you have to have twice as much area identified for intensification to get the same yields. So in the space of 3 years, we've now said we need twice as much area to get the same yields as we had before. Now, I queried that change in that assumption during one of the webinars, and I was told it was due to more refined analysis. And I'll come on to that later, but what this refined analysis is. But the 2019 FDS, it stated that they actually were using conservative assumptions. The 30% was stated as being conservative. And it was based on building permit uptake in Nelson and Tasman, and also evidence from other areas, Tauranga, Otago, Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay. So if I go over to talk about the national policy statement, because there's threads through here, and what hasn't happened is there's been no consistency between documents. So we're meant to have the Housing and Business Capacity Assessment, HBA, done last in July 2021. That's meant to inform the FDS. So the National Policy Statement says FDSs are informed by the most recent applicable HBA. And there was a lot of work done by consultants but leading up to the HBA, and that was all about what the feasibility of infills were. And they did some capitalisation ratios, a whole lot of things to identify sites that might be suitable for redevelopment. And the HBA notes that following the feasibility test, an uptake rate was applied on the basis of development types over the last 5 years. The uptake rate assumed a take-up of 40%. So the HBA, which is meant to inform the FDS, says uptake 40% based on evidence. But instead of using that to inform the FDS, you know, NCC staff have gone off on some wild tangent to come up with their own uptake factor, 15%. And I've not had any sensible explanation as to why there's so much divergence, or why trying to explain all the differences between that. There's no thread of consistency here. So if I go and look, next slide, I'll go and look at the why talk about this refined analysis. So it was done by consultants called Sense Partners, and it's attached as Appendix 3 to the technical report. And the report from Sense Partners starts out, I understand you want to know the likely impact of an MRDS policy on Nelson City. You want a ballpark number to inform initial thinking ahead of the meeting with councillors next week. This doesn't sound like a refined analysis to me. This sounds like something that's plucked out of the air pretty much. Sense Partners then went on to state an increase in supply of 4 to 10% over the next, I'll need to cut out here, 5 to 8 years, seems a plausible initial high-level estimate. Now, you know, none of those words suggest any sort of real, you know, depth of analysis in it. So when you extend that, so you've got an increase of supply 4 to 10% over 5 to 8 years, you extend that for 30 years, you end up with a range of 15% to 60%. And I'd say that's only marginally better than saying the answer lies somewhere between 0 and 100%. So Nelson City Council chose to use the lowest possible uptake from Sense Partners, that's the 15%. But in doing it, they misapplied the result. So go on to the next one. So I'll quickly shoot through this rather than try and explain it all, but the Sense Partners, their 15%, if you like, was based on the entire population of dwellings in Christchurch. So you were applying it to the complete sample set, not the sifted sample set. So here in Nelson, when you took your developable areas, then you sifted them through to take out all the things that may not be likely to be developed. And then they applied the 15% to this sifted sample, whereas the Christchurch one was on the gross sample. So it's not even been appropriately applied. And so there is no science or logic or consistency or anything behind the 15%. And the problem is that work is so sensitive, and I've done I've replicated a spreadsheet that was used for the development of the yields, and you can I'm not going to go through all of them, but what I've done is actually be able to say, well, what happens if you change that 15% a little bit? And if you change it to 15.4%, then you don't need to have that level of intensification in Tahuna Nui. So you can cut out all your I3 developments, which are the high rises, and replace them with I4s, which are 3-storey, which is already allowed for under the Nelson Regional Management Plan, by the way, that's already existing. So a tiny change in assumption means that we don't have to have these random high rises destroying the whole nature of the area. So in summary, there's just a huge disconnect between the housing and business capacity assessment report, which is meant to inform the FDS. There's a huge discrepancy between that, and somewhere along the line, the planners have gone off on some flight of fancy of their own, rather than drawing on this work which they're meant to and they're required to. They've actually gone off and done their own thing, and the 15% uptake, it's crude, it's indefensible, it's lacking any basis, and it's indirectly resulted in inappropriate land being identified for intensification. There's been no reconciliation of the vast differences between those assumptions used throughout in the changes. So what we've got really is just a finger in the wind assumption, a ballpark assumption, and it's having these major impacts. I think that there needs to be a whole lot, this needs to be reviewed, and it doesn't need to take a lot of time. I'm not talking about something that's going to take months and months. So I know that everyone's going to say, oh, we're going to have to go back and do it all. It's actually, all the spreadsheets are there. It's just bunging in a number and changing it, and actually going back and reviewing the basis for this assumption and drawing on all the work that's been done, heaps and heaps of consultants' reports, and getting some, you know, there's an evidential basis for it. You've got tons of evidence for it. So you need to go back and do that and do it right. I am really conscious that last time the Nelson City Council did its long-term plan, it said, you know, we're going to focus on uplifting our performance. Well, if you want to uplift performance of the organisation, you can't accept this sort of crappy sort of work. And you know, this is really crappy. So.
Steve, thank you. We're over the 10 minutes, but I just want to see if there are any. If there's a very quick question, I'll get one in from the officers. Sorry, from the panel members, if there are any questions. You've provided a very thorough submission, and I assure you we will be asking some questions around the analysis. So I've got that as a note here on my record. Any questions for Steve? No, Steve, it's a very clear submission. I appreciate the work you've put into this, and we certainly will be asking some questions around reconciliation of the analysis. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to our next submitter. Our next submission is Mr. Paul Yonkers. I'll see if Paul is with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, kia ora, Paul. Welcome. Welcome to Hui. We've received your submission. Now you have 10 minutes to amplify any of the key points, or if there's any additional information that you wish to add, we're happy to hear that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please, first of all, confirm that this recording that is being made will be available to the public on your NCC website?
I would imagine that is the intention, and the officers are nodding that it'll be both available on Tasman and Nelson City's websites.
Thank you very much. Let me come back. Morena, my name is Paul Jonkers, and I'm so concerned in the way Nelson's council is heading. I had to, for the first time, have my voice heard. My concerns are with regards to our councils, and in particular NCC, wanting to adapt a housing strategy which goes against their own much publicised climate emergency. This talks about the perils the area faces with projected increase in sea level rise and rainfall, the need to become less reliant on private transport and to reduce our carbon footprint. Yet NCC is seemingly want to increase our urban sprawl, despite what your ratepayers are indicating to you. NCC was against the government's reporting system for new infrastructure, as this did not include a figure for CO2 emissions for new build. Yet NCC is quite happy to ignore that fact in developing greenfields. It's well documented that this has a much higher CO2 footprint than intensifying the CBD. Then why would you build a new suburb in an area which is accessed through a floodplain? Maitai Valley Road is closed off 1 or 2 times a year at least now. And with our climate emergency, NCC itself would expect flooding to take place more often. The proposed development in Kaka Valley would like to develop the valley, including on the lower area close to the river, an area which is to be raised and stabilized so that the rising river, will not affect the housing. This only adds to flooding further downstream and the access road, Brantford Park, and further still, it will affect the CBD. NCC has received over 13,000 submissions against the Kaka Valley subdivision, and yet NCC carries on. The subcommittee representing NCC is strongly in favour of developing the Maitai Valley and is doing everything possible to make it happen. There is not an unbiased view here. NCC has spent over $1.5 million enhancing the Maitai River, trying to bring it back to a state which we could be proud of it, swim in it, even fish in it. It is part of Nelson, a taonga, very much what makes Nelson. And now we are on the cusp of undoing this good work. Nelson, NCC, has voted to keep investing in pine forestry for the next 30 years with the known detrimental effects pine forestry has. So on the one hand, we will spend a bit to make the river look nice, but in the long run, we won't mind too much if the river deteriorates in the name of industry and development. The Maitai Valley has recreational significance for its peace, yet proximity to the city. Does NCC value it so much that we're actually willing to bring the city close to the valley? Surely not. Once the green space of the lower valley has been developed, what is to stop future councils from going just that little bit further and a little bit further still? By then we'll all be long gone, but what about our future generations? Past leaders have recognized the importance of this area, and unfortunately, in my opinion, not all our leaders are seeing the same green picture. It is now time to make your lasting mark. Great leadership is one which can change its mind. This is your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions for Paul? No, there are no questions. Paul, that was a very clear submission. Thank you for joining our hearing.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. The next submitter is Mr. Donald Horn. Kia ora, Donald. Welcome to our hearing.
Thank you and good morning. Before I begin, may I ask a question? My assumption had been that the proposals you're considering are those contained in the draft FDS, the one that was issued for consultation. But I'm a little confused because I see the submissions from Steve Malcolm and his consultants containing a different set of proposals relating to site T136, and they include an additional 100 hectares of greenfield development. They're radically different proposals from what is in the FDS draft. So, am I correct in assuming that you are hearing the submissions on the FDS draft and that therefore the new Malcolm proposal is not for consideration in this forum?
Maybe go to Jackie. Donald, I'm just going to ask the officers to respond on that matter because it's a matter of scope and how much weight we put on matters. So I will just ask for a response from Jackie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. So just to clarify, I'm aware of that submission, and those sites that Donald is mentioning are new sites that have been proposed through submissions. We actually have a large number of new sites that have been proposed through submissions, so we're currently working through those and assessing those proposals. All right, so Jackie, can I just clarify in terms of the scope of what we can consider? Will the officers be giving us some further advice on those matters? Yes, thanks, Mary. So what's happening at the moment is we're running all those new sites that have been proposed through submissions against our multi-criteria assessment analysis, as we did with the first tranche of sites, and we'll be reporting on those back to the subcommittee in our deliberations report. All right, thank you. And what I'll just ask, Donald, thank you. I'll just ask a further question if at this stage is that because when this is a special consultative process, can we both also have a legal review of that as part of that process? I'm sure you'll be doing that anyway. Thank you. Donald, back to you, and then we'll move on.
Yes, thank you for that. The reason I asked the question is because the new sites incorporate a large new area, and there's obviously many residents and property owners in that area who will be affected by the new proposal, who know nothing about it, and have had no opportunity to consider or to react to it. So I'm sure you'll be looking at these things. But let me get on to my own submission, which is related to the draft. I'll try and be brief. I'm concentrating on site T136, which is generally known as the Braeburn Road site, and Motueka. The national statement emphasised the desirability of intensification over greenfield development. Feedback you received from the community and stakeholders during the engagement process included a preference for intensification over expansion, particularly as it relates to the protection of productive land and the importance of proximity to public transport, jobs and amenities in growth areas. An answer given to a question asked in a webinar said that a key focus is going to be on ensuring integration between land use and transport to reduce the need for long trips in private vehicles and prioritising growth in areas that are in close proximity to centres and employment. You'll see from my submission that I directly address these points, as well as showing that the community outcomes of the FDS are not met by the proposed Tasman village settlement, and in particular, the development of 200 hectares of agricultural land, which is site T136. Some key points. T136 is 11 kilometres from Motueka, 32 kilometres from Richmond, 49 kilometres from Nelson. These are the main centres of employment. There are no local services nearby. There is no public transport. There is no local employment of any significance. There is no argument that would suggest that a settlement on site T136 meets the criteria of the FDS. The Mootery Hill soils, although not the most productive in Tasman, are nevertheless important. They are versatile. Some of the present uses are viticulture, berries, pip fruit, sheep and beef. Clay gravels have particular attributes that will be important as climate change intensifies. There is no community demand for a settlement based in the T136 location. For these reasons, amplified by my submission, I do not believe the secondary part of the FDS plan should be accepted. In particular, site T136 does not meet the criteria you are using to judge the suitability of greenfield development. Finally, I'd like to make a brief point about Motueka. Its size and location make it a particularly important settlement in Tasman. It faces difficult sea rise challenges. It is a settlement with great character and a great sense of community. I believe intensification should be the major driver in accommodating population growth. There are parts of Motueka with old, well below modern standard housing on large sections, particularly in the north and in the west. They are all ripe for intensification. Intensification does work. There are two good examples in Motueka, one in the High Street. I think David would have been involved in that. Another just completed in Greenwood Street. Both show what can be done to maximise the use of space sympathetically. Development on site T136 could only diminish Motueka as a town and as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Do I have any questions from the panel for Donald? Thank you, Councillor Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Donald, some of the land that you're referring to in T136 has previously been through resource consent processes, and I think some of them are lapsed and some still may be current, looking at that area for housing. Do you have any comment around that?
I have no knowledge of any area in T136 that has been through any previous resource consent.
Yes.
It has been farmland for the last 22 years, and we would have been notified of any resource consents for that area. No, there has been no resource consent for T136.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No further questions. Donald, thank you. That was a very clear submission. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
Thank you. The next submitter is Ms. Elizabeth Dawley, and I'll invite Elizabeth to speak to the hearing. Morena, Elizabeth, welcome.
Morena, Madam Mayor and everybody, this is a non-technical and obscure submission. I just want to point out that the professional, my notes are terrible too, the professional commissioners here come from elsewhere, and the speculators, sometimes known as developers, come from elsewhere with one exception. And you may take your recreation by driving to your favorite places. I came to live here sustainably without a car many years ago, and walk to my recreation. The council has given a sort of false signal that the way to go is to go into this greenfield development along the Mahi Tahi. But once it begins, it will never end. The whole of the Mahi Tahi will be covered in houses. And I've been told that this land is not productive. It can't be farmed. And I farm it every day because I go there to walk in peace and tranquility and hear the birds, the water, the trees. For me, it's a place of safety and renewal. It's nature, and I thought it was forever. The Maitai has suffered many insults over the years. The dam and the forestry are the worst of it. I feel that the Maitai feeds me, and I owe it to the Maitai to do what I can to keep it as it is. When your commissioners have finished and gone back to where you live, and when the speculators move on to find another place to develop, if I don't make it here, if we all don't make it to save the Maitai, I just despair of what we're to do. This is where we go for our health. we need to keep the river healthy, and we need to walk and stop driving to places. Sorry, I'll stop because I'm not being very effective, but I really want the Mai Tai left alone.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You know, you are being very effective. You're having your voice heard, and that's the purpose of these hearings. So we're very happy to hear you and you know what you want to say. You've expressed yourself very well. Let's see if there are any questions from the panel members. There are no questions. Oh yes, there are. There is a question. Oh, I know. Thank you. A question from Ina. Thank you. I know we're happy. You've got a question for Elizabeth. Thank you.
I do. Can you hear me? I've just been muted. Okay. Kia ora,
Yes,
Elizabeth. Tēnā koe. I totally relate in terms of your whakaaro and what you've just spoken about, and agreeance that, you know, we have one Mother Earth and she needs our help to look after her. So first of all, I'd just like to acknowledge your kōrero submission, Elizabeth. My grandmother is from D'Urville Island. I've spent many a time in D'Urville Island. My family are the Kohi Love and the Arkington family of D'Urville Island. I too have spent a number of years throughout my life within the Nelson, the Picton region because of my family descendancy. So I totally endorse and understand your submission, Elizabeth, and thank you for your submission, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions, Elizabeth. Thank you again very much for making your submission today and joining us.
Thank you.
The next submitter is Ms. Gretchen Holland, and I'll just see if Gretchen's arrived for the hearing. We don't seem to have Gretchen with us at this point, so we'll move on and see if Dr. Elspeth MacDonald is with us. Not yet. I don't think she is. We're a little bit ahead of time. We are getting a bit ahead of time. So what I might suggest we do, is there anyone on the screen who is a submitter? Anyone we're waiting for at the moment? Sorry. Lindsay, let's have a look. No, I can see Lindsay is there, but I don't think she's in our list for today. No, in that case, what we'll do is we'll perhaps just, if there are any, take a pause at the moment. If there are any matters that have been raised by submitters that cause the panel members to seek further information or questions from the officers, we'll perhaps just gather those now. I have a few. Perhaps if I'll just cover those off at the moment. If you could just, in the deliberations report, Mr. Haddon's asked some questions about the relevance of the RPS, so it would be good if we could get that covered off. That would be great. I would like to see some analysis and reconciliation on the matters raised by Mr. Steve Cross in relation to the evidence and analysis of the uplift factor with specific reference to the HBA and the data inputs that were used to develop the 15% uplift approach, and why that was so different from the previous FDS. And just that issue that I think that Paul Yonkers has raised in relation to scope, and we noted that before in relation to other areas that we have submitted seeking new additional areas to be included. They're the main ones that I have. Any other matters? Councillor Riga.
Yeah, just when looking at those additional areas, in addition to the multi-criteria analysis, just the significance of any proposed changes for those or any other decisions we plan to make, just see or would seek to make, just the input of those. And just in relation to Kakaveli Orchard Flats, it was raised about the inundation and the flooding impacts. So just any commentary on that can come forward. Yeah, I've also got like a long list of other questions just from reading submissions from people who aren't necessarily speaking. So how would you like to deal with those, Madam Mayor, at the end of all the hearings or just through email? How would you like to deal with those?
If you give me a little bit more detail as to
so I've got questions from submitters.
Oh, from submitters as you've gone through.
From submissions, but not those who are presenting.
I think what we'll do is collect those by email. I think it's probably the easiest way to do that. And I think for the what will be useful is if we will identify who you're going to send those to, and then we'll get them all collated so that all the panel members know what questions are going in to avoid a whole lot of duplication. So I'll talk to the officers in one of the breaks and we'll come back with a method for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come across to Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the submission from Donald Horn, if we could have some clarification about the points he raised about not only the adjoining land, but the new proposed land.
Thank you. Any other matters that the panel members wish to raise? Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, just in light of the submission from Mr. Haddon, he's made reference to the regional policy statements, I think page 44 and 64, DH1 or UP4. Could we just have those clarified? And again, I had the question about the really clear analysis about the uptake figures that Mr. Cross has referred to.
Thank you. Back to Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I did have one more. Just the status of the, can't remember the exact name of it, the Tahunanui strategy plan, development plan, the one that was Mr. Cross mentioned from Boffa in 2004, I think it was.
All right, shelters are clear on what we're referring to. That's the Tahunanui structure plan, I think.
That's the one. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else? No. And I know if there's anything you wish to raise. I'm not sure what the easiest thing is for you, whether you want to use the raise hand function or whether it's easier if I'm keeping an eye on the screen. But what would you prefer to use? Just for our communication backwards and forwards.
Either. I'm quite happy for you to acknowledge me and to ask the question as we move forward. But I do actually have a confirmation in regards to information to support the comment made by Donald Horn regarding the public infrastructure and utility infrastructure for any further development within that Tasman Village settlement proposed potential area. I do have an understanding that Ngāti Te Atiawa have issues regarding cultural values and site significance for that particular area. But however, Donald did mention, I would like to see supporting evidence to basically to just really settle Donald's issues regarding the lack of planning and intended planning for that development.
I thank you. That's been noted by the officers and I'll bring back some commentary on those points. I think that captures all of our material at this point. Anything further from Councillor Ogilvie?
It's probably a minor point, but I'm just wondering whether we can have some dwelling consent numbers from Nelson City as well as from Tasman District for the last, say, 2 or 3 years, up to March 2022. Just to show us where the development is, even if it was on a ward base for Tasman, would be helpful as well. I mean, we know there's been growth in Richmond. It'd be quite nice to know how much growth there has been in the Waimea Military, as well as Motueka and Golden Bay Murchison wards. And that sort of data, you mentioned it yourself, Madam Chair, but I think even climate change data would be helpful. You mentioned the rivers, but if we could make some contact with NIWA and get the latest projections for their sea level rise for the next 50 years, 100 years, would be helpful to have included in the FDS. Because this, if we're basing some of our decisions on sea level rise, then we ought to know what NIWA is projecting in the next, 100 years.
All right, let's start. I'm just going to look at the officers here to say I think we will have the because we need to report that to MFE in terms of the consenting numbers. I think that's one of those, we certainly have it in our quarterly reports. So we will have the consenting numbers over a period of time. We'll let the officers have a think about that. Susan, if you have any thoughts on just in terms of the climate change impacts, I think we've, the analysis has been done as we've gone through.
Yeah, it's been one of the factors that we've considered through the multi-criteria analysis in the process. So it is fairly well documented in the technical report, but we'll see if there's any further information we can bring back.
Thank you. Councillor Mailing.
Madam Chair, I see that Gretchen Holland's actually on the
Yes, I've just noted that, so I was ready to cross to Gretchen now. Kia ora, Gretchen. Welcome, it's me, Rachel. We're just
Kia ora.
We were a little bit ahead of time, so we were just using some time to feedback questions back to the officers.
Okay.
But it's now your opportunity to speak to our hearing. So kia ora, welcome.
Tēnā koutua. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to my FDS submission. My name is Gretchen Holland and I am Nelson born and Richmond bred. My Holland ancestors arrived in Nelson on the Bolton in 1842. I have Nelson and Tasman in my bones and in my heart. You'll have already read my written submission, and so today I will concentrate on section 22. Do you agree with the location and scale of the proposed greenfield, housing area in Nelson? This is not my first submission to NCC on the proposed development of Orchard Flats and Kaka Valley in the Maitai Valley. Over the past 2 years, and I and at least 10,000 others have, by means of a petition, made NCC aware of our opposition to housing development in the Maitai area. That petition now stands at 13,000 as of a few days ago. Today, I request that you, the representatives of both councils, listen to my concerns, take notice of my concerns, and instruct your CEOs to remove these 2 areas in the Maitai from this FDS. I'd like to highlight a few points. 1, noise and air pollution. Noise and air pollution from the vehicle movements of 1,100 houses passing through the most used part of the Maitai Valley. Noise and air pollution from the movement of construction vehicles passing through the most used part of the Maitai Valley. Do you ever see people picnicking and playing on the open green spaces alongside QE2 Drive? No, too noisy, too dangerous. Don't forget the noise from a new suburb itself of dogs barking, lawn mowers, stereos, leaf blowers, all wafting down valley into the most used part of the Maitai Valley. Point 2, safety. My understanding is that currently NCC and Central School have an agreement with forestry companies that logging trucks don't exceed 40 k's per hour in the Maitai Valley and Nile Street. They also do not drive along Nile Street, where Central School is, and past the school during certain times before school starts and after school finishes. Large and frequent construction vehicles will magnify these safety issues. Will the building companies involved be happy to comply with the same arrangements, or will our tamariki suddenly not matter? 3, water quality of the Maitai River. All 4 of the most used swimming holes in the Maitai Valley are downstream from Orchard Flats, and 3 swimming holes are below Kaka Valley. The water quality of an already fragile river will be compromised by the stormwater, oil and paint mishap spills, and dog poo of 1,100 additional houses discharging into it. This will affect not only the river, but also Nelson Haven, Waimea Inlet, and Tasman Bay. These are our taonga. The draft FDS talks about reviving and enhancing the Māori of Te Tai Ao. I'd like to remind you what that means. Te Tai Ao is the environment that contains and surrounds us. It has 4 major components: whenua, soil and land; wai, all freshwater bodies and their connections. Ahu Arangi, climate across time. Koi ora, all living communities, human, plant and animal. Removing these two areas and keeping the Maitai rural and free from housing development would honour this strategy statement. Point 4, Project Mahitahi. I ask that the TDC representatives look up Project Mahitahi on the NCC website and familiarise themselves with how much value the Nelson City Council puts on the river and valley that makes Nelson City what it is. I ask that the NCC representatives revisit your own website and be reminded of the same. I believe the Mayor and Councillor McGurk feature on one of the videos. Now is the time for you to walk your talk. I'll jog your memory by quoting a couple of statements from Project Mahitahi. Project Mahitahi's vision statement says the Māori, or life force, of the Mahitahi is restored so that native plants and wildlife can thrive in a functioning and connected ecosystem, and people and communities are inspired to nurture and value the Mahitahi as a taonga for past, present and future generations. That statement says it all, especially the bit about present and future generations. And from the Maitai Ecological Restoration Plan, the Maitai River and Riparian Corridor is an area with significant ecological and cultural values in the Nelson region. NCC and their iwi partners are spending millions of dollars on these projects funded by the Ministry of the Environment, Department of Conservation and the COVID-19 Recovery Fund. Why spend all this money to enhance the valley and its catchment areas and then allow housing development in the lower valley, the most used part of the valley, and its catchment areas? 5, intensification. Section 8.1, the Nelson City Centre and surrounds of the draft FDS, states that investment in new and improved open spaces will be needed. Take Orchard Flats and Kaka Valley out of the FDS and no new open spaces will be needed to be found. We already have them. They are already highly used and highly valued. With more inner city intensification, they will continue to provide a fantastic area for the community's physical and mental health enhancement. To finish, I object to any residential subdivision in the Maitai being included in the FDS and ask that the proposed Kaka Valley and Orchard Flat areas be removed from it. Ko Maitai te awa, ko Maitai te whārua. The Maitai is my river, the Maitai is my valley, and my heart is there. Kia ora and thank you.
Kia ora, Gretchen, ngā mihi nui. Any questions for Gretchen? It's very clear submission, and there are no follow-up questions, but thank you very much for your submission and making time to come and present today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'll just see if we have, I think our next submitter is due at 11:50, so we're probably ready for a break. Sorry, 10:50. We're probably ready for a break. I don't think there's anybody else on the screen who's waiting to submit at this point in time. No, I can't see anybody else either. All right, so let's take a break and we will resume. Let's come back at 10:45, just so we've got a few minutes to settle and get ready for commencing the remainder of the hearing for the morning. Kia ora tātou. We've just had an adjournment for morning tea. We're going to resume our hearing. Welcome to everybody who's on Zoom and the members who are here at the Tasman District Council chambers. Our next submitter is Mr. Duncan McNabb, and I'm wondering if Duncan is is with us. We've got a few names on the screen that I can't identify. So if you are a submitter, I just ask you if you could just put your video on. Apologies, Elspeth. Elsa, I've missed you, Elspeth. Sorry, Elspeth. Dr. Elspeth McDonald is here and she is next up. Wondering if you might be there, Elspeth.
Is that right? Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can, Elspeth. That's wonderful. We wondered if you were the iPad. That's great. So if you're able to use video as well, that's helpful. If you can't, it's fine just to do it with the sound.
No, I can't. I can't video. So can you hear me though?
Yes, we can. So whenever you're ready, you may present. We've received your submission, an opportunity to amplify any key points or provide any additional information that you want us to consider.
That's great. Could my PowerPoint go up, please? Yes, that's great. Thank you. I've put in two, so the PowerPoint can be put up with the first slide. I've put in two submissions with evidence of the effect of housing intensification in Nelson. My background is as a researcher on social and community wellbeing, and although my two submissions are about Nelson generally, in this presentation I'm talking specifically about the Wood, the area I'm most familiar with and live in, although information in my presentation is also relevant to other areas of Nelson. And I'm foreshadowing possible intensification of my local streetscape and hope that this illustrates the problem through my presentation. You can see here, this is just a snap from homes.co that already Nelson is quite intensive. It's a higher density zone and 40% coverage of the site, whereas other areas in Nelson are 30% and a maximum of 44%. Next slide, please. I've taken just a map here and drawn in the rights of ways and the battle axe blocks, and you can see that there's particularly in this area of the Wood, it's already very intensive with small sections and housing, infill housing. And there's a boundary of 1.5 metres at the moment. And you can see roughly north, east, west, so where the sun will be coming from. Next slide, please. And with this slide, I've just shown the possibility that although a lot of the blocks are under 600 metres square, it wouldn't take much for developers to buy up several blocks and to make a block of more than 600 metres square. So the question here is, well, what happens to the sections neighbouring that? And it's not as if there's only a couple of sections that would be influenced. There are a lot of sections that would surround those buildings if they were at the 3 or 6 story height. And particularly what happens to the buildings that are in the southeast or west if something is placed in the north. Next slide, please. The proposal is to have intensified housing, but if you did it in this area, really you've got an intensification squared, because you'd have more intensification on top of what already is there. And the concern is that that's without notification or the right to object. What happens to the livability, the internal and external amenities and the quality of life for existing residents? And we're talking here about an area that is also already being questioned about being subject to seawater and freshwater inundation, and where minimum ground floor or floor level is needing to be raised already. So you're going to have more than 3 or 6 stories. And the proposal is to take up 50% of the site and a 1 metre boundary. So you can see that if that development did happen in this area, there would be a lot of the existing properties would be affected. Next slide, please. So with this one, I've taken some items from the pantry and showing you in the first row there what it would be with single-story houses. Most of them are single-story at the moment. With summer solstice, where you've got the longest day, equinox equal day and night, and then the winter solstice, where you've got longer nights. I've then put in a three-story building in the middle, and you can see how that in summer there may be no shadow cast onto the neighbour. The neighbour's property would be cast on shadow in the equinox, and then in winter solstice the property and house would be in shadow. Where have I taken this from? It was actually the modelling that's been done by PwC and Sense Partnerships when they've done an Icarus track of shade, and I've included that diagram in the information I submitted and also the website for that actual document. Next slide, please. So here we go at what cost. Currently, and I understand that for site compliance, for site coverage to be non-compliant or more than the 40% in this particular area, a consideration is given to the sunlight, the daylight. So you've got your daylight hours, your sunlight factor, and the privacy to adjoining sites. I think it's illustrated very clearly here of the effect that would have, and we've got one house there, but if you've got multiple houses around that building, there would be a number of properties affected. Next slide, please. So I've taken a few scenarios here of householders who are currently benefiting from the sun. I mean, you've got, you've moved off the hill, you renovate your villa, you let in the natural light, and you've got your residence the way you want it to be, and where a villa may not normally get a lot of sunlight in, you've opened it up for that. The other one is, and all of these are examples that are in the wood at the moment, you install solar panels to harness free energy and reduce your carbon footprint. And in fact, as has happened, people put on some solar panels and then put on extras. The next one is you're a housebound older person aging in place who gains enormous pleasure from sitting on your sunny deck. And again, you've only got to go around the wood and you'll see that actually happens. And then particularly with living costs going up, the young family, passive heating, cutting down on using electric heaters, growing their own vegetables, and line drying clothes. The last one there is actually an example that was when I was telling them about this presentation, they said that in the UK, where a similar thing happened, their parents-in-law had moved from a farm, they were living close to the city, and the garden, growing the vegetables and actually having a pleasant garden environment brought them joy that nothing else could. But when the intensification happened and they lost their sunlight, they were absolutely shattered. And that's the words that my friend was using. Next slide, please. So with growth and intensification in the wood, how much do we value sunshine? What is the cost, or what are the costs? The costs are with quality of life, mental and physical well-being of existing residents, people who've bought into the area knowing that they had sunshine. It's very different than someone seeing a nice house somewhere and saying, nice house, but shame it'd be very cold. People are actually have bought properties with the sunshine and sunlight in mind. And we've got an economic factor too, that in fact the properties and modelling in Wellington, and this was the report stated that it would actually apply to other cold climate cities, the property devaluation with every hour of lost sunshine, and believe it or not, it's 2.4% of the property's value for every hour of sunshine lost. So that's a detailed detailed review that again I've provided the information for you to access that as well. So that's actually really all that is in my presentation. today, just illustrating the wood as one example, and perhaps an area of Nelson that is maybe more intensified than others because of the way it developed. So yes.
Thank you, Elspeth. Thank you very much for the material that you have prepared for today's hearing and for your submission. I'll just open now for questions. Are there any questions for Elspeth?
Just one for myself.
Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Elspeth, just in relation to the intensification of the wood, I understand there's already been some, so are you saying more intensification could be an issue?
That's exactly it. It has been intensified. If you look at how the tomato growing area was broken up, you've got all laneways, you've got the private ways, the battle axe blocks, and so it is already intensified. There are areas where there are some two-storey residences, and some new developments there. But if you go to what is proposed and without notification and without the right to object, that's when it's particularly of concern. So it's intensification on intensification.
Okay, thank you. That's clarified.
Any further questions? No, I can't see any other questions. Elspeth, thank you again very much for the work that you've put into your submission, and thank you particularly for that reference to the Motu economic and public policy research. Thank you. Our next submitter is Mr. Duncan McNabb, and I think Duncan is with us. Kia ora, Duncan. Welcome to our hearing. Duncan, if you... Oh,
okay, well, yep. Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, Duncan. Welcome to the hearing. Look, we've received your submission, and it's opportunity now for you to highlight any key points, or if you have any additional information that you want us to take into account, it's your time to present that.
Yeah. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Just to give you a little background, I'm 65 years old and I've been a homeowner, a business owner and a resident of Nelson for the last 43 years. For the most parts of how I see it, Nelson and Tasman has been well managed, and we have a living environment and an infrastructure that is well ahead of many other New Zealand cities. I've seen our councils over the years be willing to be bold and make long-term focused decisions that have been controversial and attracted a lot of criticism at the time. I think of the decision to dam the Maitai in the 1980s. I can remember the large protests about how that would desecrate the Maitai and the huge costs that combined with the desecration would change our way of life in Nelson. But you couldn't disagree with that brave decision, and Nelson is now one of the cities in New Zealand that does not have a water supply or water quality issues. And yes, at the moment we're having some current issues with the community dam at Waimea that are painful, but looking back in 10 years' time, as we did with the Maitai Dam, we'll see the ability to have good water for our population and for our irrigation as being an incredible gift. So here we are at another change point where we have to consider things of the future for Nelson and Tasman. And I'm here to speak in favour of the intensification of housing in Nelson. I'm here to speak in favour of the proposed subdivision in the Kaka Valley. And I'm here to say that I fully support the amalgamation of both councils. And if that was not to happen, then I think there should be a strategic decision by both councils to work together for the common good, to save unneeded duplication of services, to gain efficiencies of scale and provide amenities that are appropriate to the size of the combined populations of Nelson and Tasman. I live in Grove Street in the Wood, which is one of the areas affected by the proposed intensification, and the lower Maitai is my playground. These issues affect me. I've got off my chuff to speak to this because I'm really bothered by the emotive campaigns that are being run against the Kaka Valley subdivision and the intensification of our housing. There's misleading information going out. Their campaigns are purporting to say that the Maitai is being ruined and that our lives will be ruined with intensification, and publicity material from Tim Bailey and Dan Maguire used phrases like harangue your councillors. And I'm not happy with that approach. And secondly, that these guys are not proposing any solutions to the problems that these two projects are attempting to assist with. You know, it's easy to be negative. It's easy to say not in my backyard, but what are the objectives answers to the problems of growth, urban sprawl and transport clogging. They have none, and they're literally against the two projects and just saying not in my backyard. So I think that there's an element that solutions that are only negative, that have no answers, should be largely discounted. Okay, so the other thing is that, some of these decisions about intensification aren't easy, and most of the time our councillors make decisions for us, the residents, but with some of these challenges that we're facing, you're really actually making decisions on behalf of our children and grandchildren. They're the people who are going to be living with the outworking of the decisions that we make on these matters. So guys, I firstly just want to say, have courage and make good long-term decisions. I'm saying that I don't mind a bit of discomfort or change to help make Nelson a more sustainable environment. I believe that housing intensification is critically important. We cannot continue to put housing on good horticultural, high-value agricultural land. Currently, the Waimea plains are being taken over by housing. The new area, Berry Fields, is so named because they used to grow berries there. No matter, we can always import them from overseas. New Zealand's moving to a place where it's going to have to import its vegetables because urban sprawl in places like South Auckland, Pukekohe, Kaiapoi, Marshlands and Christchurch, and Richmond and Hope and Nelson is taking our horticultural land out of production. There isn't a green dollar in the world that says it makes sense for us to pay the cost of shipping our vegetables and staple foods here from across the other side of the world. Additionally, with COVID and war issues, we've seen that shipping and air freight deliveries do not have the certainty that we once believed in. Transport costs are certainly soaring. Part of our response to climate change and lowering our ecological footprint on the world has to be eating locally and taking food miles seriously. Part of our response to climate change, lowering our ecological footprint in the world, we're told, is moving away from a meat-based diet. But you can't do that if all your horticultural land has houses on it. To achieve not taking our horticultural land out of production, we need to intensify our housing in the land we already use and to make sure that any additional land we use is low value agricultural land, and the Kaka Valley development certainly fits that profile. The Future Development Strategy 2019 of the Nelson City Council and Tasman District Council has identified the need for 24,000 additional houses in the region by 2048 under high growth forecasts. I really think we need a serious rethink about taking that much land out of agricultural production, which is why I support intensification. Some people say don't build them. I support building the houses that are needed because if we don't keep up with demand, we will only increase our housing prices. That affects our children's ability to buy a home. It affects our lower socioeconomic earners' ability to buy their own homes. And there are issues of equality, discrimination, and fairness that flow out of any decision to limit growth. Another reason for making this change for intensification is we need people to be able to live close to where they work and preferably bicycle there. If we keep putting people out at Hope or Hyra, then we're just creating transport issues and burning hydrocarbons every day to get there and back again, or damming another river to produce the river for the power for the electric vehicles, which is what will happen once New Zealand takes up electric vehicles at scale. Kaka Valley again works to provide an answer to that, and that it's close to town and schools. Yes, the residents of Nile, Tasman and Milton Streets will have a bit more traffic, but it will still be very low compared to what the residents of Tahunanui Drive, Rocks Road and Waimea Road will have to put up with, which is where the traffic ends up by default if we put the 614 houses that would be in Kaka Valley out to Hope. But never mind, it's not in my backyard, is what the Nile Street people would say. As a Wood resident who bicycles to work each day to work in the Tahuna industrial area, I would encourage councils to keep on improving the bike routes and the facilities. This has to be part of the answer. It will again help mitigate traffic flows from Kaka Valley. Cycling is good for the environment at over $3 a litre. It's great for petrol. It's good for our health in a population where obesity is becoming a serious problem, and it has to be part of our future. The cycleway alongside Richmond Bypass is disgraceful and really due for an additional lane and an upgrade. There's a personal cost to intensification regarding this. Am I thrilled about living next door to a new and bigger apartment block? No. But do I recognise that it's needed? Yes. Do I think the proposal could do us some fine tuning? Yes. The ability to build places without provision for parking is flawed and needs revisiting, as currently it's not feasible for a family to live without a vehicle, and it will be a long time until we have a population or a transport infrastructure that will enable that. So we need to have a mixed model of moving towards that. Being serious about our issues, the issues our planet faces, means that some discomfort will come for all of us, but not as much as our Pacific neighbours who are literally being flooded out of their homes as their islands are inundated. Thank you for hearing me. Do you have any questions?
Duncan, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll open for questions. Deputy Mayor Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, Duncan. Just a question around in your written statement, you talked about quarter acres paradise, and I think you were alluding to perhaps older style standalone dwellings. Yeah. Now they're much smaller areas. So are you talking about intensifying standalone dwellings, or going up with multi-storey dwellings in areas such as Richmond West, or both?
I'm comfortable with both multi-storey dwellings and smaller section sizes. I think it'll be a joint answer. It won't be multi-stories everywhere, but yeah, it's intensification both ways.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I know, I'll just check to see if you've got questions. No, thank you. All right, Duncan, thank you very much. That was a very, very clear submission. We'll just go to Ina.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity.
Hang on, Duncan, just a moment. Yep. I think we may have a question for you.
Well, actually, Duncan, thank you very much for your submission. It was really interesting in terms of the research that you conducted. It's actually an overall question, and it's in regards to all environmental and cultural impact assessments. I'd like to view them, please, for the complete strategy.
Thank you. It's a follow-up for the officers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. The next submission is from Barbara and Tim Robson. And I'll just see if either Barbara or Tim are with us on the screen. Oh, yes, I can see Barbara. Kia ora, Barbara.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Having just tuned in and heard Duncan, I thank him for saying much of what I would like to say, but I will go ahead with what my intentions as well, just to reinforce, I think. I'll start with the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who says the latest IPCC report is a file of shame cataloguing the empty pledges that put us firmly on track towards an unlivable world. Pretty dire, but in fact, that's what we need to be facing up to. I'm wondering, on studying the FDS draft, if perhaps local governments and planners have been avoiding the news. You must have, if you think an FDS with a slightly modified business as usual approach will see us through the next 30 years or 100 years as it should be planning for if we're looking at massive infrastructure investment. Newsflash stuff, 21st of the 4th. Tairawhiti locals fed up with the impact of constant storms. Tairawhiti has had a constant hammering of bad weather with at least 5 storms in the past year shutting off roads and cutting off communities. A study suggests rain like this in Aotearoa is 15% more intense and 20% more likely to happen than it was 100 years ago. End of quote from that article. Newsflash 2, the Insurance Council says New Zealand should follow a recent move by the Australian government and start putting substantial money aside to reduce the impact of climate change. Its chief executive, Tim Grafton, says repeat flooding events such as those on the West Coast and in Tairawhiti show the country cannot just keep repairing flooded areas. Yes, councils are beginning the DAP process, the Dynamic Adaptive Pathways process. So my question is, how does this fit into the draft? The draft is, as I mentioned, taking a kind of business as usual rather than not a climate change is on our doorstep now perspective. It isn't okay and it won't be okay. It almost seems, well, it does seem there's a huge mismatch between the outcomes and what I can only construe as green speak with the what's. This is what we're aiming for, but it's not matched by workable hows. So the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, as you all well know, states that New Zealand's urban environments are resilient, or should be, to the current and future effects of climate change, and that the needs of future generations be included in the planning. And the FDS says that its desired outcome, that is your desired outcome too, that urban form supports a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, but there is little in the strategy document to show how this can happen. The Zero Carbon Act has set targets for us to reduce our emissions to net zero by 2050. Where is the detail for us to see how this can actually happen when the map suggests that there's housing intensification planned on some of the potential inundation zones? The pace of climate change, as we know, is not easy to predict, but the doom scenario is more likely than the hopefully it'll be okay one. Here are just some reasons why this FDS seems not robust. Firstly, 30 years isn't a responsible time for investing huge sums of money in vulnerable areas. And of course, that investment will require the use of carbon-intensive technology. We need to make structures last at least 100 years and place them where they are likely to be safe from sea level rise, flood and fire for at least that period. Be looking at potential for managed retreat and other options to extricate people who suddenly find themselves underwater. It's not robust because it's suggesting greenfield and low density development, which, as the previous speaker said so well, is inefficient and encourages high emission behaviour in terms of transport options and so on. The assumption that endless growth can happen is either naive or irresponsible. Nice to haves. Areas where people want to live is the phrase used in question 3. This doesn't fit with planning for a reduction of emissions. It doesn't teach us, again, as the previous speaker suggested, to be resilient. We're going to have to suck stuff up, quite honestly. Question 5, residential and business land capacity is provided to meet demand, is another nice to have and perhaps a recommendation to the public that BAU will be okay. It doesn't consider emission reduction realities. And question 6, new infrastructure will support growth, is more of the same, inconsistent with the draft outcome of reducing emissions. So the only way forward, carefully planned intensification, because this is consistent with prioritising a reduction in greenhouse gases and discouraging private car commutes. The intensification needs to happen faster than suggested. And I appreciate there are all sorts of bureaucratic hoops and legislative hoops that councils must go through to modify plans, but it is possible and is supported by government moves to reduce emissions nationally. The intensification needs to happen faster then. If options for greenfield developments are not made available, then creative, sustainable solutions will become focused and perhaps more possible. For example, clusters of tiny houses and other structures. Councils do have a responsibility to enable and promote intensification. So restrictive planning rules need to be seriously looked at. I'm very aware that you as a team are working hard on this. So it's not an attempt by an expert onlooker to tell you what to do, but like many in our community, nationally and globally, we are concerned that we're running out of time. As Greta Thunberg is well known for saying, the house is on fire. So desperate situations, desperate measures idea. And necessity is the mother of invention, if we want to use another truism that actually speaks a lot of truth. So ideas about the way forward, perhaps adjusting development and developers' contributions, again, demanding that there is a significant contribution needed from developers for developing, supporting infrastructure would then mean perhaps that there would be less excitement about that possibility for the developers. And again, the previous speaker cited Berry Fields, which for those of us who've done a drive through there, it's a pretty scary prospect in terms of this is what was our food basket. So yes, as said, the scale of expansion anticipated by this FDS is not compatible with our region meeting our climate targets, nor with reducing our ecological footprint to a safe level. It will not future-proof our regions. It will not serve our children, our grandchildren, and it does not serve Papatūānuku. We need to learn from Tairawhiti's and Westport's experiences. Therefore, this FDS needs to rethink how to actually implement the goals. My personal active transport, vegetarian, zero waste, chop up my passport life choices aren't cutting it. We need courageous government, courageous action from government, local and national, to act now for future-proofing our region. We don't want to leave a file, to quote Antonio Guterres again, we don't want to leave a file of empty pledges and basically an unlivable world for our descendants. Thank you all for the mahi that you are putting in for our communities. I don't envy you your task, but we as a community depend on you doing it well with an eye to the future for our whole ecosystem. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Barbara. Thank you very much for your submission, both the written submission and your presentation today. And I assure you that the views of the community are what we're listening to here. There is expert advice that comes through, but the views of the community are critically important to our decision making. So thank you for presenting. Are there any questions for Barbara? Such a clear submission. Barbara, thank you very much for coming in today. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Our next submitter is Joe Gould, and I invite Joe to join the hearing.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor and councillors, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. I just hopefully have just got a few things to say in support of my submission. I've lived in central Nelson for over 30 years, right next to the Maitai River, so very privileged and I'm lucky to have lived there and brought up my two children there. And as a family, we've hugely valued the character of the urban area and residential area around us, and particularly I think that green leafy character that Nelson's so recognised for. We've got, heritage houses in our neighbourhood streets and very much that sort of leafy open space feeling. We've really valued living in a safe neighbourhood where our children have been able to cycle and walk to school and into town relatively safely. The key points that I'd like to just emphasise around my submission are, as many of your previous submitters have said, that really integrating safe and dedicated cycle routes into your future planning is critical, not only for our well-being, but also as a key way of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. With regard to intensification, I agree with the principle of intensifying already built up areas, and I'd really like to see that focused into the existing central urban areas rather. And I personally would prefer this approach rather than greenfields development for a number of reasons. I think, greenfield development does move people further out of town, and it adds to that commuter traffic pressure, which has all sorts of negative ramifications. It has irreversible impacts, as we've heard from the previous speaker, in terms of like irreversible loss of productive soil. It does also mean a loss of amenity value and rural character and landscapes for us. And I do live close to the Maitai Valley, and I think the decisions that you're going to make about development in that valley are going to be quite challenging. I just really urge you to really weigh up the contribution of that valley being so close to Nelson in terms of its rural character, and particularly I think living on the river, I think the potential impacts of development on water quality really need to be thought through very carefully. Looking at the plans that were in the future development strategy, I think I'd really encourage you to look carefully at the level of intensification of existing built up areas, particularly those ones outside of the city centre but close to it. The scale of intensification and signalling like potentially up to 6-storey buildings in those areas, I think could have quite detrimental effects on our existing character, the character and heritage value and amenity value of our town and our residential sort of landscape. I really like the idea of creating life and vibrancy in our town centres through a mix of retail and residential development, and it makes sense to me to intensify and go up in our existing urban area and consolidate our human impacts there. And I suppose lastly, really, as councillors know, particularly those of you who live in Nelson, one of the key reasons many of us choose to live and stay in Nelson, and often at the expense of kind of careers elsewhere and in other fields. One of the key reasons we choose to do that and make that compromise really is because we have very good, easy access to recreation opportunities and that ability to recreate actively and peacefully in our open spaces. It is really critical for our well-being, and it's one of the things that makes Nelson special. I'd urge you, as on a generic note really, to when you're thinking about the future development and how we proceed with that in our town and region, to have at the core, as a core part of your thinking, really focusing on retaining, well, think about what makes us special at the moment and how can we make that more special in the future. As I've said earlier, I think integrating safe and dedicated cycle routes into that planning is critical. And alongside that, easy access for all ages to our parks and green open spaces. Please look after our water quality and our productive soils. And really the future is in our kids. So plan for development that lets our kids thrive, and providing them with safe walking and cycling routes, clean rivers to swim in, and great places to recreate and play in. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Joe, thank you very much for your written and oral submission today. There are some questions. I just have one before I go to the other members of the panel. You talked about the importance of recognising town centres for intensification. You know, you've identified central Nelson. Are there other areas through the Nelson Tasman area that you would consider as town centres that could accommodate or should accommodate multi-storey buildings?
Oh, thanks for that question. I suppose my thinking has focused largely on Nelson because that's the place that I'm familiar with. Clearly Richmond as well as a well-established urban centre. And I have to say that, yeah, I suppose my thinking is centred mainly on Nelson, Richmond, Motueka, our existing urban places, rather than sort of thinking further afield as to what, how that could take place in other smaller sort of, I don't really know what to describe them as, villages, you know, within our region. So.
Thank you, Joe. No, thank you. Questions from Councillor McGurk and Deputy Mayor Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, really appreciate the effort and the input to your submission. Just a question in your written submission you've given to us in response to question 5. Need to be clear on the restraints for residential and business capacity and clear on how much development is enough. I'm just wondering if you could expand that. You know, what sort of constraints are you talking about? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I was thinking in terms of constraints around productive soils, the amenity values that we value, and it was a little hard to tell given the high level of the strategy and you know, the things that were signalled in it didn't necessarily give the level of detail to enable a detailed response. But I picked up, and again, it may not have picked this up correctly, but signalling that places like Fairfield Park, Neil Park could be considered for residential development. So things like that, I sort of thought, gosh, that says to me, have we done, has the thinking been done on, you know, ring fencing those special places and those open spaces, and, you know, and I mean, it's a whole range of values, but has the thinking been done around what those constraints are and what they should be into the future? And then, you know, build the development strategy out accordingly. That was where my thinking was going on there.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're trying to get at.
I'm probably not being super articulate on it, but thank you.
I'll go across to Deputy Mayor Edgar.
Thank you so much through you, Madam Chair. Joe, I need to seek clarification on your answer to question 15. I'm just trying to align the statements of agree with prioritising intensification, and you'd previously said that I do not favour expansion into greenfield areas, but then you go on to say that you're concerned about the level of proposed intensification and with building heights. And then you've given N107, 019, 109 and 110 in particular. So are you suggesting reducing heights? Are you suggesting that intensification should be done more by infill, or that it should be done outside of Nelson city centre and heritage areas? What can you clarify what you're actually saying in number 15? Because yeah, for me, I can't quite ratify the two statements.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I haven't got the maps in front of me, but my recall was that N107 was basically like the urban centre of Nelson, but it sort of went quite wide. And as I say, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't speak to the detail of that. But so that was why I had referenced that one, that particular zone. The other zones, my recall is that they are residential areas outside of the city centre, but close to it. And I think my concern was the signalling of buildings of 4 to 6 stories high. And again, the statements, because they're so high level, you know, there's not necessarily a lot to, and there's not, the detail isn't there to pin comments on. So I was picking up on the flagging of proposed buildings of up to sort of 4 to 6 stories high, and I think the word some might have been used. So, you know, the statements were just flagging that that's a possibility, and I was concerned that if, I mean, again, because the scale of that is unknown, because your planning hasn't been done to that granular, a more granular level of detail, I was just concerned that a proliferation of multi-story buildings up to 6 stories high in our existing residential areas, you know, around the city centre could be very impactful, both on character and amenity value. And so I was thinking that, so I think infill is probably really sensible. Some height intensification is probably necessary. But again, for me, I suppose it's the devil's in the detail around that. Does that help?
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for Joe? No, that's all of the questions. Joe, thank you very much for your submission and making time to come and present today. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Our next submitter is Wendy Barker, and I can see Wendy on.
You can see me.
Oh, kia ora. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm standing in for my wife who has childcare obligations today, so I won't be quite so well prepared as she is. But well, let's see if we can cope with this very intimidating process. It's very difficult for me, as you can all understand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Barker. But it'd be great if we could have your first name just for the record.
Yeah, Tony. I'm Tony Stellard.
Oh, Tony, for some reason the screen, I don't know, makes you look a whole lot younger than I think. Then things, you must have been living well. Thank you, Tony.
I can't see who the councillors are, but good morning to you all with the difficult task that you have ahead. And I'm just going to simply say that I'm actually sitting at home in my office, and I'm fortunate and privileged enough to look straight up to the centre of New Zealand, and I have a panoramic view of virtually the entire Maitai, which includes going up the Maitai towards the Mangatapu area up to the top area. So part of the initiative for me speaking here today, or for my family speaking here today, is ultimately to try and protect that. And I'm going to be a bit provocative and say the Nelson City Council supported Maitai plan is very much to the forefront of my view in relation to this, and that's going through its own planning process at the moment. I also think that you've had some really good submissions. I've listened into the last 2 submissions of both Joe and Barb, and I hope that we have a recording of essentially on a permanent basis of what they've said, because it's important, I think, that those things are read into the record as to the submissions that have been properly made to council, and that there is a permanent record so you can refer back to them when you're considering where to from here. So I support both of what they've had to say, but can I simply say my primary focus is really on the Maitai, and the second thing is my family, which now includes basically 2 very young grandchildren of Wendy and I. We have been users ourselves of the Maitai for the last 35 years. We continue to use it for our recreation, for our relaxation, for our meditation. And I'm hoping the next generation is also going to be able to do that. Now, all I can suggest is that the person that actually prepared these, I guess these maps, because you see a conglomerate of maps and these greenfields developments stripping up the Maitai there, and I can only suggest that the person who prepared them probably hasn't actually been up there, because nobody in their right mind who had actually been walked up the Maitai would suggest what they're actually suggesting. So I'm very concerned about a greenfields development up the Maitai without it being part of an integrated planning proposal and the relevant infrastructure that's there, when it seems to me that when you drive around Nelson, the Nelson City, I'm not going to talk about Tasman except for the Great Taste Trail, which I'll come to in a minute. You drive around Nelson, it seems to me that what the previous speaker, Joe, talked about was the ability to intensify in the inner city area. And this is really to do not so much with planning. What it's really to do with is the way in which land is owned. Planning as a concept should be about what an area looks like in general terms, but the reason we're not really developing the inner city, and quite frankly, large proportions of the inner city in Nelson really simply need to be demolished, and you need to start again. And my offices are in Collingwood Street. I regularly visit the top end of Bridge Street, and quite frankly, we would do well if the whole place was bulldozed and started again, and then you would have enough room there with an intensified development to develop the whole thing. But that's about the way in which ownership is structured. But so why don't you take a bold approach and say, well, let's these areas are available. Does it really matter what the land ownership is? And because it seems to me you've favoured a land ownership model based upon private ownership of land, and it's easy to a greenfields development because you can see a bit of open space up there. But what you haven't done is looked at the intensification of privately owned land within the area. And you'd be surprised, I think, to find out what would happen if you, in fact, did do something that perhaps looked at an ability to totally rezone a commercial and a combination of commercial and retail and residential use within the inner city. There are huge areas. Matt Laurie's argument that he used about the car park, and I don't see much that's come on from that, about chucking a large development there with retail development underneath some commercial space. You've got about 3 or 4 large council-owned properties in the area. You could house one hell of a lot of people in the inner city area if you wanted to revitalise, and I agree, the centre city needs revitalising. So there is the ability to do that intensification. Then we don't have to look at the cost of infrastructure that you guys are going to have to meet if you chuck something out halfway up the Maitai. If you look at the greenfields development approach up the Maitai, why don't you try the golf course? It's a council reserve. It's free land up there. You can go and use that particular area of land. Where are you going to stop if you actually allow areas like the Maitai, which is a prime recreational space for our area? So those are probably enough comments to reflect that I think it's nuts to look at a situation involving the greenfields development in the Maitai. Can I just turn you to the Great Taste Trail, which I wrote a great portion of that probably in the last couple of weeks, and let me just rename that for you to the Great Urban Sprawl Trail, if we can put it that way. And because the taste had really gone out of it, because it was on an Easter weekend, admittedly, but there are a number of areas that in fact were closed, and we couldn't basically even get decent food on the trail because we've managed to shut a couple of the places and other places were closed. And we fortunately come across a place that was a new development there, but ultimately the ride was, it seemed to me, to be changing the focus from a Great Taste Trail to one that really was an urban sprawl trail. You're largely now, as opposed to even 5 years ago, you were riding through areas that were principally, I guess, rural areas, and there were great places to stop in relation to it. That's changing, and the focus of that is changing. It's a great tourist attraction for this area, and the Tasman District Council makes a lot of that and contributes to it as well. But if you're going to ruin the focus of that just by allowing sprawl along that type of development, you may as well be realistic about it and rename it really the Great Urban Sprawl Trail to be realistic about the whole thing. So can I simply say that what you've got proposed is it's ad hoc planning. It's not robust planning. You haven't taken into account any significant intensification. You haven't taken into account infrastructure, and I appreciate that comes later. But there are a number of factors where I think this is an ill-conceived approach to the planning process as a whole. The Maitai development, if it gets to proceed, is going to be a disaster. It's got about another 3 appellate processes to get through, even if it is granted. So, even to allow that have gone through, the Nelson City Council accepted that a plan. It may as well have adopted it. But ultimately, that's going to be a disaster in time. You can't possibly get to a situation where you can think that's a very good idea when you take up all of that wonderful space that's been the playground of Nelsonians for all of those years. So I'm here to speak on my family's behalf. I have a new grandchild who's a week old, who I hope is going to be able to involve another generation of use in the area. I have a 1-year-old who has already been swimming in the Maitai, and I hope that continues and they're able to do it with their children and grandchildren. So stay out of our area, intensify the growth where it is, pull down what's there, and be a little bit innovative in your thinking about how you're going to proceed. So I support the previous people, and I hope this is being recorded for posterity, because I think you're going to need it.
Thank you, Tony. It's Mayor Rachel speaking to you, and the panel is Councillor McGurk, Councillor Mailing, Deputy Mayor Bryant, Deputy Mayor Edgar, and Councillor Ogilvie, and Ina Kara-France, who is here also as a panel member, and she is on Zoom. So the rest of us are in the room. Congratulations on the birth of your new mokopuna. Congratulations to you and Wendy. It's a very special occasion. See if there are any questions from the panel. Councillor McGurk.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Tony. Do like the picture over your shoulder there of Hokitika.
Oh, Hokitika, that's the bike trail. No, it wasn't. It's not a great urban. It's not a great urban sprawl at that particular point.
No, that's right. The old home there. Just a clarification in Wendy's written submission. She said figures from Christchurch region and elsewhere suggest there will be an oversupply of housing in the near future. Are you able to point us to where that information or that data came from?
I'm sure she's thoroughly researched it, because I've learned never to question her. But no, I can't actually get the figures. But when I was doing some of the work in relation to the Maitai, I think some of your own background document that the Nelson City Council actually presented said there's enough actually housing supply to meet the needs of the Nelson community for the future. In the future, and it'll be something that'll be a relevant point that will come up when it comes to the planning hearings in relation to the Maitai. And incidentally, for you councillors that didn't think infrastructure was important in relation to the planning change, it is in fact an integral part of the plan change in respect of the Maitai. A number of councillors took the view that in fact infrastructure wasn't important. I beg to correct you in relation to that.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Tony? No, I can't see anyone else with questions. Tony, thank you very much for coming in to present on behalf of Wendy and your whānau.
Good, thank you, councillors.
Next submitter is Mr. Steve Richards, and I think Steve is with us. So Steve will come across to you to present your submission. We'll take it as read. Any points you wish to highlight or any further information you wish to provide can be done now.
Yep. Kia ora. Sorry, I'm just at work and I just had to get out of the kitchen. So hope I haven't got too many tears from the onions.
No problem, Steve.
So, yeah, kia ora. I'm Steve Richards. Aho. I live at the Jester House Cafe, which is our business on Apora Road in Tasman. And have read with interest the future development strategy and applaud the council for taking this opportunity to look to the future. I mean, like a previous speaker had said, I think that a 30-year time frame is not a long-term strategy. Anybody who knows my history I was a part of the McGillicuddy Serious Party, and we had a 500-year plan. And it's also something that's been taken up by local iwi, is to have a 500-year multi-generational plan, and that's where we really have to be looking, is in the long term. My submission particularly is concerning the secondary proposal of the FDS concerning a new town for Tasman area, and I am not wanting to be a NIMBY because I live here and I've seen development here already. But in light of particularly the IPCC statements and reports that any development outside the urban areas we just shouldn't even be looking at it, that we have to halve, basically, there should be 48% less emissions by 2030, and the proposal for Tasman Town doesn't really even start till 2030. You're saying there's no reduction in emissions comes from having a new town where there's essentially no public transport and no opportunity for work other than those people who can actually literally work from home in such a development. And then there's the case of being a greenfields development and the loss of productive land. In the early 2000s, the local community association and another group went to a lot of effort with the Rural 3 proposal and to protect what productive land we've got. Another report that's just come out from the UN this week was with the current loss of productive land and topsoils, we've only got 60 harvests left. So 60 years of topsoil left. So if we start putting houses on it, that's even shorter. So it's, to me, I support that. I understand that the councils are obliged by central government to provide a certain amount of land for development, and there is no option for low growth or no growth, which from a world or a planet point of view is actually where we should be looking, but that isn't an option from central government. So you have to look at intensification of existing urban centres. So that the basic strategy of intensification along Highway 6 from Atawhai to Wakefield is the only strategy you should be looking at. And I would ask that in light of this, you take the secondary proposal out of the FDS as something that isn't actually a future development strategy at all. It's just, it's a pandering to developers who happen to have land in this area that they want to develop, and it's been seen as, oh, here's an opportunity, but actually it's not a future development strategy. It's just a pandering. So that's really, I don't have any specific comments on where in the central cities, I mean, Richmond is a town, not a city, but in the central areas that the development should be, except that it has to take sea level rise into account. Any infrastructure building has to take that into account, that it is reality, and that we have to be making those connections as simple as possible in an active sense, so people are able to walk to where they're working, walk towards schools, and bike. And certainly with the advent of e-bikes, that 20 to 30 kilometres is actually quite, or 20 kilometres anyway, so Brightwater and Wakefield with a good off-road network is perfectly doable. Yeah, that's my main point, is I would like to see the secondary proposal removed from the strategy, because I don't think that it's not a future strategy at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate you coming in to present today. I'll just see if there are any questions from the panel. No, it's a very clear submission. Thank you very much for making the time to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
We appreciate it. Next submitter is Mr. Brian Hawthorne. I'll invite kia ora, Brian. Welcome to our hearing.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We've read your submission, and opportunity now to highlight any key points or provide any additional information that you'd like us to consider.
Yes, this is my friend Martin Hudson, who is a close neighbour. He's here to observe and answer any questions. I trust him to answer any questions that I don't feel confident in. My name is Brian Hawthorne. My place of residence since December 1982 has been 2514 Moutere Highway. This is approximately 70 metres south of Braeburn Road. Prior to that, I had a 120 hectare dairy and sheep farm at Westdale next to Stringer Road. This land was split in two by the new highway which passes between my old home and dairy shed. The northern part of the farm has since been subdivided into small blocks and is now covered in houses, producing nothing but exhaust fumes from the traffic it has created. I'm here mainly to speak about the Braeburn block. The Braeburn block T136 is a well-developed grassland farming block, which I believe is supporting a much larger sheep and beef farm. According to the Tasman District Annual Economic Profile 2021, I provided you with the sheet there. Sheep, beef, cattle and grain farming produced 36.6 million in GDP for the Tasman District. This shows the importance of this type of land for the region and should not be thought of as unimportant, low productive land. The photograph supplied was taken on the 17th of April after a prolonged dry period and shows what this land is capable of producing. After the expected autumn rains come, I would expect this crop to produce a bulk of feed to support stock through the coming winter. If this land were to be developed into housing, it would attract purchasers from all over New Zealand. As there is no public transport in this area, it would create a lot more traffic on our already congested roads, producing more greenhouse gas emissions. There are no nearby services and limited employment opportunities other than seasonal work. This would result in most residents travelling to the Nelson region 49 kilometres away to find work. It is bad decision making to keep fragmenting housing out through the rural regions at the expense of productive farmland of various types. All types of farming are important to the future welfare of our region, and all types of farmland should be preserved. The diversity of farming in the region is important in shielding Tasman economy against the market fluctuations. The region's infrastructure, particularly the development of our highways, have not kept pace with the growth and development of housing in the Tasman district. Traffic is slowed to a snail's pace around our cities and towns, creating more pollution and inefficiencies in our freight deliveries. The development of the Braeburn area would significantly add to this pollution and congestion. As the Council has already stated on page 30 of the Future Development Strategy, the development of T136 and a new community near Tasman is not required to meet demand, even under a high growth scenario. I recommend that the Council decline this application to develop Braeburn area into housing and to stop any further rural subdivision and lobby New Zealand Transport Agency to improve our highways, build the town and city bypasses and flyovers to allow existing traffic and freight to flow freely. Only then should further development be thought of. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Brian, for your presentation. I'll open for questions. Are there any questions for Brian? Any questions? I'll just go across to Deputy Mayor Edgar.
Thank you, Brian. I just wanted to thank you for the additional information you put in with your submission. That was very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think it's a very clear submission. Brian, thank you very much for both your written submission, the additional information and presenting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our order today is Mr. Roger Frost. Let's see if Roger is. Yes, Roger is with us. Kia ora, Roger. Welcome to the hearing. It's your opportunity now to present.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Roger. So just whenever you're ready, it's your opportunity to present to the hearing.
Okay. Thank you. I've made comments on my original submission to many areas of your proposal, and I think they are probably self-explanatory. What I just want to focus on today is what you have proposed for the Murchison area. We have lived in Murchison and for most of the time in the last 30 years at the top of the Buller Gorge. In our property down there is a QE2 covenant. The whole property of 277 hectares is a QE2 covenant, and council has designated part of that as an outstanding natural landscape, and we have requested that all of it be so designated. So we're happy to support that. And that has some relevance for what I have to say this morning. I've sent some notes, and I've sent an additional map in, and I hope you have all received those. Would that be true?
That's correct. Yes, it is. Thank you. What do we do with that?
Okay. So first of all, I do support the amount and location of land identified in Murchison for your strategy for development. My only concern is with the area designated for business development, which is strategically placed at the visual entrance to the town on State Highway 6, with the risk that its development for these uses may detract substantially from the aesthetic appeal of this rural town, which I think is an area of outstanding natural landscapes. And so there's an opportunity, I think, for you folks in designating areas for development that you take into consideration what you can do to protect outstanding natural landscapes. So for that area that is suggested for business development, what I'm suggesting is that you take a marginal strip out of it and designate that as I've called it a development amenity buffer. If you like, it's just an outstanding natural area protection, and wrapping it around the end of Waller Street and Shalgrove Street, so that as people arrive in Murchison or arrive towards Murchison, the outstanding natural landscape is protected and enhanced. And it's a great opportunity to do that. I think actually TDC should be purchasing that property as a reserve, so that the costs don't fall on the landowner, because the whole community, in fact the whole district, will benefit. If that approach is not appropriate or is not available, then I would suggest that that's an inappropriate location for a business area, because light industrial and business areas on highways generally don't look as good as the surrounding natural landscape. I'm suggesting at the same time that you take a similar approach with area T176 on the other side of the highway, again, to maximise the scenic qualities of the entrance to Murchison. And the advantage of this, of course, is that putting some marginal amenity buffers around those properties would also enhance the qualities of the environment for the business locations and for the residential occupants of those areas, in that they would screen them from the highway and screen them from highway noise. I'm assuming that none of the access into those areas would be from State Highway 6, but would rather be from internal roading off Shalgrove Street and off Essex Street, so that this would not in any way interfere with access into those properties. So that's the thrust of what I want to say today, is to encourage you to use this as an opportunity to actually improve and protect the outstanding natural landscape that is visited or is viewed by tens of thousands of people each year as they approach our charming rural town. And I hope you can do that. So thanks for the opportunity to be consulted, and to comment.
Roger, thank you very much for your presentation. I just need to note for the record that Roger is Dr. Roger Frost, not Mr. Roger Frost. So just note that for the record. We have a question from Deputy Mayor Edgar for you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Tony, look, firstly, thank you for your map. It was so incredibly well laid out and made it really clear to understand what you were seeking. Just in relation to T148, so that's currently used for deer farming, isn't it?
There is no, it's fenced for deer farming. It is. I would say it was essentially sort of rural lifestyle uses at the moment. There is some horse use.
Right. So do you know what the how productive that land is? You know, could it be used for other crops or anything else?
Oh, it probably could. I think it's class 3. Is that the way things go? And I'm sure for some crops it would be excellent. And as our climate warms, well, it will probably be suitable for even more.
Thank you. And then just my final question: if a business/light industrial area wasn't there, and usually road access is considered important for light industrial, where do you think it could be best located within Murchison?
Probably somewhere down Shalgrove Street, which still gives you the almost direct access onto State Highway 6 without having to go through the central business area if you're going Nelson or Blenheim way. Yes.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Thank you.
Roger. Some follow-up questions for Roger. Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roger, it's Councillor Bryant speaking. Thank you. Just in relation to the land we've been talking about, you're not so concerned about the land, you're more concerned about the screening, the approach that you would see as you drive down the highway, I understand it. So like if it was bunded or appropriately dressed up, you'd be happy with that location?
Well, I don't think there are any other alternatives around Murchison that would involve less productive land and still maintain proximity to the existing town centre residential area.
Right. And of course, the important part's not to lose the views, as you have alluded to.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Any further questions for Roger? No, that's very clear submission. Thank you very much for making the time to come and speak to your submission today, Roger. We really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The next submission is Mr. David Bartle. I wonder if David is with us. Yes, he is. Kia ora, David. Welcome to our hearing. It's your opportunity to present your submission. I think you're muted, David. I'm just trying to spot you. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Kia ora tātou. I am an evaluation consultant and a former diplomat living near Brightwater, and I welcome this opportunity to submit. This strategy is a bold statement about the future of our communities and landscape. I agree with most of the proposed outcomes and greatly appreciate your work, councils, in facilitating understanding of the very hard choices we have to face, including where we build new homes for our region. There are 4 issues I want to highlight. Firstly, the strategy should further outline strategic risks and how they can be managed. We face extreme weather, flooding events, earthquakes, and financial shocks to council budgets. There are key questions on risk management and who is likely to carry the consequent costs, including long-term impacts on rates. So I recommend the strategy have a section explaining how identifiable risks will be strategically managed. Secondly, the strategy should, in my view, explain how it would be made financially sustainable for the longer term. As mentioned by some other submitters, there is currently financial pressure resulting from both deteriorating infrastructure and rapid growth in new housing. Should the strategy show an explicit approach to full cost recovery? It is unclear to what extent developers should cover the full range of costs of development, or if some costs should revert to councils, as has often been the case. Some rising costs, such as sewage treatment, will require major new investments in due course, which typically fall on councils and ratepayers. So full life cycle costs should be transparent in the strategy for all our new housing developments. I recommend the addition of a simple financial planning model that outlines who will carry the cost of developments over the strategic timeframe. This can use existing financial analysis that you have to show the implications of different growth projections. I also recommend the inclusion of an evaluation statement showing insights from recent housing and infrastructure development. Evaluation is a process that looks at the impacts and asks how and why they've occurred. It would help add to the strategic discussion. Thirdly, the strategy should elaborate the incentives on housing intensification. The issue is that there are much stronger financial incentives for developers to invest in greenfield development. A core underlying issue is the overall strategy is how the incentives can be sufficiently balanced. So I recommend the strategy include a section which transparently shows the different incentives on housing development, such as in the case of intensification, what could be done in rating and also investment by councils. I'll return to this point. I also recommend that councils collaborate to increase incentives for housing intensification. This could include, as we have already seen over the years, with infrastructure collaboration on our ports and airports, also some more collaboration on social housing. So we're seeing more investments in some urban centres on social housing in response to national calls for more affordable housing. This is something where the councils could collaboratively invest within our existing cities so that people on low incomes can be near jobs and travel at reasonable cost. I feel that that should be a core part of our strategy. Fourthly, the strategy should significantly reduce overall intentions for growing greenfield housing. This is what other submitters have said, I suppose. There are compelling reasons I will just remind us all of. First, protecting agricultural land, which we have surprisingly little of now between Motueka and the Waimea. Second, avoiding negative impacts on transport CO2 emissions, particularly once we think about extending a commuter belt towards Wakefield. Already the traffic between Wakefield, Brightwater and town is quite heavy and is a rather regrettable development in our area. Commuter belts have been shown to have substantial negative environmental and social effects. The latter also includes isolation and lack of any community centre. Sadly, this is also partly the case in Brightwater. The additional cost of widely dispersed water and infrastructure is another consideration. And finally, the feasibility of the growth goal. So looking at our overall goal for more housing, our area is small and will never satisfy unmet demand for greenfield housing, given the huge interest of people from other parts of New Zealand to move here, as many of us already have. Consequently, the strategic growth in greenfield housing will not necessarily solve the problem we're looking at and may ultimately make it worse. Outcome 6 is for new infrastructure to support growth. Is that the right approach? Our councils might instead and unashamedly give stronger focus to sustainability and health of local communities. So in conclusion, I'm aware that several councillors have made important statements about the desirability of balancing housing intensification with greenfield growth. And the strategy has some target numbers to elaborate what that could mean. However, before embarking further on this debate, I recommend we confirm what is feasible, particularly financially feasible, including impacts on ratepayers over the longer term, and on how key risks will be managed. I recommend the strategy acknowledges the climate crisis by giving stronger weight to developments with zero increases in CO2 emissions. This would utilise some of the fantastic concepts put forward in the walking cycling plan by the Tasman Council, which I'm sure are being also shared by Nelson. We should celebrate our region as one with huge natural and farming heritage, and constantly the primary focus on high quality intensification. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for a very comprehensive submission. I have questions from Councillor McGurk and Deputy Mayor Edgar. Councillor McGurk is first.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through you. Thank you, David, for your submission. Very, very clear. Just a question you've got in your written submission. You talked about it in question 4. The strategy should have a baseline of current stock and population mix. And you make the comment, one appears to be poorly matched together. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Yes. So at the moment, it would appear that our population mix is not necessarily well suited to where new jobs are emerging. And so we need to carefully look at whether that match will, how that match will evolve over the longer term. And and this is evident, I think, in the way that our commuting systems operate. Stats NZ data is always hard to access and utilize for this sort of thing, but it's their responsibility to help you get the best possible insights that you need to make these really hard decisions. So I'm just urging officials supporting you, councillors, to make sure we've got the best available information on where people are located, including decile differences, so we can make sure that the jobs we plan to have in new business areas are accessible by where people live.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Councillor Edgar here. Just wondered if you could elaborate on your answer to question 12, which was the Urban Regeneration Agency. And I was just wondering if you could tell me what functions and what outcomes you felt this agency would deliver upon.
Yes, well, I've just mentioned now about social housing. So urban regeneration obviously can have many different forms, and the responsibility of councils is not to duplicate what the business can do better. But there are areas where councils throughout New Zealand and abroad have really struggled to meet social housing needs in particular. And so there is, I think, scope for the councils to collaborate on a new organisation, just as the councils have a joint venture on the airport and the port, and an organisation for the Waimea Dam, so too a special purpose business that would attract investment from both councils and potentially from the public, as is happening in the Waimea Dam, towards social housing. The public couldn't be asked to contribute debenture loan finance or other contributions of that sort. We all want to see everyone in our communities well housed, and we're frustrated. We're all frustrated we're not progressing there. Organisation is part of that, hence my suggestion there.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for David? Councillor Ogilvie.
Yes, thank you for your submission, David. Looking at your comments in number 24 of your submission, you mentioned the financial risk of greenfield housing, and you mentioned in your statement this morning about some analysis of that. How would you determine the criteria for that sort of analysis? It seems to me to be very, very difficult. And what sort of weighting would you have to give to different aspects of that analysis to give us some reasonably clear way forward, I suppose, in terms of the value of that sort of analysis. Can you just comment further on that, please?
Thank you for this question. I appreciate the time and resources are limited, and we don't want to have death by analysis, paralysis by analysis. No, but I do think that it would be possible to do a little more high-level analysis. I've suggested a financial model, high-level analysis based on what the councils have already learnt in recent times from recent developments on where the costs actually arise and how they are borne. And so obviously costs arise for councils relating to accessible infrastructure, both the utilities and the roading and the public spaces that are needed, some of which are contributed to by developers and some are partly contributed to by developers. So where do these costs arise and how are they met? But not in so much detail by region, but so we get an overall picture of the implications for some of the new developments. So you've heard today how some people have said, well, a satellite town would be prohibitively expensive, etc., etc. Well, we can't. This is really a hypothetical argument until we get some numbers. So while getting numbers may seem time-consuming, it might actually, in time, shorten the debate.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Any further questions for David? Everyone's happy with the presentation and no further information is needed from you today. Thank you very much, David, for your presentation. We really appreciate that and great to have the importance of strategic thinking and planning highlighted for us. Thank you.
It's a privilege to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presenter is Mr. Joseph Blessing, and I'm wondering if Joseph might be, we had an iPhone connected before. I'm not sure if Joseph is with us or not. Kia ora, Joseph, if you are, and if you are iPhone 3 on our screen, we'd love to hear from you. Do we have any ideas if Joseph is with us? No? Lovely, thank you. All right, we'll just send a message to iPhone 3, see if we can identify who they are. Marie, I see you're on the screen, Marie Charland. Marie, you're not due to present until 1:20, but if Mr. Blessing isn't with us, then I'm happy to provide you the opportunity to present now if that suits you. We'll just see if we can get a response from iPhone 3. Kia ora, Marie.
Kia ora.
Would you like to present now, or would you prefer to come back after lunch?
No, I'm happy to do it now. If I was just watching the presentations, really.
All right.
Yeah. So, but I am ready to go, so I can do that. If
well, let's do that. Let's do that, and that'll free up your afternoon a little bit more, unless you want to come back and watch some more. But you're very welcome. So let's do that now. We'll move on to Marie's submission. So kia ora, welcome.
Kia ora. My name's Marie Charland. You can see that on screen, and I speak in opposition to greenfield housing in the Maitai Valley. How many times and how many ways do Nelsonians have to repeat to this cohort of the Nelson City Council that we object to urban sprawl in the Maitai Valley? Your current support for housing developments in the Kaka Valley and along Orchard Flats is in direct opposition to your own Nelson urban growth strategy dating back to 2006 and Nelsonians' long-held views on development in the Maitai. There's no mandate to pursue urban sprawl into the valley. As councillors, you've been elected to represent this town, and now is the time to take a stand and not turn a blind eye while the developers dictate the use of land in Nelson. The FDS
should set out an ambitious blueprint for how we want to live in the future. Let's create green belts in rural areas that cannot be built on. Please let Nelson join the 20th century before it's too late. If you allow Nelson to be hijacked by developers and their supporters and the box tickers, we will be reduced to merely attempting to mitigate the impacts of urban sprawl in Nelson, and we will all suffer the consequences. The Maitai will be lost. Allowing housing developments in the Maitai will be the thin end of the wedge. Housing subdivisions will irreversibly change Nelson and the lives of Nelsonians forever. Will that be your legacy on council? The housing shortage will not be solved, and Nelson will just become another ho-hum provincial town. Just like Tahuna Beach, the Maitai is synonymous with Nelson, that we even have to raise the significance of the Maitai to Nelson, to some councillors and to the local MP, Rachel Boyack, whose statements about the Maitai appear misinformed and show a lack of local knowledge is astounding. If you know Nelson, you know what a joy it is to arrive home from wherever you currently live, pull on your walking or running gear and get up that valley, to smell the river and to breathe in the peace and tranquility. If you don't, I recommend you try it. When will you say stop? Where will you draw the line? Is it when the developers have exhausted all the available easy land? Do you give up the botanics or Tahuna playing fields, or maybe even Founders Park? The cost to Nelson and Nelsonians is just too high. Supporters of the urban sprawl will claim that the effect on the valley will not be great. Things will not change, they say, that our Turanga Waiwai will remain. That is naive. Nelson East will be destroyed in the scramble to build in the Maitai. Nelson Central School is at capacity. Where will all those children go? The developers claim that the car traffic will not be great, that it is so close to the town that people will walk and bike to their workplaces and schools. I don't think so. The claim shows a lack of knowledge of the area. Nelsonians know the Maitai to be a beautiful, but at times very cold and damp valley. The likelihood of families sending their youngsters down the valley on their bikes in the depths of a Nelson winter to a school on the other side of town with all the increased traffic is very unlikely. I have no doubt that these projects are very well versed in meeting all the requirements. Their narrative will no doubt be attractive, but that is not the issue here. The issue is green space that needs protecting for our future generations. So now's the hour, and now is the time for you as councillors to say stop. Nelson can and must do better. Urban sprawl is a major threat to the sustainability of the planet and to the lives of our people. Urban sprawl results in relatively low density neighbourhoods with virtually no street or community life and masses of cement and asphalt. Of course, property developers will almost always prefer greenfield developments on the peripheries of our towns over the complexities of brownfield regeneration. But we need livable urban neighbourhoods, towns and cities where buildings are 2 and 3 stories high, located on narrow streets with pavements, trees and small piazzas for social engagement, and with good connections to motorised and non-motorised forms of transport. This way our cities begin to live again. There is hope for the retailers and the hospitality operators in our towns, and there is hope for the environment. City councillors, you have a great responsibility. Look and learn from successes and failures around the world. Carbon constraints make urban sprawl untenable. However, the alternative that accepts the land is a finite, precious commodity, lets us create a smart town, a livable town, an accessible town, a multi-centred town, and a town that includes institutions, education facilities, businesses, green and residential areas, all within walkable distance, allowing the advantages of urban living without the need for transportation. A high-density town, further it saves the Maitai, a well-loved and well-used sanctuary for all Nelsonians and visitors into the future. and makes a positive contribution to world climate targets. Hand over the Maitai to the developers and the lower reaches of the Maitai will be decimated forever. We need positive leadership to create a way forward, a town that can become a living organism with people living in well-designed, well-built homes that create a vibrant, healthy town. Nelson is worth it. The kick the can down the road attitude on the Maitai that the council has shown to date allows urban sprawl, more traffic, more pollution, a dying CBD, unhappier citizens, more inner city crime. Like it or not, Nelson will eventually have to grow up, literally. Into the future, there will be a need for more green spaces for our citizens, not less. Don't mess with the Maitai. Let's save it while we can. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our beloved Maitai.
Kia ora, Marie, thank you very much for your submission. I'll check to see if there are any questions for you. It was very clear and your points were very well made. We thank you very much for presenting and thank you for filling the slot before lunch. So really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I don't think at this point that we have Mr. Blessing. I haven't seen Joseph arrive, so we may see him this afternoon or another day if he wants to come in. We'll adjourn for now for a lunch break and we'll be due to resume at, well, let's make it 1:25. If we come back at 1:25, will that suit everybody? That just gives us a few minutes to get settled in, and if we've got somebody present. I know that works for you. Excellent. Okay. All right. We'll adjourn and be back here at 1:25. Kia ora koutou katoa. We'll resume our hearing today for the joint Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy. We're hearing our submitters today. Submitters have been allocated 10 minutes speaking time. Some may not need all of that time. But if you're thinking that you will, then just note that we'll do a little bell at about 8 minutes through. The 10 minutes is designed to include question time, so really encourage submitters to leave a bit of space for questions if they can in their presentations. But let's just see how we get on this afternoon. Before lunch, we're just looking for Mr. Joseph Blessing to present his submission. Joseph kindly has come back after lunch, and so Joseph is going to be our first submission today. So kia ora, Joseph, welcome. Joseph is speaking on behalf of Yes Aotearoa. Kia ora, Joseph, just ask you, we'll just unmute you and then you're ready to go. Kia ora.
Good day to everybody. I'm talking here from lovely Takaka. It's a sunny day here, and thanks for the opportunity to talk briefly about my submission. Really, what I want to communicate is for the councils to please make a provision in the plan to allow, we could call it community living. I'd say community living because I've actually been living in Tui community for 24 years. And I see the real kind of real valuable approach to have multiple houses on one piece of land. And I know it's working. I know it's offers a lot of possibility for people, particularly when they actually have a common structure where they don't have to pay for each section separately. That basically a form of leasehold. That makes, particularly in these days now when the section prices are so expensive and it's really difficult for young people to afford housing, it would be even more now, so more important to make provision for that type of housing and land zoning.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for your submission. I'll see if there are any questions from the panel.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Joseph? No, I think it's a very clear submission. Thank you, Joseph, for coming through, and thank you for participating in the process and offering suggestions on how we can improve the plan.
Yeah, thank you for the chance to briefly speak about it. And yeah, Have a nice day.
You
Cheers.
too. Enjoy that beautiful
Bye.
Golden Bay. Alan Hart, Mr. Alan Hart is the next submission. See if Alan is with us this afternoon. I can't see Alan. In that case, I'll move on to Vince Threepian. And Vince, my apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
Oh, Threepian, no, that's right.
Councillor Noonan, you might want to mute your microphone, madam. Kia ora, Vince. It's me, Rachel, here, chair of the panel. Are you ready to speak with us? We may need to unmute Vince, just in case he's having difficulty at his end. Are we able to do that? Do you think? I'll ask to unmute, okay. All right, we'll send Vince a message and see if we can. He probably wasn't expecting to speak just yet, so he may not be ready at this point. Do we have any other submitters who have joined us? I can see Helen Black has joined the meeting. Kia ora, Helen, would you like to take your opportunity to speak now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Helen, kia ora, we can. Would you be happy to speak now?
Yes.
I know it's a bit earlier than you're expecting, but it'll be we're ready to hear from you if it works for you.
No, that's fine.
Wonderful. So over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission. One of my biggest concern is the proposed housing development that will affect the Maitai recreational area and the way we continue to value how we have done things in the past. I would like to start with my experience of growing up in Stockholm, Sweden. During my first 27 years, I lived in 5 different apartments that were in 4 to 8 stories high housing complexes. All the apartments I lived in but one were within walking distance to large green areas, urban parks or woodlands, which were all highly used by all age groups. My point is that intensification housing needs easily accessible large green public recreational areas for people's well-being. And with that, I mean both if you build up and if you do the sprawl thing. And here's an example of town planning. I went back to Sweden about 5 years ago to help my 89-year-old mum move into a small functional flat for people over 65. It had an attached building that catered for people with dementia. There were around 150 flats in about 5 buildings, 8 stories high. They all had balconies, kitchen, wheelchair-friendly bathrooms, choice of 1 to 3 bedrooms, and several small courtyard gardens attached to the houses. A 10-minute walk got one down to the sea and woodland parks with excellent areas for picnics, seats, walking, wildlife, etc. In my opinion, the footprint of housing versus green areas need to change here in New Zealand. When I look at the housing complex where my mum lived and our retirement villages here in Nelson that are 2 or 3 story high, sprawling over prime land, and then factor in affordability, or here in New Zealand, the lack of affordability for many, and actual land mass and compare them, I feel it's such a waste. What would the world look like if all cities and towns were built with max 2 or 3 story high houses? This brings me to the proposed 1,100 houses in Kaka Valley and Orchard Flats, mostly off the Maitai Valley. I live in the Brook, and I have seen the changes developments have brought on, such as water quality, noise pollution, and traffic and safety impacts. For the last about 100 years, the Maitai Valley has been seen and used as a public good. A large-scale housing development will take away any sense of it being a recreational area and that of public ownership, and turn the area into another suburb. If the Orchard Flats subdivision goes ahead, what will be left for the Maitai for walkers as a recreation? It will basically be a gravelled shared bike track like the rest of Nelson Hills and Flatland. I believe natural green areas are a must for public well-being of all ages, whether it's physical or mental. There's plenty of studies to back it up, and people need good quality areas for recreation. One of the functions of green areas is for people to de-stress. A research paper designed to aid city planners in the UK called Valuing the Mental Health Benefits of Woodlands, published in December last year, claims that regular walks in woodlands or green-treed areas saves the UK government around 356 million New Zealand dollars per year. They believe this is a conservative figure and they erred on the side of caution. UK, of course, has a much bigger population than New Zealand. The study mainly focused on mental health benefits concerning depression and anxiety in people walking in woodlands. So it didn't take in the account of the health of people that run or bike or swim. The avoided cost for this included visits to GP, drug prescriptions, inpatient care, social services involvement, and working days lost due to mental health issues. The paper also looked at various research outside of the UK. An Australian study from Brisbane showed that a 30-minute or more walk per week would help reduce depression by 7%. Studies in the Netherlands showed an increase in antidepressant prescriptions in areas with low proportion of green space. People in a city in Germany were less likely to be prescribed antidepressants if they had good tree cover 100 meters from where they lived. Data from London showed the same. And then in April this year, New Zealand Herald ran an article. The Mental Health Foundation commissioned research which showed a dramatic increase in the number of New Zealanders with poor mental well-being, from 27% struggling in February 2021 21 to 36% in February this year. And I just want to add that prior COVID, about 1 in 5, in some studies says 1 in 4 New Zealanders suffer mental health issues at any one time. So there's something to be said for natural tree-covered green areas close enough to be used regularly by people. And I want to finish with Nelson prides itself for being a smart little city. And I don't know if the TDC have a slogan like this, but I challenge you all to ponder how much urban sprawl is acceptable to you. What can we do differently? And finally, are natural areas where people can de-stress of importance to you as decision makers? If so, how do you safeguard this land for the future? So that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you very much for your submission and speaking to your submission today. Are there any questions for Helen? Question from Councillor Mailing.
Helen, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to understand the ownership of that retirement type complex that your mother went into. So was it government owned or publicly owned, or did they own individual properties within it?
I don't know who owned it. I only know the people who ran it was a private business. My mum didn't own it. She rented a flat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Helen, there are no other questions, but we want to thank you very much for making time to come and speak to your submission today. Thank you very much.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes, you can, Helen.
Have you, I would recommend that you looked at this research report, which I included with my submission. So it's available and it's a UK government report.
It's come as a late submission. Thank you. I understand it has been received. I'll just check with the officers. I'll just double check with the officers that we have received an additional piece of information. Yes, we have, Helen, and we will read that. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Now, I think I'm going to go back to Vince. I think Vince may be with us. And kia ora, Vince.
Hello. Yeah, I could hear you before, but it seems that my computer was muted still. But if you can hear me now, we're all good.
You can. You're speaking with Mayor Rachel Rees. And Vince, can you just, your surname pronunciation, is it Repien?
Repien.
Repien. Thank you very much, Repien. My apologies.
Yep.
All right. Just whenever you're ready, Vince,
Okay.
so your opportunity to highlight any key points in your submission or provide any additional information you want us to take into consideration.
I really just wanted to focus on the healthy homes side of it, because I felt that you'd get plenty of submissions on value and, you know, loss of capital value to their homes and things like that. In New Zealand, we have 48% of our homes are inadequately insulated and 21% of all New Zealand homes are damp and mouldy. And this obviously is causing health risks to those occupants. With the proposal that you've got, you're obviously going to exacerbate that problem by shadowing and coldness, because where you're proposing to do it is in established residential areas largely, and those homes were constructed in the mainly from the 1920s through to the 1970s. Those homes are inadequately built to cope with the for insulation and ventilation that they need to comply with modern standards. So that's my major concern here, is that we're going to detriment the health of a lot of the residents who vicariously are going to be impacted by this proposed development. There are lots of studies done at Otago Medical School. Brands have got their things which I'm sure you have in your building codes, and the government have a lot of healthy homes brochures and literature out there. So I don't really want to repeat what they've already said, because I think they're well known in the marketplace, because you know you already have home heating subsidies for insulation and heating and all that. So my concern is that yes, for people to heat their homes through the winters now, it's an increased cost on those and a burden on those people. Can they afford it? Do they just not, you know, what happens if they can't? That's really the basis of my submission. As much as I also, as a retired valuer, I can assure you that if this sort of development is built beside a property, you're going to look at a loss of value probably in the vicinity of 20 to 50%, depending on the sun and the views that are going to be lost by a development like this beside an existing property. And that's a huge hit for those residents to take. I think that ideally this sort of development needs to be in the greenfields developments, have these satellite towns. We're heading towards zero emissions, carbon, zero carbon, hydrocarbon cars, electric cars. So I think that the problem that we're facing today is going to reduce in the next 10 to 15 years. And that's essentially the basis of my submission.
Vince, thank you very much. Really appreciate your submission. And I was trying to place you and I couldn't remember until you said you were a valuer. So thank you. Any questions for Vince from the panel? No, it's extremely clear submission, and we appreciate the matters you're highlighting. If there is any particular evidential, material that you think we should be aware of, I'd be happy to receive that coming through by emails after the hearing. That would be fine.
There is screeds of that information.
All right,
So
you can just give us a couple of links will be fine. It will be absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
All good.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Right, now just check if Alan Hart has joined our hearing. I can't see Alan, but there is on that screen at the moment. Oh, there might be someone with an iPhone. No sign of Alan. All right, I have now managed to lose my list, which is not very helpful, is it, for everybody? It's all right, I'll find it in a moment. Too many pieces of paper. Mr. Bruce Gilkerson is next up on it. Yes, and he is speaking on behalf of Zero Carbon Nelson, Tasman. I wonder if Bruce is here. Are we running a bit ahead of time? We are running a bit ahead of time. Yes, I thought he was there too. No, he's not due till 2. So do we have anyone on the screen who is here to present that we could take now? Yes, is Jan presenting today? No, he's not. Tomorrow. Let me have a wee look see. Well, we might. I do just wonder. I wonder if Jenny Easton is here with Bruce. I can see Jenny's name up there. Whether it's going to be a joint submission, but perhaps not. Jenny, if it is, and you can give us any clues, you're welcome to unmute and help us out. No? All right. Well, in that case, we'll take a few minutes to go over any notes that the panel has made in relation to the submissions from this morning, the later morning session. And I'll start with Ina to see if you've got any matters that you would like the officers to cover in their deliberations report.
Kia ora. Just a couple of computer problems. I've already spoken to the planners, and I would like to view any environmental and cultural impact assessments conducted within the Nelson region. And if you have any in the Tasman region, that'd be really great. This information would help to assess and to cover any sites of significance addressed within quite a lot of submissions thus far regarding Maitai Valley. So that's really the only issue that's arisen for me.
All right, I might, I'll just see if Jackie, Jackie, is there any clarification you're seeking, Jackie?
Yeah, thanks, Mary. Just to clarify that with the FDS being so high level, we don't have environmental assessments for proposals. What we basically get is a landowner or a developer or a member of the public suggesting that an area of land is used for a particular land use, and that's usually as much detail as we have. The multi-criteria assessment, which the project team has undertaken, has assessed every site against about 22 different assessment criteria. So there is that information available in the technical report, but there won't be detailed environmental effects reports available for these sites unless Claire's got any different information on hers.
Right, thank you. I understand that. I was actually looking at viewing, and I was actually told that in regards to, that was my understanding as well, until the resource consent application process is in place, that's when those reports are brought forward. However, in your filing system, there may be a range of cultural impact assessments conducted for this particular area. I'd just like to view any historical data pertaining to environmental and cultural impacts, please. That's if it's available. Otherwise, we'll just move forward and I'll take a look at those sites of significance recorded on the district plan.
Thank you, and I think that's what I understood you were seeking. So whether we've got any through other application processes, whether we have, and we will do. So the officers are just making a note of that. Now, just do you want that specific to the Mahitahi area, or do you want across the Nelson Tasman district?
I was actually looking at the whole strategy itself across the Nelson Tasman area of destination strategy for this particular future plan.
All right, well, the officers will look to see what they have. Barry, you want to make a comment?
Yes,
great, thank you.
We just have to clear that with the relevant iwi, because we have had strong messages that cultural impact assessments are only for the intended purpose or consent application, and they're not to be used any wider. So we will have to clear that with the relevant iwi.
All right, you just follow the processes that you have agreed to with iwi, and I'm sure we can work our way through that. And if they're happy for them to be shared with for this purpose with Ina, then that's fine. If they're not, then I'm sure she'll understand it completely.
Totally, absolutely, and it's usually in the front 5 pages. They will actually declare that. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Right, Councillor Rika.
Yes, just David Bartle raised infrastructure costs, and in particular the NRSBU, and I note that it was also raised in the Kainga Ora submission that who are speaking later today, and just to what degree infrastructure costs need to come into this, and to what extent we need to take them into account. So because that was also the capacity of Bell Island, and that it was beyond the works that were already scheduled to meet the capacity. So that was in the Kainga Ora one, but it was also raised by David Bartle, 31452. And then David also raised, and I think also Kainga Ora raised it, was how risks will be managed. And I'll need to go through my KO notes, but I think they also raised a comment about just sort of overarching risk comments. And the third one I had was, it was raised this morning, but it has been raised by other submitters that aren't speaking, just the 30-year time frame. And so just clarification on the legal requirements for the FDS versus the broader time frame that some people have requested. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see that Bruce is there, but I might just quickly finish off the feedback to the officers before I come to you, Bruce.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Probably just a quick question, just a quick piece of information from me is probably a summary is all that's required of the funding that's gone from up to Project Mahitahi, and also the MFE and the Jobs for Nature funding, and perhaps a summary where that the area that's covered and the quantum of that work.
Thank you. Any other? Right. Thank you. Councillor Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just 2 from me, just to follow on from Councillor Eager a little. David Barkle, he talked about identifiable risks, and we could just have a little more information around that, and just on commuter belts.
Thank you.
Between townships and those sort of things. I'll take it he's talking about.
All right, thank you. Bruce, we'll be with you in just a moment. We're just finishing off a couple of procedural things, and I'll come across to you in a moment. Councillor Ogilvie.
And I'll add my name to Councillor Bryan and Councillor Edgar regarding sort of the financial analysis that David Bartle mentioned earlier. Any analysis has been done. He talked about the financial risk of greenfield housing and the costs which arise from that, infrastructure costs and the likes, as well as the climate costs.
Thank you. And I will follow on and say, yes, I found his submission very interesting, and I'm interested in what would be in scope and out of scope in relation to the context of the MPSUD for the FDS. So, for instance, David referenced financial incentives, and actually what are we putting in play, and whether those matters are something that whether they're within scope in our strategic context of the FDS, and how we would approach such a matter. I'm actually very interested in that because I'm somewhat concerned that the premise of the FDS in the MPSUD may be a bit lacking in strategic context. So I just want us to understand to make sure we're not leaving any strategic opportunity on the table as we go through this process.
And David Bartle himself may have information relevant to that our staff can refer perhaps to David directly.
I think that would be within appropriate process. I don't believe if you need to follow back to David, as long as we record that, that'll be fine, just in terms of questions. And the only other matter that I had at this point was just in relation to Steve Richards and actually several other submitters, the comments around the ICCP report. And I'm just have a query as to whether, given we've got the new report, whether that was taken into account as we went through our MCA analysis, and whether we need to update that as part of our process. Given we've had a new report, I'm just not sure which input data we were, or context we were relying on without pulling it up today. So maybe just that's a question, as whether we need to be making sure that we're up to date with the most current information. Okay, I think we're good to go. Kia ora. Oh, Aina, kia ora.
Oh, kia ora, Madam Chair. There's a couple of questions I'd like more information about. Now, Vince mentioned in terms of the healthy homes, the impacts on healthy homes. Did he conduct research from Te Puni Kōpiti sites in regards to healthy homes and that particular strategy? And if so, could we have a look at that further? And also Joseph Blessing mentioned in regards to community living and that particular strategy and common goals, etc., etc. Was he looking or talking about papakainga community living? And if so, could that be clarified, please?
Thank you. Officers, yes, that's fine. You'll be able to do that in the report. I think so. We do need to have consideration of papakainga and actually how it related to, whether it did relate to Joseph's submission or not.
Yeah,
no, we don't need it now, Jackie. It's just, I think, if you've got, as we're asking these questions, at the end of the day, I'll come back to the officers in case they want further clarification on any.
That would be useful. Actually,
okay,
yeah,
we'll do that.
Yeah.
All right, Bruce, welcome. Kia ora, welcome to our hearing. Thank you for joining us, and thank you very much for your submission. Now, you're submitting today on behalf of Zero Carbon Nelson Tasman. So welcome. We've allocated 10 minutes, including questions, Bruce, for the presentations.
Kia ora, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Zero Carbon Nelson Tasman, you might know, is an incorporated society with a broad range of expertise, which includes science, education, business, and energy. Our raison d'etre is finding solutions for the climate crisis, and our overriding goals are to reduce national and regional emissions so we can play our part in limiting the global temperature increase to less than 1.5 degrees and to build resilience in adapting to climate change. So I'm Bruce Gilkison, I'm a chartered accountant. A written submission contains some items relating to particular parts of the region, but I'll speak just on issues affecting the whole region. Strategy sets out to, among other things, support reductions in greenhouse gases and to be resilient to the effects of climate change. Our concern is that the strategy in its current form cannot achieve the outcomes proposed. I'll focus mainly on greenhouse gases. The region and the country is required and committed to reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. That's within the period of this strategy. This requirement is not optional. There is binding zero carbon legislation in place. We're committed nationally and globally, and if we do not play our part in ensuring a livable future, none of the goals in this strategy can be met. With these various requirements, it feels like we're living in slightly parallel universes, and on current trajectories, the twain won't meet. Much of the growth we're planning for will increase emissions. On the other hand, we're assuming that somehow we'll reach net zero, hopefully just by integrating land use and transport. But so much of our housing development is still taking place in areas requiring massive infrastructure, lots of steel and concrete, these resulting in high emissions, and in areas where 2 cars for every house is the norm, and perhaps even a necessity. We commonly allow a new development far from existing services, then are surprised that emissions in the region keep rising. However, does that happen? Please bear in mind that the net zero emissions requirement does not say net zero unless the population increases. Zero means zero, and the cost of failure will be extremely high and disruptive. And we should aim to get at least halfway to zero in the current decade. Please note too that some councils have much more ambitious targets than this region. Dunedin, for example, aims to be carbon neutral by 2030 for the city overall, and Christchurch by 2045 for the city overall. Also, just to be really clear, please don't assume that climate change is just an environmental issue. It's moved far beyond that. It affects health, housing, business, food, the economy, domestic and international relations, and future generations. Climate change is now an everything issue. So what if we get anything wrong in this strategy? And this is the worrying bit, because so much of it can't be undone. If the infrastructure or other key developments are inappropriate or end up being built in the wrong place, it's probably already too late. In some cases, the best locations will then have been lost. And in most cases, we'll lack the financial budget, the available energy, or the carbon budget to redo this. I'll quickly explain the last two. I'm a fan of renewable energy, but it requires large amounts of energy to create it. It will never be as plentiful as fossil fuels have been. And we're rapidly approaching the limit of carbon that can be emitted to the atmosphere for any reason. I want to mention a specific component missing from the strategy. While there's some general and vague mention of minimizing impacts and restoring the environment, there is no mention of the value of trees. For reasons like this, they often continue to be lost. What are trees worth? They're almost the only means we've got of offsetting our carbon emissions, but there's much more. They're useful in cooling cities, for protecting biodiversity by way of habitats and corridors for birds and insects, with benefits including supporting production of crops. They provide benefits to health, including mental health, and include such things as cleaning the air and absorbing traffic noise. And they're essential in water filtration, flood control, and reducing soil erosion. You might think our trees are doing okay, but in Tasman, the net loss of tree mass currently far exceeds its annual gain. I've seen authoritative calculations, and I believe these were presented to TDC last year, which shows that the average emissions from tree loss, including plantation forests, in some cases lost to subdivision, exceeds by several times the annual emissions from all motor vehicles across the district. For myself, I've watched powerless as 100-year-old native trees have been destroyed to make way for a subdivision, then only in its early planning stages. And a developer who has owned such a property for a month can undo 100 years of growth in 10 minutes. Let's give trees a special mention in this strategy for their carbon storage and multiple other public benefits. They're the best tools we've got. So what do we need? Let's start with outcome number 11. All changes helps to revive and enhance the Māori of Taio. We need to understand and to live that. I believe we should amend outcome 10 and prioritize not just highly productive land, but potentially productive land. Needs will change and grow over time, and some productive land will be lost, and that process is hard to reverse. We should give priority to trees, as I mentioned. We should plan transport and easy access to key locations before planning or approving any new development. This should make specific aspirational reference in the strategy to a 15-minute city and to 5-minute neighbourhoods, these being a reference to the time travel by either foot or cycle to key services. We need intensification, which has many positives, and we need options for smaller houses and properties. We need to plan for a longer period, 100 years, not 30, and for any key development, should plan for at least 1.5 meters of sea level rise. We can't always know the timing with certainty. Both Arctic and Antarctic ice is melting far faster this year than anyone predicted or believed possible. But the general direction is crystal clear. We need to recognize that whatever is done needs to be forever. Limited finance and energy and carbon constraints won't give us a second chance. We need infrastructure that will last well into the next century. And finally, all of us, councillors, planners, decision makers, mayor and deputy mayor, need to hang up a picture of the youngest person we have close ties with. Think of what they will need and what they might regret. Be guided by them. Thank you.
Kia ora, Bruce, thank you very much for your written and oral submission. I'll just see if there are any questions from the panel for you. Any questions? No, it's a very clear submission. Bruce, you've covered everything extremely well. And that's the reason there aren't any questions today, but you've done a thoroughly good job presenting that material. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your contribution. Thank you. The next submission is from Karsten Bushkula. Karsten is presenting on behalf of Tasman Bay Estates. Kia ora, Karsten. It's Mayor Rachel Reese here. Welcome to our hearing. Welcome to the hearing. We've received your submission, but I do note that we may have in our folder received the incorrect submission, and we've had another one tabled this morning. So all of the panel members have had an opportunity to see that. Just letting you know that we do have that in front of us. Kia ora, so welcome. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, the panel, for being able to speak today. And yes, there was an amendment to our statement. It's good that it is now in front of you. I'd like to take the opportunity to address a few things, especially after obviously reading and hearing about the public reception of the FDS. And especially, I mean, the written submission says a lot about what we want to do, but I want to address the process and the reactions. I mean, I'm living locally in the community, right in Brooksview Heights, in the middle of it. And I totally deeply understand what has happened here and the concerns of the community. And reading the FDS, it sounds like as if we in Tasman want to build a new city, which, like 3,000 houses, obviously is a shocking number for the local community. And I have addressed that concern with the TDC team right after the FDS was published. But I think the problem was and is with the FDS that many members of the community are taking the FDS as a document as if it's already in the detailed planning, what is outlined as a potential future development site or sites. And I think it should have been much clearer that it's a very high level approach, and it's not even reflecting the details of a planning of a developer, which are probably happening. So I think that should have been identified much better so that people understood that it's a very high level look at future potential sites. And also splitting up the FDS in a part 1 and 2 looked like, and it was mentioned that Tasman is not really needed for future growth to fulfill the growth targets, which I think also here it would have been helpful to understand that the councils obviously have a very high level approach here, and it's not given that the sites which are mentioned are actually going to be developed, because obviously landowners have plans or don't have plans. This is a very long-term vision plan and not reflecting the current planning of any landowners, which potentially it's written somewhere, but I'm with the concerns of the community totally understand that it's an irritating process. And I very much appreciate that the concerns are there, and you can read that in many of the submissions that the community is worried why we, in this case I as a landowner, would end up with this statement in an FDS consultation rather than even having talked to the local community associations, in our case the Tasman Regional Association, and totally understand that. And yeah, there's a high level of frustration also from our end in the process here, but I mean the FDS is a timed process which was on the timeline. We were asked if we wanted to have our development site involved in the future development strategy, which we agreed to, and I'm still happy with. But I think the process we are in has to be understood as the start of a vision. We have presented, or we thought we do the right thing by presenting first to council staff to show our ideas, which we've done about 18 months ago now. Then we got the opportunity to show our vision model of a village to the full council, which we've done about, I think, 8-9 months ago now. And the next step was to consult with Mana Whenua and the iwi groups about the vision and the plans, which we are in the middle of. And that we understood was the right process to then next have public consultation with the Tasman community, which is what we are going to do actually in a few weeks' time. We have had prepared everything for that by the end of last year, but pulled back because we wanted to take more time for iwi consultations, which we are in the middle of. So again, totally understand all the very worried feedback, and all I can say is I'm living locally there. I want to stay there, and I don't want to be the enemy of the community. And I want to consult with the community, which will happen shortly, to actually show the vision of a very modern, very environmentally friendly and very community focused village model. And I'm very much looking forward to a much deeper and meaningful conversation at that point when we present what we really want to do. And the scale in our case is much smaller, as you can see in the written statement, than the very high number which was mentioned. And I think it's totally understandable that the council has mentioned this big number, because it is purely an if and when the whole area would be fully serviced from Motueka, then potentially there could be 3,000 dwellings. So that is the wording, and that is understandable. But many submitters have said that, and it's absolutely true. We don't even have the services for that, and to build those services is a very long-term process, true, but the FDS is very long-term too. So this plan of ours might be a start of a core village center for the existing community to add local services and add a core village to the local community by potentially building 150 to 500 dwellings, which we might be able to service from the Mapua side of things with a water pipe, which is discussed with council so far. And the village has a lot of very interesting things to it. There will be market gardens, there will be various housing typologies which haven't been done by developments in the region yet. And there were quite a few mentions about we should invest in and provide more smaller dwellings and tiny houses and all of that. Totally agreed. We need modern, new ways of living. Not everyone can afford a 200 square meter plus house. Not everyone can afford 2 cars. And also understand the worries of the climate change groups, which we just heard before. Yes, there are many things to address, but I mean, local villages in many other countries of the world, the historic way, always have worked really, really well and have reduced traffic movements by offering the core services right on site. So at the moment, our community in Tasman, for example, has to drive for everything they do on a daily basis. They have to drive with their car either to Motueka or to Mapua. And those traffic movements can be reduced by actually offering the core services in the Tasman community, and be very careful how we design that, of course. Yeah, I think the time is over. I can go on, but I think the community will get a really good picture of what the vision really is, and I'm very much looking forward to involve everyone in creating something everybody likes. And if not, we're not creating it. I'm not here to purely for a profit of the next cookie cutter subdevelopment. That's not going to happen in Tasman.
Thank you, Carsten, very much for your amplifying the submission today with an oral submission. I'll see if there are any questions from the panel. I do have a question from Councillor Rika.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Carsten. Just what time frame are you looking at for your development, or the first stages of your development?
Yeah, because we think that a plan change is the appropriate approach for this development. We plan for that at least 2 years, 2.5, maybe 3 years before we get through that. And after that, we might then enter in a resource consent process, which is another year. So I don't expect the first houses to be built there before 5 years from now. And then we want to pick an approach where we might start in a certain area of the property with a lower density to be able to afford the bigger infrastructure projects. And that those sites will potentially be quite large sites, potentially even on-site serviced, to be able to generate this community step by step, very carefully over a long period of time.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Any other questions? Ina, thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. So, Carsten, I was actually interested in terms of what you were talking about regarding the iwi and mana whenua consultation. And so how's that relationship in regards to your particular kaupapa and the potential of papakainga? Are those the synergies of discussions?
Yeah, so the process, we have started the process in about 6, maybe in 8 months ago, and I had the opportunity to present to mana whenua about 3 months ago, and since then, unfortunately, we have had 2 meetings cancelled at short notice, which from the mana whenua side. And we're working through that. And as you know, especially Te Atiawa at the moment is going through a leadership change, which presents a new level of challenge. So we are in the middle of it, and that is a little bit early to go into too much details, because I don't really have a proper written feedback yet, but we're in good faith that we work together and have very similar targets, I think, in building a real community.
I understand. Look, thank you very much. Interested to see and hear of your kōrero, and looking forward to the long-term outcome, because I can certainly see benefits. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thanks.
Thank you. A question from Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Through you. Thanks, Carsten. I just reading through your the most recent submission to come in. There's a real flavour about, you're talking about, rural living opportunities, people able to live within the development, meet many of their local needs without relying on motor vehicle on-site services and facilities and so forth. It strikes me it's more about a residential. Is there any consideration given about the need for a commercial or office or some kind of employment opportunities in that particular vicinity, if you're talking about people living and working in that vicinity? Because it strikes me that it has a strong residential flavour to what you're proposing.
No, absolutely. I think when we presented to the Tasman Council, we went through those details quite intensively, and a core part of this obviously is a commercial centre. There will be a marketplace, so to speak, more of an historic approach of building a market center in the middle of a town, which will have a classic town hall, which will have co-working spaces as opportunities, meeting points, cafes, local doctors and services, and also food supply, supermarket kind of structure, to be able to allow the community to have most of the services on site and avoid further car traffic, and especially also to stop the current about 2,000 people in the region to have to go either to Motueka or Mapua by offering these core services in that new village center.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Carson. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions. Everyone's finished with questions. Thank you very much for presenting, and I recognise that you're probably up at a very early hour at the moment, but we really appreciate the fact that you have joined us and provided some further information and clarification on aspects of the proposal. So thank you. Kia ora.
Thanks, Ray.
Now, the next submitter is Mr. Ian McComb, and Ian is here, I think. Kia ora, Ian. Welcome to our hearing. Thank you for your submission, and you're going to speak to the submission from Small Time Development Limited.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just as way of background, I'm civil environmental engineer. I've worked with in councils for a decade as a development engineer and infrastructure planner, and was involved in rewriting the current version of the land development manual for the 2 districts. But for the last 5 years, I've been working as a developer focusing on affordable, smaller housing, hence small time. And so the general thrust of my submission is that I support the initiatives towards infill and intensification. I do note in the document that there wasn't a lot of confidence that that was going to happen quickly. And so the main thrust of my submission is that there needs to be a comprehensive thought process around how to actually facilitate that from the council's point of view. And to start with, I don't think sort of financial incentives are the way to go. It's not the council fee component of the development process is not the expensive bit. It's delay and interest costs and going back and forwards costs, which are what really hamper development as far as I'm concerned. And therefore, in order to have more infill intensification, developers need speed and certainty in the process, both to encourage them to start, then to also make it viable. And if they can clearly see it's going to be viable, there'll be a lot more infill happening. And there's a few key parts that council can play in that process. One of them is in the whole building consent team. It's just simply having the capacity to process things quickly. And obviously there's all staffing issues and COVID and staff turnover and 100 reasons why that's difficult. But it's basically, I would suggest the councils need to start now to gear up those teams to be able to handle more infill. And then from the planning side, the RMA side, the engineering side, it's as much as possible having the answers known and facilitating from the council point of view the developments to happen, to the point of even having an internal facilitator. And a few of the councils I worked at did have those staff positions, and I'm not saying that should be a cost on council. There is councils that have had systems. Excuse me, I didn't turn off my phone.
That's all right. That's all right, Ian. It happens to all of us.
And so the developers pay for those positions either directly through staff costs, recharging a developer's PIM for a site that would pay for all the extra information that council supplies, so that it's cost neutral for council to provide information. And the kind of information I'm talking about is things like traffic studies. If the new MPS says that parking is not required on site, if council then says, but if you're not having parking on site, you have to do a traffic study of the local area to see the impact, then that could be worse than providing parking. And another example would be urban design reviews. Does not having urban design reviews as a barrier to actually having smooth development. Secondary flow path mapping. When I was in Tasman Council for the inner Richmond area, we mapped the secondary flow paths. We told people where they were. We told the developers that they'd have to allow the water through and make sure that it could be done, but it wasn't stopping the development, but certainly had to recognise that flow path was going through. If councils do all these studies, geotech assessment is another one, doing as much as possible of the work, so every site doesn't have to do its own traffic study, geotech study, stormwater secondary flow path study. And then council does the work up front, much more cost effective, but reclaims all of those costs from the developers via a self-selected sign-on process where developers agree to pay more to get more information and to have the process sped up, because that's the real killer, is the delays. The interest costs, the holding costs on developments can vastly outweigh the total council fees and charges. So I don't think incentivising from council's point of view in terms of lowering fees, the developer contributions policy also already includes discounts for smaller dwellings, which I support. I don't think there's a lot more in terms of financial incentive that councils should do. It's more around that processing and speed. Another key one directly into the RMA processing is that when there's a set of rules that you can't comply with, you'll trip from controlled to restricted discretionary to discretionary. And it's so easy to be pushed up those things. Once a development gets to discretionary, from a developer's point of view, that's basically disaster zone, because there's just no certainty in that process at all. The processing staff can look at any issue, and they do. And I think it needs to be much more limited in how quickly a development, if it's not complying with some small issue, could get pushed up that RMA process, and obviously with the RMA changing and all those other uncertainties. So I think that's in the overall picture from council's point of view of actually facilitating infill, and so that the aims of the future development strategy can be met in terms of the percentage of infill that's happening. All these issues need to be wrapped into the whole council response. It's not going to be as simple as rewriting the clauses in the district plan to say infill housing can happen. If all these other issues aren't dealt with as well, in 5 years, 10 years, we'll look back and see that not much has happened. And I would like to do one final plug for collective housing, Papakayanga, and co-housing. As much as possible, have the rules facilitate collective forms of housing where people can share facilities, have smaller personal dwellings, reduce the cost of dwellings and community facilities. And yeah, basically there's a lot of aspects of co-housing which I could talk to for a lot. So that's sort of the nutshell of what I would suggest. I've previously written to the councils about my concerns about infill housing and infrastructure, and the need to, make new developments minimise their impact on infrastructure, because I've seen diverse infill put a lot of stress on Hamilton City's infrastructure when I was working there, and it makes it hard to plan the upgrades when you don't know where the infill is happening across the city. And so putting more pressure on the developers to minimise their impact is certainly a key part of the sustainable approach, I believe. That will do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. That's a good, diverse submission with lots of good suggestions. I do have questions for you, so I'm going to go first to Councillor Edgar and then to Councillor McGurk, and then Councillor Ogilvie. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Kia ora, Ian. Just a couple of questions. So I don't necessarily disagree with, all the elements where you felt councils could, enhance, improve, sort of enable delivery. Just how does some of them,
the transport studies, the secondary flow paths, how do they specifically support infill or affordability or smaller homes as opposed to just supporting delivery of homes?
It's basically, as much as possible, facilitating infill and not having it such that it's just uncertain for the processing staff and therefore the developers. If it's more development is going to happen, and whether it's small houses in backyards or whether it's 3 to 6 story blocks of flats, if parking is not going to be provided, for example, that it's going to be undesirable in some cases about the impacts on the street network. As much as possible, I'm suggesting that council needs to come to grips with that early and decide what it's going to do, whether it's going to improve bike lanes, push for more bus lanes, whatever. And so it's not left for individual developers to do a traffic study, argue the case, as much as possible, council being on the front foot to realise that the growth, the infill is going to cause problems, and have that recognised and a solution planned out.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Rieger? Okay, I think I'll go on to Councillor McGurk, Councillor and then Councillor Ogilvie.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Through you. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, very, very wide-ranging. I'm just interested in a comment that you made in your written submission about problems with runoff and flooding and new developments in Stoke during heavy rain periods, and then with the comment you made about the secondary flow paths already known and mapped in the TDC area. I'm just trying to sort of reconcile those two statements. So in one part of the region, we've got flow paths, and I think in Nelson, we know where the secondary flow paths are in Stoke as well. What's the problem they're talking about? Is it the development that's causing the runoff, or is it something else?
Well, all developments will cause runoff because of the nature of our hard surfaces, whether it be roofing or most paving forms. So that's just a natural thing. The short answer is we address that by requiring detention. So the peak flow is not increased in theory. In practice, of course, there's lots of things that go wrong with that. But it's also secondary flow paths at the moment. If a developer's doing something, you've got the new flood mapping that's been done across the area, but it doesn't address, as far as I'm aware, all the other flow paths that might come through a development, and therefore each developer has to assess and deal with those other flow paths on a case-by-case basis. And I believe Nelson has the secondary flow path mapping. I'm suggesting that is provided to developers as part of their developer PIM or some other way where cost is recouped back to council, so that other study and how to address that is not a case-by-case thing that each development has to deal with. And it's basically just facilitating the whole process, because it's that individual studies that really tie projects down, and then the staff not being ready to know how to respond to the proposed solutions is big delays. And it's much more cost effective for council to do it. In the short answer to runoff we've got is detentions. Until we get serious about things like green roofs and really neutralising the effect of new developments on stormwater runoff, we're having to deal with peak runoff. And then there's related issues when you get into heavy metals coming off roads and paving surfaces. You've got the temperature of water coming off those areas as well. So there's all sorts of related issues that come from urban development.
Thank you, Ian. I think I'll move on. We're getting to a level of detail that's interesting, but probably not quite where we need to be for today. Councillor Ogilvie with a final question.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And Ian, can you comment briefly of your Hamilton experience? Because I thought Hamilton was working very closely and very hard towards infill development to protect their productive farmland. But you seem to be arguing the opposite there.
I haven't lived there or worked there for quite a while now. When I was there prior to 2013, the council was very pro-development. And so we were allowing infill everywhere across town, and it was definitely taxing the infrastructure. The three waters basically was the main issues. Hamilton does have the benefit of being mainly sandy, and so a lot of the stormwater just did literally soak away. But it was just slowly killing the city in the infill sense from just the random development that was happening everywhere. And there wasn't a system at that stage, there may be now, of recouping those costs in a more intelligent way than a simple developer contributions type framework. And that's where I came up with this idea of actually forcing the developer to do more on the site, such that the net impact of the new development was less. And that was where, I mean, typically it was knock down a house, put up 4 units was the typical Hamilton development at this stage. I'm now looking much more at leave the existing house where it is, put on extra units, small units on the site, but force the existing house to be upgraded. And I've had arguments with people about you can't do that under the RMA, but because it conflicts with the building code, and I believe legally you can, because you're doing it for an RMA purpose. So you can require upgrades to existing house for the RMA purpose of protecting infrastructure and the environment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ian, thank you very much for coming in to speak to your submission and for the information you provided through questions as well. We really appreciate that. Kia ora, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
We are now going to take a break, afternoon tea break, and our next submitter will be at 2:50, and that is the Rain Oakland Estates submission, and Jane Hilson is intending to present that submission. So we'll just take a break and we'll be back again at 2:50. Kia ora, take an adjournment. We're just waiting for the Kira, we're just waiting for the panel members that have wandered off to come back to the table, and we'll get underway. So sorry to keep you waiting. We won't be too long. Jane, I can see you are there, I think, under the title Hawa Industry.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's quite okay. We won't be too much longer. They can't be too far away.
Thanks, Rachel.
Okay. Kia ora tātou. We'll resume our hearing for the Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy. We've just got a little bit of feedback. Hopefully that's going to disappear in a moment. I think that's all good. We've sorted that at our end. So we're going to welcome Jane Hilson, who is here to present the submission on behalf of Rain Oakland Estates. And Jane, I can't quite see who it is with you.
Yeah, so with me is Jeremy Cooper.
Jeremy, sorry, I didn't recognise you till you got up a bit closer. Kia ora, it's me, Rachel, here.
So Julian Rain will be known to a number of you. Julian would be here today, but he is dealing with a fatality of a subcontractor on one of the family farms. So he's dealing with WorkSafe. So.
Jane, I'm very sorry to hear that. Please pass on our condolences and concerns. That'll be a devastating day for the family and for all concerned.
But Jeremy's been involved in preparing a presentation that's actually will be familiar to some of the council staff, because Julian and his son Tom and Jeremy presented it to start for a few weeks ago. Too late to get involved, obviously, in some sort of direct assessment for the benefit of the future development strategy, but they were encouraged by their conversation with council and some of the initial meetings to submit. And I suppose the business park side of it, which Jeremy will lead you through a presentation for soon, is a key component to where the family want to see the area grow. So the families, or the farm submission is, or the areas of interest in terms of the draft FDS are 911, which is the Sexton area, and sorry, N11, and N112, which is Oakland West. Now they, Orphanage West. So the front of farm is known in your study as Sexton. To the family, it's the Oakland Flats. And in 112, the Orphanage West is what they refer to as the Becker Farm. So may use those terms and hopefully you can understand which areas we're talking about. Now, obviously from the submitter's point of view, clearly promoting intensification and for council should be obviously a key driver under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, but it does need to be supported by greenfield development in appropriate locations. Intensification is not going to solve all your problems, and you do need to meet variability in the regional communities' demand for areas as well. These growth areas on Rain Oaklands are stated by strategically located to be part of the existing urban area of Nelson, with access to urban infrastructure and roading, and that's a fundamental reason why there's a belief they should stay in there. Sexton, or Oaklands Flats, is the area that's been on council's radar for some time, and I suppose it's only recently that the family have expressed an interest in actually being part of proposal to see that forward as a growth option. Orphanage West, or the Becker Farm, is an area that the owners have first investigated and promoted to the council's planning staff back in 2018. So in the sense, these are not new areas which have been identified as potential growth areas. I don't think with a limited time to speak, it's necessarily going to justification from a planning point of view as to why each of these areas are appropriate for inclusion. Both are highly rated in terms of your multi-criteria analysis scoring in Appendix 4, although I do question why the level of demand for Sexton is noted as very low, given that the fast pace of growth and development of land on the western boundary of this area, both by Somerset and more recently Wahanga. It seems that it is an area of high demand. And as far as there's an interest in perhaps identifying part of that for a business park, I was involved in Cawthron seeking land for business development within the Nelson city boundaries, and there just isn't sufficient land available for greenfield development of this nature. The business park over part of the site, and including Oakland's milk bottling plant is central to that area, would meet at least some of that demand and contribute to employment and services for the local residential communities of Stoke and Richmond East, which it borders. Both Oaklands and the Becker Farm have additional land in the submission that we've shown, and I appreciate that this process may be limited in your ability to include large areas of additional land as a result of the submissions, but I would note that those areas that we've identified for the Sexton Oaklands or N11, those additional areas are confined and will not fundamentally change the character of the area that you've identified or its anticipated growth outcomes. The additional opportunity at the Becker Farm, which sort of goes into a series of spurs, would have to be accessed and serviced through the same opportunities as Orphanage West in 112, and that land directly adjoins Solitaire's development, and any infrastructure capacity would need to come through there and plan for growth potentially beyond just the area identified. So I do appreciate that your scope may be limited to look too far into that area. So I'll just go to Jeremy. He's going to talk about the family interest in the property and the business park concept, because that is a key component of the submission.
Kia ora, everybody. Hopefully everyone can see that.
Yes, that's come up fine, Jeremy.
Okay, I'll whiz through this because I know time's precious. So just as an orientation, so this is what we're talking about. Shrink that down so you don't see everything. So orientation, so these are the southernmost suburbs in Stoke, and these are the northernmost suburbs in Richmond. This is Saxton's Field. So this is the area we're talking about here, which sits right in behind Saxton's Field on these flats. There's also the back of the hill, but I'm focusing on these flats. So you can see on the map on the left, we're very central in the whole scheme of things that's happening at our way. And just the exit and entry points, these are dead-end roads that can now be linked through what it is we're proposing to subdivide. So some history, it's really important. So the Oaklands has been in the Saxton's reign family since 1842. The farmhouse was prefabricated in England and was brought out as cargo on the first boats into Nelson, the Fiveshire, and it became the New Zealand Company barracks where immigrants spent their first few nights after landing in Nelson. The Saxtons purchased this building when the New Zealand Company deceased and disassembled it because it was assembled in England, and so they could do that, and barged it out to the Waimea Inlet and reassembled it in the present location. It was established as a farm homestead and has been lived in continuously by the Saxton and Rain family since 1844. This is considered the oldest house in New Zealand to be continually lived in by the same family. Likewise, Oaklands Farm is the oldest in New Zealand, which has been in continuous ownership and production by the same family. It was one of the first town supply dairy farms in New Zealand. It's still milking cows today. Previously, the farm has grown grain crops, had hop and gardens and kilns and apple orchards. The present generation is the 8th to farm Oaklands. It's little wonder that the historical value is incredibly important to the family, but reluctantly, they've come to the conclusion that the development of the flats is inevitable as the costs and restrictions to farming have become increasingly unsurmountable. So just some pictures speak 1,000 words. So this is the homestead we're talking about that's sitting up behind Saxton's Field. I mean, nobody knows about it because we keep it all quiet. It's a beautiful old homestead. This is a drawing done in 1846 by J.W. Saxton, and you can see the old homestead sitting in here. It was very bare land back in those days. This is what it looks like today. A lot of these trees that are in here are 180-year-old oak trees. They're all heritage stamped. There's a lot of history about why we didn't want to subdivide here. This is looking through some of these old oak trees. This is the old Waimea Road. This is the old Nelson to Richmond original road sitting in amongst these 180-year oak trees. So this is highly protected. Well, sorry, we're wanting to protect this at all costs. It's not what we want to see subdivided. However, because of history, we've always said no to any development, but now we have little choice. We've had to significantly reduce our dam capacity, so we no longer have a source of irrigation water, which makes the use of the flat land for dairying or horticulture impossible. So as of 4 months ago, we no longer had any irrigation, so the coming summer will be the end of us milking cows there. We have no other option other than to develop the land, but what we want to do is to use this development to fund the perpetual protection of key historical elements to ensure the remaining 300 hectares of our farmland is enhanced with more plantings, which leaves us with an enduring intergenerational asset. We're extremely proud of the history and the heritage and don't want to see it lost to the family and become an incumbents on Nelson City Council like Melrose House, Oswald Park and Broad Green has. In this presentation, the message we want to get across is how we plan to do this. So this is, Jane mentioned before about, this has been on Nelson City's radar for a while. This is a concept plan, I think was done about 3 years ago. And so just as an orientation, this is Claremont Heights, Saxton's Road here, Suffolk Road here, Saxton's Field, New Somerset in here, and the new Wakatu subdivision. So basically the concept plan had the whole of our flats, including the heritage areas, put in roading in, I think, 800 sections or something. So here's the area that does the house and the old oak trees that to us is absolutely, we don't want to touch it. That is protected at all costs. Over here is flatland residential that we're quite happy to go through a process to sell. We're in discussions with Wakatu and the likes at the moment about how that might be progressed. There's also low-lying hill country here, which is we're more than happy to see go into residential because, of course, we won't be milking cows or anything. And then we've got this area in here which we want to retain ownership of and use that to fund the protection of what it is we're super protecting. trying to protect, and also the remainder 300 hectares of the farm. So that's just a really quick little schematic of how it is. We've got no intention of ever selling the land marked protected in the business park. So the selling of the land marked flat land residential and lowland hill country will fund the development of the high-end business park that Nelson currently doesn't have. Research we've carried out shows the attributes our land has is ideally suited for big business park use. Just looking through these, so location, people might consider that the land we're talking is isolated, but that is far from the truth. Here's just a picture. So this is what we're talking about right in the middle here. And here's all of the other light commercial areas within a sort of a 5K radius. So the piece of land we're talking is very, very central to all of the commercial activity that's happening anyway. It's less travel. There are more people living within a 10K radius of this business park we're talking than anywhere else on the top of the South Island. There are great access points that allow people to go into and out of this park without having to contend with the current roading bottlenecks. It's a 10-minute trip to Nelson Airport, Lower Queen Street Transport Hub, and the Nelson and Richmond CBDs. Maximising the environment, we have 180-year-old historical oak trees that we want to protect and build into the character and ambience of the site. It has streams and wetlands, and these are all already being fenced a long time ago because of our dairy cows. And we're going to enhance these with plantings and pathways and cycleways. A biodiversity corridor will be enhanced from the coastline to the foothills, and walkways and coastal tracks will be a feature. I mean, that mostly exists already. Employment opportunities, we will construct high quality, environmentally friendly buildings and make use of Nelson's high sunshine hours. And the buildings will be situated to ensure there's plenty of open spaces, treed areas and parking. The 65-hectare Saxton's Field Sports Complex borders the business park and will provide excellent exercise and recreational options for staff to make use of in their free time. Reducing the environmental impacts are important. On the remaining 300 hectares of the farm, we have gum and pine plantations, and some of those are ready to harvest. We have 2 rock quarries that we can utilise these assets in the construction and building of roads, of buildings and roads, etc. There's also scope to install solar panels on the remaining farmland and feed power into the business park, should leases want to invest that. We're already doing that with our milk plant. We're totally powered up by solar panels now. Building a water reticulation scheme whereby wastewater from the business park is pumped into the treed areas on the farm would be an extension of what we're already doing. So in final, we want to make the Oaklands Business Park a desirable place to work where appreciation of the surrounding environment and workplace wellbeing is paramount. We are in discussions with several significant national entities which are enthusiastic about our concept and are keen to become involved. So that's from me. Thank you very much. The further discussions and questions.
Joan and Jeremy, thank you very much. It's very concise but effective presentation, so thank you. Yes, there are questions, so I'll go to Councillor Eger.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. Look, thank you for that presentation and for the submission. Just a quick question of clarification. So the housing to the south of the proposed business park, what sort of housing were you envisaging for that area, and what sort of sensitivities would you need to manage based on the proposed business park usage?
So I don't think at this stage. I mean, if you look at what's happened on the Richmond boundary, there's a range of housing types already there, from the retirement village through to sort of the stock standard stuff that has come out of Waikane's development or Patu's development. So I don't think at this stage there's any set idea of what form it could take, a multitude of different densities or different housing options that's big enough to sustain that and this variability in the landform. I think it's also useful to have an appreciation, and obviously you don't get the benefit of a site visit, but there is a ridge that offers some degree of separation between the residential area and the business park. And I think that the final thing with that is that the business park, we're not talking about an industrial park. It's more, I think the idea is more along the lines of what we're seeing in Lower Queen Street, where it's a degree of, it's a type of development that's sensitive to the fact and services the residential community around there. So it doesn't, it is about controlling the types of activities that go in there. And I suppose the fact that the Rain family would look to retain an interest and that they have the ability to make sure that the tenancies are suitable not just for the new residential neighbours, but actually their interest in retaining the homestead and living there as well.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. So, and it may be too early in the planning, is, just wondering if you'd be looking at, different housing typologies, affordability, and other elements of that rather than necessarily larger standalones.
Yeah, I would say it's probably is too early to, but certainly not opposed to looking at those options. Yeah, I suppose I appreciate that the draft FDS is a long-term document. It's obviously at a strategic level, and there have been discussions about dealing with this as a private plan change request, particularly now that the Nelson plan is on hold. So some of those issues will have to certainly be explored more closely through that process. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jane and Jeremy on the panel? No, I think it's a very clear presentation from you both. Thank you very much for coming in to present today. And again, I'm just, it's absolutely devastating news, Jane. So please do. I'll try and make contact with Julian later today by text. Thank you. Coming in.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Our next submission is Kainga Ora Homes and Communities, and Jennifer Rose is going to present that submission. Now, Jennifer may not be with us yet. Let's have a little look. Who's on our screen? No, I can't see. We're a little bit early. Patrick Conway, is Patrick with us yet? We're 10 minutes early, all right. So, and I can't see Paul Davey or Lucy either. So let's go back to just gathering up any items for the officers from the last few submissions. Is there anything that anyone has that you want in terms of some further work or information as we move through? Councillor Ika.
Yeah, just following up on the comment that Jane made about Saxton growth demand being identified as low. Just clarification on that. Yeah, that'll do for now, I think.
Anybody else? Anything else?
Can I just follow on from that? Because
yes,
the question that Janine just asked raises in my mind the question of the number of housing we are identifying for the next 30 years will be determined by the number of houses and dwellings in the area like Oaklands. So do we not have to specify the number of dwellings in each of these areas to match our forward thinking in 2052?
Well, I'll go to the offices just to.
But something applies to cluster housing and the likes as well, of course.
So Barry or Jackie, one or the other. It's just in terms of.
Through you, Mary. So we do that to an extent. So the FDS, if we don't have a proposal by a developer that specifies a number of units, then we make assumptions on the density, the size of the site, and how many houses that might yield. But if we have better information from the developer, we use that instead. So we have got a yield attached to each site in the FDS, if that's what you're meaning.
Yes, it is. But I'm thinking, say, even the comments that say Ian McComb made about trying to have massive infills rather than greenfield development, and how does that affect the figures and the statistics you've got in the FDS? Because it's hard to judge, isn't it? Basically, that's what I'm saying. But we have got a judgment there, which we have to sort of more or less meet to a degree.
Yeah. So through the mayor, yeah. So we know what our demand figures look like in terms of a medium growth scenario and a high growth scenario, and then we're trying to make sure we can meet that high growth scenario. And for intensification, we have made various assumptions about uptake, number of lots that are actually available in a brownfield area, and how many houses that might yield. That's what there's been some discussion about, obviously the uptake rate that we've assumed. So we're doing a bit more work on that.
Okay, thank you. So just in terms of that matter that was raised in this last submission, just in terms of the categorisation of Saxton as low demand, I mean, that does surprise me as well. So how much of that are we doing in terms of that, and I realise that we're doing at scale, but as we go down to suburbs, Are we doing anything sort of in terms of sense checking that with our real estate sector, as to say, as in terms of where, you know, where there will be known demand in different areas? Have we done that as part of the process?
We haven't. No, we haven't gone down to that level of detail. No.
All right. Well, we'll have some consideration just around how we do some reconciliation around that as we get through the process. Look, the other things I just wanted to raise were just in terms of Ian McComb's submission. I am quite interested in the whole of system approach that we're taking with future developments, and this is the issue of actually, can we deliver? And what other things do we need to have in place? So if you obviously just have a think about and talk about how both councils are looking at the all of system delivery, whether the matters workforce development, as Ian highlighted, actually if we're planning on delivering more homes, have we got the people to actually do the building consents, etc. And those issues, just if we get some commentary around the ability for councils to do that upfront work around, you know, the flood modelling, all those other matters, and also some sort of reconciliation around the type of timeframes that are involved in producing that work, and therefore how that impacts the potential scenarios that we're running in terms of delivering yield on housing, so that we're actually ready to go. Because we do need to get this beyond theoretical to actually being able to get something, you know, to actually, you know, achieve some of the targets we're putting in here with their targets. All right, anything else from the team? Nope. We're good. Okay. Let's have a look at that. The magic screen. What have we got there? Gosh, David, yeah, you've been with us all day. It's very good of you. So have a few of the rest of you. That's lovely. Now, just have a look. Who have we got coming in? Oh, Lucy, are you there? Oh, fantastic. Lucy Charlesworth, would you be happy to present, Lucy? I can see you in the list, but I can't see you in my... Oh, she must be on the next screen, perhaps. Oh, she's just connecting now. So we'll just get Lucy connected through, and then we might be able to hear from Lucy. Oh, Patrick's there too. Oh, good. All right. Well, Lucy's.
Hello.
Lucy's. Hello, Patrick. Kia ora, Patrick. It's me, Rachel Reese. We're just a little bit ahead of time. So if you were happy to present now, Patrick, we would be very happy to hear you.
Well, thank you. Thank
wonderful. You. So kia ora, welcome.
Thank you very much. Kia ora. Full disclosure, I'm talking to you from the west coast of the United States, but I was in Nelson within the last week. We left, unfortunately. We didn't want to, but we had to come back. So I am a resident on Grenville Terrace. I have a long connection with Nelson going back to when I was 15 years old, and believe me, I'm way older than just about any of you. So I taught at Massey University, and my wife Elizabeth also taught at Massey. We always wanted to live in Nelson, and we raised our children in Palmerston North, but we finally were able to find our way back. We've been on Grenville Terrace for 22 years and would never want to move. So we have some skin in the game with regard to the future development strategy. I didn't expect I would be asked to, or be given the opportunity to comment even this soon in the game. So I put together a few notes. I hope you all have the submission.
We do, Patrick. Yes,
okay.
We have your submission.
Well, and so I want to use the time I have and the time of the council well. So would you like me just to spend about 5 minutes going over some of those points? Do you have questions?
We've read the submission, Patrick, but if there's anything sort of key points that you want to highlight, or if there's any other information that you just want us to take into account that you've thought about subsequent to putting in your submission, then please, now's your opportunity to do that. And there may be some questions for you from the panel. There may not be, which will be a reflection of the fact you've made a very well put together submission and you've given us all the information that we need. So it's really up to you.
I actually should show you my face. I didn't realize you couldn't see me. Okay, there I am.
It's all right, Patrick. I thought it could have been the middle of the night where you are, but I'm not quite sure that it is. It's probably earlier in the morning, is it?
Yeah, it's about almost 9 o'clock at night.
Oh,
so,
right, okay.
But I'm still awake. Anyway, I guess what I wanted to say was just that fundamentally there were two issues of concern to me, and the first one has to do with the fact that the FDS designates the Tahunanui slump area for infill residential development. And I was very concerned, and I know a number of our neighbors were also concerned to find that this was the case. Because, you know, there's a well-documented history of land instability that I'm sure the council is aware of, and in fact has put into place regulations limiting development of that area. My firsthand experience with that instability came in 2011 when we had that huge rain event. There were slips on both sides of our property, and Day's track came tumbling down, and it took some 8 years to rebuild that. So I'm concerned about that designation. And the other thing that was concerning to me more recently is that there were two sections adjacent to ours where apparently unconsented changes to the land were made. 40 of the cliffs was completely cleared of vegetation. And I understand that that was only approved after the fact. And then the other issue was 16 Grenville, a drive was put in on right next to Day's track. And the sign next to Day's track says, if there's any heavy rain event, you shouldn't be on this land. So I'm just wondering how it's possible a drive, you know, would fare there. So I guess my concern is, would the rules really have traction if that was being allowed now, if somehow that passed the council's review or passed their notice until after the fact? I don't know how that land could possibly be suitable for infill development the way it is now. If there was anything, I guess I would hope for is that land instability would be mitigated in some way, that there'd be some effort to make it more stable, either through geotechnical projects or through increasing the drainage infrastructure up there, which I continue to get water on our property that seems to come either from springs or from uphill. The event on, I guess, that happened in 2011 was supposed to be a 1 in 100 year event, but I think with climate change, we could expect that to happen more frequently, and more intense events are likely to occur. So I just wanted to draw attention, as someone who has a foot in the ground, so to speak, on the slump, that you know, there are some real concerns of safety for us. The second concern that I put in my submission has to do with the future of Rocks Road. Now as a major, you know, and has been for many decades, the main artery for shipping to the port for commercial traffic. And with the increased population that we're anticipating in the next 30 years, the shipping traffic will increase, but also the residential traffic. I think we're looking at a very difficult period where we're going to see a lot of gridlock. And even when it isn't gridlocked, I can tell you trying to get across that road feels like I'm putting my life at risk. So I would argue that any infrastructure change on Rocks Road be designed to reduce traffic, especially commercial traffic, and perhaps promote the use of an inland route, which I know has been considered before. The inland route, I think, I would just say as a naive citizen, not an expert in geotechnical matters or in road engineering, that there are two things. One would be practical concerns. The land above Rocks Road is steep and unstable, and it leaves it exposed, Rocks Road, to landslips, which can sometimes, as in the last instance, I took several days to clear. But the rocks, the land uphill is only one aspect of the exposure. The other part is that the sea is also going to be rising with global heating. And we can expect that there will be much more incursion of the sea onto Rocks Road, and the maintenance of that area is going to become increasingly expensive. It also is a high risk to any traffic during these tidal events that might bring sea level above road level. So I don't think it, personally, as a ratepayer, I wouldn't think it to be good investment to try to maintain that as a arterial for port traffic, which is of course vital. I think it would be better serve. It would better serve the community if the plan considered reducing the traffic on Rocks Road, because there is, I mean, it's a world-class stretch of land there. It is one of the few places where Nelsonians can actually get to a beach without having to go out, you know, travel a distance. So there's architecture, there are cafes. This could be a place that would be much more friendly to pedestrians, to bike traffic, rather than to shipping traffic. And since there are alternatives to using Rocks Road, I would really encourage the plan to look seriously at an inland route. So as you know, as a humble dweller of the slump, I would just want to be sure that we and our neighbors and others on the hill are standing on solid ground.
Patrick, thank you. It's a very clear submission. I'll just ask the panel if they have any questions. Any questions for Patrick? No, it's very clear, and we certainly will, as we go through the questions we have for officers, that will be one of the questions that we'll go through, just in terms of those issues around stability and safety and suitability for that area that you're particularly talking about today.
I was just wondering, Madam Mayor, if the plan, the plan that we saw, the Future Development Strategy Survey, was reviewed by council before it went out to residents for comment.
Oh, that's a good question, Patrick. I'd have to go refer to the officers. So I think it came to the joint. It came to the joint group, governance group. Yes, we would have seen it.
Yeah, but there was some minor amendments.
I think there were some minor amendments subsequently, but we saw the the basis of it. Yes.
Right, because
yes.
Well, thank you for.
If you've got any feedback on how it could be improved, we'd welcome your thoughts.
Yeah, well, the reason I was concerned is because of the problem, the geotechnical problems, the known issues, whether council would have, if they had reviewed that, whether that would have come up as a concern already.
It will be yes, it will be captured. So in terms of the areas that have been identified for opportunities, that will have been a matter that the officers will have needed to have turned their mind to. But what we will now do is ask further questions for substantiating the viability of that land for development, because natural hazards are certainly a matter that we need to take into account when we're considering areas for growth and development.
I'm sure you would. I just wanted to draw attention to that apparent disparity there between the plan and what were natural hazards. So
thank you, Patrick. And you're absolutely right to draw that to our attention so we can go back and reinterrogate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for the chance to share my comments and thoughts, and my best wishes to
It's a
you all.
pleasure. Hopefully we'll see you back in Nelson whenever you can get back.
Hopefully very soon. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Now, I think Jennifer Rose is with us, and Jennifer's here to present on behalf of Kāinga Ora Homes and Communities. So I'll invite Jennifer to present. Kia ora, Jennifer.
Kia ora. Yep, I'm speaking on behalf of Kāinga Ora today. So I'll give you a bit of an overview to start with. So Kāinga Ora is a Crown entity that's required to give effect to the government's policy. And it has two key roles. The first being a world-class public housing landlord, and the second leading and coordinating urban development projects. Kāinga Ora is largely focused on redeveloping its existing land holdings by using them more efficiently and effectively so as to improve the quality and quantity of public and affordable housing. The Nelson Tasman region is a priority area to reconfigure and grow Kāinga Ora's housing stock to provide efficient and effective public, affordable and market housing that is aligned with current and future residential demand in the area and the country. In general terms, housing supply issues have made housing less affordable, and as such, there's an increased demand for public housing. In relation to the NTFDS, there are specific components which Kāinga Ora supports and areas which Kāinga Ora makes recommendations. Kāinga Ora recognises the importance of the proposal in synthesising existing high-level planning documents and information to form an initial recommendation for future growth and development in the region. I've grouped the key points from Kāinga Ora's submission into the following topics: infrastructure, the new Tasman village, greenhouse gas emissions, schools, residential intensification and consolidation, development constraints, implementation strategy, housing affordability, and economics, which will be addressed separately by Phil Osborne from the Property Economics, and I'm hoping he is online. So starting,
Jennifer, I'll just check that he is online. So let's just, I'll just make sure.
Yeah, I don't see, oh yeah, I do see his name.
Yep.
There he is. Yes, Phil was there. So when you're ready, you can just hand across to Phil.
I will, thanks, Mary. So starting with infrastructure, the supporting technical document to the NTFDS indicates that wastewater capacity at Bell Island requires further upgrades within the next 3 years. However, it does not provide a degree of comfort that the infrastructure upgrades can be identified, implemented and funded so as not to delay the implementation of the NTFDS. And the stated key driver to the proposal is integrating planning decisions with infrastructure planning and funding. However, there is lack of detail in the proposal to demonstrate that this has been achieved. The new Tasman village. The secondary part of the proposal is for the creation of a new community in Tasman on land at Lower Moocheri, which could provide an additional 3,200 homes. Kāinga Ora is not supportive of a new Tasman village community being established because this option has raised significant cultural concerns from Te Atiawa. Further, the proposed option of having a new village does not represent compact and efficient urban form that is easier to service with infrastructure. It is not aligned with creating sustainable communities and will result in an increased reliance on the use of private motor car, which could increase congestion and greenhouse gas emissions to the detriment of the environment and the top of the South community. Greenhouse gas emissions. Through land use planning, the proposal has a key role to play in supporting a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring that communities can adapt to the effects of climate change over time. Addressing climate change impacts has formed many parts of the core components of the proposal, including the overall proposal and the assessment of different growth options and outcomes. Locally, transport is a key contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Nelson and Tasman, and the NTFDS can support a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by promoting a compact urban form that minimises the need for people to use their cars and promotes the use of public transport, walking and cycling. For this reason, Kāinga Ora supports consolidated growth focused largely along the region's existing transport corridor, further investment in public transport and prioritising intensification of housing development in existing main centres. In terms of education, Kainga Ora also notes that schools in Top of the South will need to have the capacity to support the growth areas, and it's recommended that the councils identify the locations of these schools and where they'll need to be located to provide for these projected growth scenarios. Residential intensification and consolidation. Overall, apart from the proposed new Tasman village, Kainga Ora generally supports the opportunities for growth and intensification presented by the proposal. In respect of the proposed intensification area in Nayland South in Stoke, Kainga Ora notes that its boundary could be expanded to include land holdings and the surrounding residential area on Seaview Road to better utilise this land for residential intensification. Kainga Ora supports the consolidation of growth along the region's existing transport corridor because it provides connectivity between the centres and makes efficient use of existing infrastructure. Kainga Ora notes that consolidation of urban growth in existing areas through intensification is more efficient because it uses existing infrastructure and may better support well-functioning urban environments than greenfield expansion. However, Kainga Ora appreciates that greenfield expansion, if done well, can still support the outcomes of the NPSUD, and that consolidation and intensification alone is not expected to meet demand. Further, it's recognised that the proposal should reflect the various growth demands and development constraints that apply to the different areas in the region. Development constraints. In principle, Kainga Ora supports the location of development away from areas vulnerable to natural hazards where the risk cannot otherwise be managed, particularly those areas affected by climate change, including sea level rise and the need for growth areas and development to be resilient to the risk from natural hazards. The proposal explains how each council is working with their communities towards long-term adaptive planning for sea level rise and coastal hazards. However, it does not explain what the options to address the impacts of sea level rise and coastal hazards might be, or how the outputs from these separate work streams will be used to inform the implementation plan for the NTFDS. Natural hazards and the protection of highly productive land will be major constraints when considering the location of new growth areas in the Top of the South. And as such, Kainga Ora recommends the councils work collaboratively on their various natural hazard work streams in conjunction with the implementation of the NTFDS to ensure the direction and outcomes from these separate work streams are aligned. Highly productive land, another key development constraints that limits future development in the region includes the highly productive land in the Waimea Plains. Kainga Ora supports the protection of this highly productive land from inappropriate development because this land has significant value for the region's economy. Further, it notes that there's a national policy statement relating to the protection of highly productive land is planned to take effect this year, and the council will need to have regard to this NPS as it defines the area for urban growth in the region. Implementation strategy. The proposal does not include detailed timing for when the growth areas will be rolled out over the next 30 years due to the perceived need to be responsive to changing market dynamics. It would be useful to have an indication of the staging for urban areas, like as it was set out in the 2019 version of the NTFDS. Kainga Ora would like the current proposal to provide indicative staging for the growth areas. Housing affordability. In Nelson and Tasman, it's considered severely unaffordable, with a significant portion of households spending more than a third of their income on housing costs. The proposal states that the NTFDS cannot deliver affordable homes. Rather, its purpose is to set out how the councils intend to supply land for housing and business over the next 30 years to meet demand. The proposal does not provide any high-level directives for housing affordability in the region, yet the NPSUD expressly promotes planning decisions that improve housing affordability. Kainga Ora notes that affordability has particular flow-on impacts for providing social housing, as well as the provision of broader housing right across the housing continuum, and impacts the abilities of Kainga Ora and other social housing providers to redevelop and modernise its existing housing portfolio. Kayanga Ora considers the proposal should have a clearer and stronger focus on improving housing affordability in the region. I will hand over to Philip Osborne, if I may, from Property Economics, who's going to talk specifically to the economics aspects of the NTFDS before I can close and be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Welcome. Kia ora, Phil. Hand across to you to speak to you. We've read your material. So just if you want to summarise any key points, or if there's any additional information you want to add, we're happy to receive that. And I suspect we are going to have questions.
That's excellent. I'll keep it very short then. I was asked by King Ora to review the NTFDS and the supporting documents from an economic perspective. In terms of the direction of the future development strategy, on an agreement with the consolidated approach to growth management. There is, however, I believe, an imbalance potentially, especially in Tasman, in terms of the balance and the potential market response between the infill or brownfield development and the greenfield provision. I believe that this imbalance is informed primarily by a number of things. The historical demand profile that's been established based on where people want to live under previous plans. The underestimation of intensification capacity, especially in Tasman. Misinformation regarding the impact of greenfield provision on affordability, and the competition with brownfield itself. That is that if you provide the more greenfield provision, you allow, the greater the competition with intensification and the less likely you are to realise that intensification. That's really the fundamentals behind the imbalance, is that the realisation of intensified residential development in Tasman is likely to put less emphasis on that intensified feasible development and more on the greenfield, and therefore in the future it'll provide increased pressure to release more greenfield.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. We'll go back to Jennifer to conclude the presentations, and we'll open for questions. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In summary, Kainga Ora generally supports the opportunities for growth and intensification presented, except for the secondary part of the proposal, which is the new Tasman Village, and it supports the outcomes that are to be achieved. The proposal identifies several areas suitable for medium and higher density growth. However, some of these growth areas are located on land that is subject to natural hazards, a number of which are impacted by the effects of climate change. The proposal does not explain what the options for building resilience to risk from these natural hazards might be, explaining that this is instead being considered separately by each council under separate work streams. And Kainga Ora recommends that the councils work collaboratively to ensure that the direction and outcomes from these separate work streams are aligned, and that the urban development capacity projections can be achieved. In relation to the proposal's consideration of infrastructure, generally the methodology to the work undertaken looks good, with a good stated level of engagement with council's asset and infrastructure engineers. Weighted attributes for infrastructure criteria have been used, with the councils looking to leverage current investment programmes. However, Kainga Ora would like the proposal to have stronger and clearer statements in response to the FDS key driver for integrating planning with infrastructure planning and funding. In particular, concise explanations for each growth area detailing what coverage the current long-term plans have in providing for the FDS proposal. The proposal does not provide any high-level directives for housing affordability in the region, yet the NPSUD expressly promotes planning decisions that improve housing affordability. Kainga Ora is interested in the detail of the NTFDS and welcomes the opportunity to discuss and engage and provide input into the development of the implementation plan for the NTFDS. As a delivery partner and public housing landlord, Kainga Ora would welcome the opportunity to work closely with both councils to further shape the direction of growth throughout the region. And that's the end of my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll open for questions, but just before I do, just a couple of things I want to cover off. Have you been working closely with the council officers in terms of the engagement stages before we put the draft out for public submissions, just given the critical role that Kaingora plays? And
no, Kaingora hasn't had a role to date.
All right,
it has commented on the draft Nelson plan, but not the engagement part of the NTFDS.
All right, I'll come across to officers. They might want just to comment on that. Just so you've done pre-engagement with stakeholders, I would have expected Kaingora to be one of those.
Yeah, through you, Mary Rees. The consultants, Barkers, I'm pretty sure I've had a Zoom meetings with Kaingora on the FDS. That was my understanding. I don't know if Chris is on the call, if you can confirm that.
Yep, that's my understanding as well. I've seen minutes of meetings and all of that sort of thing to do with, but it's just whether or not they were. My understanding is that they were talking to the local representatives, and whether or not that got fed through beyond that, I'm not entirely sure.
Right, we'll leave you to discuss it outside of the meeting, come back and clarify the context of the engagement, certainly given the strategic issues that have been raised today, particularly in relation to the work that we've got there from Phil. That was my first question. Now, the second question has dropped out of the back of my head, and I'll find it again in a few minutes. So any other questions from the panel members? Councillor Edgar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. At the end of this session, I've got quite a few follow-ups for staff in response to the submission from KO. So assuming we'll get another opportunity for that at the end of today's session, that will be great. So just probably one of my key concerns that you've raised is just, and that comes out of the property economics analysis, is just the contrary findings to the objectives of the NPSUD, and that the sort of contradictions with our NT FDS. So sorry, I'm just trying to phrase my question because I am quite concerned about the comments in your report. And so you saw the report from Sense Partners and the findings from them, but you believe those to be more, I guess, anecdotal, and your analysis would find that intensification is more likely to happen if there is less greenfield property, greenfield land available. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, the process that they actually used is relatively standard, and we would agree with that, is that the provision of additional residential land will drop the price of per square metre, essentially, residential property, whether that's brownfield or greenfield. Obviously, if you supply more, the price of that product actually goes down. However, there is key, and having done feasibility assessments for a lot of the large councils around the country, one of the key factors that is essential in terms of intensified residential development is that higher valued land. So in and around centres, obviously, where the land is increasing in value, it outweighs the cost and the imposition of having to either knock down existing buildings or the imposition of actually developing within a brownfield area, where those costs generally are higher. That increased land value actually contributes to that feasibility. That was found, obviously, by the documents that sit behind the NPS, that assessment, where they found that a higher value in land led to more intensified development.
Thank you. And so just in relation to the degree of intensification, so, backyard development versus, I guess, multi-stories, because you will have seen that in a lot of areas we proposed, 3 or 4 to 6 story buildings. Does that have an overall impact on the affordability and on that equation as to sort of because the land cost, I guess, and any demolition costs are being spread over more dwellings. So does that usually end out more cost effective, or how does that work?
You're right. I mean, the more dwellings you can get in a site, generally within limits, there's an economies of scale for those developments that have a higher quantity and have a greater heights and things like that. It finds an equilibrium in that as you break that further and further down, sometimes the underlying land value per site doesn't meet the fixed costs of either reserve contributions, development contributions, things like that. All those fixed costs at some point are not met, and therefore the market has an equilibrium where it finds that it may not go to the height that is provided in a particular zone, but it will go to the height where it maximises, obviously, its profit. You're more likely to get those intensified developments when you've got a higher underlying land value. And that's not to say that the resulting product is going to be more expensive than even a greenfield site. It just means that you're going to have a small site. So even though the price per square metre may be significantly more, what they're finding in more metropolitan areas is that the cost for those sites, the land cost anyway, is a lot less than in a typical greenfield development where you have larger sites.
Thank you. And just one final question, if I can. And I know you didn't directly comment on this, so please feel free to say if you're unable to answer. So we have a lot of areas where we proposed 4 to 6 stories, and it has been commented that some people would prefer just 3 stories as a maximum. Does that could that impact on intensification uptake if 3 stories aren't then considered to be economically viable, and so intensification uptake might be negatively impacted if there wasn't that flexibility?
That's quite a question. It will depend really on the balance of power between suppliers or developers and the market, what market is willing to accept in terms of those heights and those products, which is one, I guess, of the things that we had talked about in the review in terms of typologies. What is the demand level for that type of more intensified product in Tasman Nelson? And is the current FDS actually providing either enough or potentially too much development within those types of products? So you'll often find that even though there is a 4 or 6 story allowance in an area, that if the market demand is for a lower density product at 3 stories, that's often what will be produced. So that's one of the difficulties in a theoretical plan-enabled capacity, where you're saying we can go to 6 stories, whereas the market is actually producing half that in terms of its height.
Thank you so much for your time, Phil.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Phil or for Jennifer? Phil, I'm Jennifer. Thank you very much for presenting on behalf of Kāinga Ora. Jennifer, I just wonder if, given your comment around your desire to work closely with clients, desire to work closely with both councils, I'm wondering whether it would be possible for just given Phil's analysis today, I actually think this is such a critical issue that we need to get it resolved. And I think it's an expert type of discussion. I'm wondering if you could just discuss with your client whether we could perhaps ask there to be some expert engagement here around these submissions. I would greatly appreciate that if we could do that. The other one, I would just, we received a submission this morning from Mr. Steve Cross, who also raised some questions around the evidence and analysis and the uplift factor and the HBA the carry forward through the HBA work. And I would think it might be useful. It may be useful if Phil could just have a look at that material as well. Do you think that would be possible, Jennifer, or am I going well beyond the bound?
No, I think Kyango would be very supportive of that.
We would greatly appreciate that. Right, so I'll leave that with the officers to coordinate. Thank you very much to you both for your submissions today. You've made some important points that we will need to consider as we move through into deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to, we've heard from Patrick, so we're on to Mr. Paul Davey, if he is available. Let's have a look.
Yeah, hi.
Oh, kia ora, Paul.
How you going?
How are you? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to start by commenting on my experience with the way the public have been made aware of the future development strategy, primarily the intensification of Te Nui. Not one of the many people I've spoken to knew about the plan for Te Nui, and not one person thinks it's a good idea. I was first made aware of the strategy when I saw a full-page article in the Leader which showed the development for Te Nui being low-rise residential intensification / medium-density residential. I took this to mean the building heights would be probably 3 stories max. I then get a mail drop which shows a large proportion of Te Nui being earmarked for 4 to 6 story buildings and a smaller area up to 3 stories. What the? I thought. So I searched FDS online and scrolled through the Tasman District Council webpage, and there was the map showing Te Nui being low-rise residential again. Phew. But then I watched the presentation on the website, and oh no, Te Nui is back up to 6 stories again. What's going on? Who is going to benefit from the high-rises taking over the Te Nui suburb? Probably a few wealthy developers, to the detriment of the majority of the people now living there and the thousands who flock there to spend their well-earned holidays. The whole family-friendly rest and recreation ambience of the suburb will be destroyed by high-rise buildings. You can't hide buildings over 3 stories behind trees. Significant traffic issues are already a problem there. They'll only get worse. I see you are conducting studies to gauge the viability of high-rise on a coastal suburb. But really, are we planning for just the next 30 years when we should be looking way further into the future? You may have the watches, but nature has the time. Sea level rise isn't the only natural phenomenon we need to be worried about. Earthquakes. New Zealand is well overdue for a big one. There is a 75% chance that an 8+ magnitude earthquake is going to occur on the next 50 years somewhere on the Alpine fault line. None of us probably remember the 1929 earthquake that caused significant damage to buildings in Nelson area, but we can all remember the Christchurch earthquakes. Somehow developers got the go-ahead to build a multi-story apartment building next to the estuary. I'm sure the engineers and designers did a fantastic job with the 38 million it cost to build this building. 4 years later, it's gone. You can't predict what nature is going to throw at you, and we should learn from bad calls councils have made before now. I don't know how the 5-story apartment block got permission to be built in Te Nui that's there now, but I guess it shows us why there should be no more. They're an exclusive environment and in an area where you should be able to wander freely and not have the feeling you're being watched while having a family picnic in the park. For those reasons, I do not agree with the FDS, and just mainly for what it has earmarked for the Te Nui suburb. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That's a really clear submission. I just want to check to see if we've got any questions from the panel. No questions from the panel. So, Paul, this issue of maps, the maps was raised with me prior to the hearing, and I'm going to have to come back and ask the officers about some questions about that a little bit later on, because I understood that it was consistent and there were no issues was the advice you've had. But what you're saying to me is that was it the Leader, you had saw full page advertisements talking about medium, what was the term, medium density or medium height?
Well, it was just, yeah, it was
low rise residential.
Yeah, it was low rise, that's right, yes.
All right, thank
And,
you. All right.
You know, the little picture, the drawing of the buildings in the actual Tahunanui area were just like 3 stories sort of thing.
All right, thank you, Paul. Okay, we'll have a look at those and we'll get a copy of those advertisements, just have a look at what we've got there. I think it's important that we do cover that off.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just check to see whether Ina's got any questions for you. No, it's all good. Councillor McGurk does, so just 1 moment, Paul.
Just a quick question. Thanks, Paul. Was it a website or a webinar that you looked at, took part in?
It was on the Tasman District Council website about the FDS, and it was a presentation, so it was a webinar that they had on there. And so just scrolling through their website, it had the same map that was in the leader, but when I watched the webinar, the presentation, it went more into detail, and the plan was, yeah, totally different.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate that. And we'll be moving into getting some further information then into deliberations, I think, in May. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Right.
Now, I think we're now up to Lucy. Is there anybody else who's arrived that we may have not had earlier in the day that's turned up? I don't think there is there? I think we're okay. Oh, yes, for later. Oh, the only person was Alan Hart. Is Alan Hart? No sign of Alan? No. Okay. In that case, we're on to Lucy. Lucy Charlesworth. Kia ora, Lucy. Welcome to our meeting. Thank you for your...
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you really well. Thank you very much for your submission. You've got an opportunity now to highlight any key points and provide any further information that you'd like us to consider.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks for this opportunity. I'm not used to speaking in a public forum, and I appreciate your patience as I get over my nerves. And I'd really wanted to avoid having to speak today, but felt that my conscience got the better of me, because I feel so strongly about no one speaking on behalf. Well, the Maitai River cannot speak on its own behalf. So this is in support of protecting the river from future development that will negatively impact the river and its surroundings. I'm very concerned about the current FDS in relation to the proposal, what I believe to be a poorly considered development on the banks of the Maitai River. So I'd like to address some of this to Councillor McGurk, because basically when I had a look around at what information the council has, there was a really important video made in 2015 about the Maitai River, and it was named River of the Month, and Councillor McGurk spoke very well in this short film made to celebrate the river. It was just a mere 7 years ago, and he stated that the end goal was a river for everybody, really sound. And the best river, he wanted also it to become the best river in New Zealand. He also stated that the river was something which the Nelson community are passionate about, true, and that a huge amount of community goodwill has been invested in the regeneration of that river, also true. And he says the key to the Project Mahitahi is the strong sense of guardianship by people who live, work and play alongside that river. There is no single solution for achieving better water quality, and working closely with iwi and the community, we must introduce a whole raft of measures to make a difference. The value of community involvement and support of the science community cannot be overstated. Yeah, right on. Councillor McGurk also believed at that time that the Nelson City Council has a key part to play in restoring the Maitai River. And the entire river catchment lies within our boundaries, flows through our city centre, and is at our front door. And he states that we are getting our own house in order so that we can be a role model for other key players. And I really think that was great, stuff he was talking about at that time. But Councillor McGurk, do you honestly believe that the proposed suburban development of this size can do anything other than negatively impact the integrity of the Maitai River? That's my question. Sorry. That was to you, Mr. McGurk. Councillor McGurk, can you hear me?
Oh, Lucy, yes, Lucy, we can. And certainly as we go through our deliberations processes, we'll be looking at all of these matters.
Okay. So anyway, so one other thing. So in conclusion, it's my firm belief that including the Maitai area and Kaka Hill and Orchard Flats as potential development areas in the present FDS could facilitate an irreversible environmental tragedy that future generations will not thank you for. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you very much for getting over the nerves, and you've presented really well. So hopefully we'll see you again in another hearing, not through the FDS one, but thank you for your engagement in local government. It's what it's all about, is hearing from our community. So thank you very much. I'll just see if there are any questions for you. Any questions for Lucy? I think your submission is
the video.
extremely clear.
You did a good job.
Thank you very much, Lucy.
Thanks.
All right, I think that's the conclusion of.
You've got a couple over.
Oh, I've got to turn the page over. Oh, there we go. Oh gosh, I might need the second piece of paper. My piece of paper hasn't got anything on the back.
Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Oh, it's a trick. It's a trick. There we go. Right. Sorry, Daniel. Daniel, enjoy. That's fantastic. Thank you, Stuart. All right. So next up we have Daniel Levy, and Daniel is, I think, with us. I can see Joy.
Yeah, I've just got my microphone on, I believe. Can everybody hear me?
Oh, kia ora, Daniel. Lovely to see you. Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, good afternoon, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my opinions and concerns about the draft FDS. I'd first like to acknowledge all of the hard work of the team who've put the FDS together and getting it to this stage. And I also hope that any criticisms I make or have made are taken positively, and I seek to support. I just want to make it clear that I personally seek to support a positive future for the Nelson Tasman region and all of its residents in a democratic way. So just to get that aside, so hopefully you've seen my submission, and I just wanted to add to it a bit, just to make the principles behind my submission clear. So I really see the importance of this kind of high level planning, but I wanted to make the comment that I actually think it is absolutely necessary to keep the big and the small issues in mind, even for a high level document like this. And I don't think in its current state, it necessarily is serving its purpose in that regard. In the webinar, in the FDS webinar I attended, it was made clear that after some questions, that the river health and the recreational amenity of the Maitai River hadn't actually even been considered in identifying the Maitai Valley future urban area. And that to me seems quite remiss. I just wanted to put it in context of my experience, having spent a few decades over in Hong Kong. So we watched an incredible rate of development at an incredible dynamic time in Hong Kong's history, where villages were becoming towns, towns were becoming cities, some cities were joining together. Now, Hong Kong being a very rich place with a government that really did focus on planning. They often had a 20-year plan, which was quite already very detailed 20 years before it came into fruition. It generally did it quite well. And I can comment that in places where it wasn't done well, cities, villages and towns that turned into cities became just almost unlivable. And those fortunately were the minority. But in places where it was done well, and they really did take into account all of the factors, even though the population doubles and triples, it really works. So this kind of, I really respect that this kind of planning is important. And I'd just like to mention the stroke of genius that growing up in Hong Kong, someone in government proposed that 40% of the land area of Hong Kong, which would easily fit into part of the Nelson Tasman region, was allocated as country park. Now, this was much opposed by developers because they were trying to, as all developers tend to all over the world, and they were really keen to get hold of the low-hanging fruit. And this really prevented a lot of those aspirations. But now it's paying dividends for the mental and physical well-being of Hong Kong citizens. That those country parks are treasures, as I would say in the Nelson context, is the Maitai Valley. So that's my first statement about I really do feel the FDS should be considering things such as the recreation amenity and river health when identifying a potential new suburb such as that in the Maitai. Because it really does facilitate, it does speak to all the lower level plans, which does facilitate developers to to act, as we have seen, and put in plan change requests and on the rest of it. So that's point number one. The next important principle, I just wanted to table the idea that yes, we have a housing crisis locally, nationally. Everyone views it in a different way, but I think most people agree it is a form of crisis. But we have a declared climate emergency. And so if you look at crisis on the one hand, emergency on the other, the emergency does tend to trump it. So I think we need to kind of get beyond the lip service of what an emergency really is and put that at front of mind in every level of planning. So I think I'm going to run out of time if I expand on that as I've written here. So I'll just continue. The other principle that probably was clear in my submission was that I really do not support any more significant greenfield developments in the Nelson region. There will be a time at some time in the future where councils will say no to greenfield, and absolutely no. And I think at that time, all the capable developers that we have will be steered towards the intensification, which we are already talking about and desiring as embodied in the FDS. But they're not going to do that if there's low-hanging fruit still there. So greenfield developments, I think we possibly should be brave and say now is the time to say no more substantial greenfields developments, at least in the Nelson City. I can't really speak for Tasman not having had the same experience with that region, although the next principle does apply to that part of the FDS too. We really must stop building on floodplains, in my opinion. It doesn't matter if it's large, such as in the Waimea Plains, or small, as in the Kaka Maitai floodplain. I had a conversation with a very well-respected, now locally resident fluvial geomorphologist, and he told me his opinion, in light of the climate change emergency, any greenfield development on alluvial floodplains crosses a critical red line. That's an expert opinion. I won't give you his name until I've had permission to pass that on, but I'm sure he would. So I'll just let that, hopefully just put that out there. So that's any development on alluvial floodplains crosses a critical red line in light of climate emergency. Now, I fully support the stated intentions for intensification in the city centres and on the CBD fringes, where I mean really walking distance away, supporting a full range of housing. We really need affordable housing. We also, it'd be so positive to get that population of younger people living in the Nelson City region, in the region of the CBD in Richmond. It brings so much vitality to have those, to be able to provide housing close to the city. We really can move away from the suburb and car model for lots of new residents. So I fully support that, and I have a lot of ideas, as do other people, about how that should look. And I spend a lot of time walking around Nelson and looking at the infrastructure, the housing, the commercial buildings. And in light of my experiences overseas, some of them are very nice at ground level, but there's all that potential. A lot of them are just basically tin roofed sheds. We could keep those commercial buildings with parking and residences above, and I'm sure you're all aware of the potential, but there is so much of it that I really think we have a hopeful future in that regard. And if we could steer our developers into focusing on that, it would be a big win. And I don't think it would necessarily have to be as slow as detailed in this draft FDS. I think it could happen fast, as long as our developers are not fully focused still with the greenfield model, which has been so well mastered in the Nelson, Tasman and New Zealand context. So it'd be good to move beyond that as quickly as possible. Similarly, with the accelerating rules supporting infill, I'm sure lots of people living near the CBD would welcome rule changes that would allow for second and third residences on their existing properties, perhaps under existing roofs without a massive cost. It just takes a plan change. Would be quality housing as defined by our council's stringent rules and regulations, but it would be easy and lots of people would benefit. There's nothing wrong with small houses, and it could even provide extra income. There's only positives with that if it's done properly, tastefully. And finally, the overriding principle is that I really strongly oppose the inclusion of the Maitai Valley Orchard Flats as development areas, as I do see that as the worst possible site for a greenfield development, the worst possible kind of sprawl that we could be embracing in 2022. It's not contiguous with any other suburbs. It's adjacent to a recreational area. It will impact the river, and that there is so much about how we have to respect sensitive coastal environments and river environments. And the Maitai River is our river. It is Nelson's river. The cultural and historical significance of it is undeniable, and it's a treasure in its current rural state. And as we intensify in town and the number of residents occupying our beautiful little city increase, the value of it in its current rural state for the physical and mental well-being of all of our future, all us residents and our future generations is only going to be more and more pertinent. It really is a treasure, as is our beach. And the council does a great job of maintaining both of those areas now. It would be a tragedy to see that lost. And it would be irreversible. Oh, sorry, I'm not hearing any bells. Am I hearing anything?
No, we're up to 10 minutes, Daniel, so that is 10 minutes. Is there any final thoughts that you want to leave us with?
I had many final thoughts, sorry. I had no idea it was on 8 minutes already.
No, you're at 10 minutes, I think. You're at 10 minutes. So if you could just wrap up.
Okay, I'll try and wrap up. So, well, I'll have to be very brief then. So why do I consider the Maitai to be the worst possible location for urbanisation? Number one, adverse effects on the Maitai River. I've written a lot about that. I won't go into the traffic. The increased traffic will absolutely negatively impact the amenity. Pollution, every form of pollution. In addition, the pollution during the construction phase, which is very different from other suburbs, other greenfield areas, that pollution will affect the recreational amenity, which is so highly valued now. Other areas, well, it'll affect a minority of our community, not a vast number. Climate change, it is absolutely not inconsistent with our declared climate change emergency. It's not consistent with Nelson's existing policy documents, policy for fresh water. It absolutely contravenes, in my opinion, Te Mana o Te Wai. I've had long conversations about that. It's absolutely the wrong place. I have concerns about the consultation process, which started this development juggernaut that we're already in. And it's very hard to backpedal. I appreciate that. I'm sure you're aware there's legal obligations to put in the areas that were tabled in the 2019 FDS. Well, here it is. There's already a plan change in place. We need to recognize how we got to this point with complete disregard for public opposition, for the petition, for the 2006 urban growth strategy, the fact that only 4 people consulted prior to being included in the 2019 FDS. And all of these things are hard to fathom when you put in perspective that this is probably the most significant, it could lead to the most significant structural change for Nelson in modern history. So we really do need to respect our communities and let them have an impact on that, not just empty consultation. If they're that concerned, it's too divisive. It is already upsetting the well-being and cohesiveness of society. There's a lot of opposition. So I just wanted to put that out there. So did I have a conclusion? Maitai Valley is worst possible site for new greenfield development results in a tragic net loss of amenity for Nelson, its residents and our visitors. The proposed Maitai suburb would irreversibly degrade the appeal and livability of our beautiful, smart little city. Thanks for being patient.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much. Look, it was a very clear submission. Are there any questions, particular questions that the panel would like to ask of Daniel?
I'd love to take questions.
It's a very clear submission, and Daniel, I don't think there's any clarification needed on the matters that you've raised today, and certainly no panel members are signalling that. So thank you very much.
Pages of things I would love to clarify on, but I understand the time, and I've had my time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We really appreciate your contribution to the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next submission is from Mrs. Joy Shackleton, and Joy is with us. Kia ora, Joy. Welcome to our hearing. An opportunity for you to highlight any key points in your submission and provide, if there's any additional information you want us to consider, then today's the day that you provide that to us.
Hi, I don't think I'll be long. I'm actually feeling quite unwell today, but I feel so strongly that we need to speak up about our communities. I actually agree wholeheartedly with a lot of what Daniel Levy has just said. But my submission was specifically worrying about Tahunanui. I just think it's so sad that we're considering 6-story buildings in and around particularly the flat area of Tahunanui. Several years ago, possibly about 8 to 10 years ago, residents down in this part of Tahuna received information about the liquefaction issues, the sea rising, and things that would happen in case of an earthquake or something. And so it just beggars belief that you can be aware of issues such as that and then consider allowing 6-story buildings. I'm also well aware that, or I believe that at the moment, the building criteria in Tahunanui only allows people to build as high as 8 or 10 meters. And that allows for a fairly decent 2 or 3-story building. I know that the motels and the KFC and things along Gulf Road are 2 to 3 stories already. I'm well aware that the large apartment building that is now on Gulf Road actually snuck in using the special housing accord a number of years ago before any residents were aware of that being put forward. And so that is really disappointing to see that sitting there overlooking, as an earlier person said, an area where people go and spend their relaxation time. And, you've got a 6-story building with people overlooking. It doesn't feel comfortable. I also am really worried that after all the infill housing that happened in Tahunanui in the 80s, so lots of houses, lots of smaller houses been put in kind of where they could fit. And then to have somebody maybe come along and put a 6-story high building next door, somebody's going to lose most of their all-day sun. And I worry about the impact on people's mental health around that. I think people will be well aware that Tahunanui has been working hard since 2004 to try and get a plan in place. In fact, the 2004 Tahunanui structure plan was completed, but was really never taken up and done properly by the council, which is a real shame. So look, I don't think I have a lot more to say, except that the majority of people I know down here in Tahunanui really consider us a seaside village. We do a lot of heavy lifting for the tourism industry in Nelson, and we hope that the council can respect that wish for a seaside village feel and aesthetic in Tahunanui, and not allow building to go to 4, 5, 6 stories high. That would be probably my main point.
Thank you, Joy. That's a very clear submission. I'll just check to see if panel members have any questions. No, I think everyone's very understanding the submission well, and we really appreciate you taking the time, and I hope you start to feel better soon.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Now that is the conclusion of speakers for today. I can't see our earliest gap. Where was our gap? Alan Hart. So if Alan decides he would like to speak, we'll try and fit him in on another day if we've made contact with him. Panel members, I'll just do a quick round now of any other matters that may have come to mind as we've gone through the last submissions, or we'll still use the email mechanism on gathering up thoughts. And I just want to ask Ms. Barton, how do you want to receive the questions through from?
I think if you raise an
We'll just have to use the microphone. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if they could be emailed through to Susan and I, and we'll make sure that they then
distribute it out. All right, we can do that. And I'll just make sure that Ina's got Susan and you could email Ina, so she's got your addresses. So hopefully that's all happened by now. We'll just make those connections. So I'll just do a round of just to cover off any other matters. So Ina, anything additional that you want to seek from the officers today?
Just to reiterate in regards to that environmental and cultural impact, in particular with that located area of Mataitai Valley and Kaka Hill, please, all of that particular designated area. Even if you could just send me a link to the district plan, I really want to have a look at that. It's a common theme that's arisen throughout all the submitters.
I think you will organise that, and that matter is development is the subject of a private plan change at the moment as well. So there is a wealth of information that relates to the private plan change. Yeah, Councillor, I'll go just in order. Councillor McGurk, anything additional?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm just having a quick note through my notes. I'll probably do some emails. I think the submission I had from KA that's raised a lot of questions. So I'll probably have to formulate a series of questions. I'm particularly interested in the data around limiting greenfield and the impact there's of brownfield developments. And just that's one that's coming. I think we'll hear about tomorrow as well. So a similar thing.
I do, and that's why I'm sort of signalling at this point that I'm perhaps asking for a bit of Judge Kenneth Dunn's hot tubbing. I think.
Sorry,
a bit of experts getting together and sorting out what it is that they agree on and what they don't agree on, so that we can have some clarity on that as decision makers.
Yeah, they spoke quickly, and I was wondering. Yeah, I suppose the plan capacity at Bell's on sort of Councillor Molan and I have a pretty good knowledge of it.
I think they've got that wrong.
Yeah, I would need to test the assumptions that they've relied upon.
All right, so Councillor Molan, do you want to speak to that one?
Well, we've actually lost a contributor, so we've actually got some extra capacity. And then housing doesn't cause us problems anyway. And the other one was a person commented about sea level rise. It's 3.5 metres above mean high tide. So it's well over 50 years. So there's some information
that needs to be added.
I think it's been raised. I think it needs to be
addressed. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do a review of the data because we've got some notes here that I'll just formulate some questions. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that for the time being.
Thank you, Councillor Molan. All good. Councillor Bryant.
Just one thing, going back to the thank you, Madam Mayor, the rain submission. Jackie, I think they proposed a new area that will be covered in your report, or?
Sorry, I didn't hear which site.
Well, I have to go back and look at it, but I thought reading it, they'd proposed a new area.
The rain.
Yeah.
A Rains Farm. I'm not familiar. Chris would know about that. He's on the call.
So through the mayor, we'll look at whether there's a legal question around whether we can add sites in. So it's more broadly going to have to be captured as part of that as well.
Right, similar to the issues that we have with the Milton Rock and others.
Yes, so I think that's the discussion around scope and what we've got the ability to do, and whether it's the materiality question. So, and
I guess it would be good to have some information around that in case we do decide it is in scope.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we need to.
I think the question was that it was tied in with some planned infrastructure for. Just trying to think where that might have been, whether that was the back of top of Claremont Heights or Andy Whiting Drive. It's up the back of that area.
Names for me. It's me. Sorry.
Right, thank you.
Are they higher up? Are they? Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Ogilvie.
The questions we've asked during the day, have you got a record of those, or has the staff got a record of those? So we don't need to email those through.
No, and Jackie's got
So
those
the
as
only other
well.
one I've got arises from the Kainga Ora submission or statement. Well, I think it was, she asked about indicative stages for the FDS. Is that practical or not? In terms of, for example, development in Te Hunanui, is there a level where we'll do this in the next 5 years or the next 10 years or whatever? Is that part of our program, or is that likely? Is that going to be easy? Because it's very, very unlikely, I'd say.
Jackie, I mean, I'd like some information on that. I don't know if you're in a position to answer whether that's going to be possible today.
Just check that I heard you correctly. So you're talking about staging of the sites, essentially. Exactly. Yeah. So the government policy has changed on that. So the last FDS we did, the national policy statement required us to show sequencing of our FDS sites, and that's what we did in the last FDS. Central government now has changed on that because they're trying to ensure that councils are more responsive to market demand and developer proposals. So they're actually discouraging you from sequencing your sites now. And in fact, what we did find last time is it's quite quickly out of date as well. If you look at some of the staging that we had in our last FDS, it's become overtaken by growth and it's actually become out of date quite quickly. So we question how useful that really is. So it would be the implementation plan that follows the FDS, which would set out the staging and sequencing of sites.
All right. Well, I think we need to just address that issue. It's been raised by Kainga Ora, so I think we need to have that commentary. Councillor Ika.
Yes. So Te Hunanui structure plan, which I think I raised previously. So just update on that. Bell Island, and I'd raised that. Lack of evidence of integration of infrastructure planning, which they Kainga Ora outlined on page 828 and 837 of their report. So it doesn't necessarily mean we didn't have the planning, but it wasn't evidenced. So if we could have that addressed. The Nayland South extension proposal, if we could look at that. Page 833 of their submission, they mentioned options to address sea level rise and coastal hazards were not addressed. And then page 834, they mentioned whether we gave regard to or were giving regard to the NPS HPL, which is to be released. Also on the Kainga Ora one, was the whole property economics analysis around uplift of land and potential contradictions with the NPSUD. The high-level directives on housing affordability. And I think the Mayor mentioned it earlier from submission 31363, and that's the analysis of the uplift rate. And then the Te Hunanui slump zone. Just analysis of that, because I thought under the MCA anything under a natural hazard was automatically excluded, and so then if it is included, why? Well, it is included, so therefore feedback on why that was included and not considered to be problematic. I think that's it. Thank you. I'll email the other ones.
All right, that's great. And look, that's pretty much captured everything that I had.
I was just going to add to that last one that Councillor Eager, just the scale of that slump would be interesting to know as well.
Yes, it's quite significant. So, All right, so I think that's probably captured the ones. Look, the only ones in please let panel members let me know if I've already covered these off. But I just in terms of in McCombs, have I mentioned that one? I didn't put a line. I have. Okay, thank you. So we're up to yes. The Kainga order submission. I just want to make sure that our LTP coverage is reflected. So that was one of the issues they were seeking, is to understand what's in our LTPs for infrastructure as we go through and how that aligns. I do want to resolve this issue that Paul Davey raised around the expectations for Te Huna Nui and what we've indicated to the public through advertisements, and in fact whether that aligns with what we have actually got in the FDS. So in terms of higher rise developments, I think we need absolute clarity on that. I think most of the other matters have been adequately covered. So I think we're all good there from my perspective. So I think that's everything. I'll just last round, anything that's finally come to mind before we finish. Kia ora. I know.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Just the coastal adaptation plan, please. Just bring that up. Have a look at, please.
In terms of DAP?
The coastal adaptation plan, or whether or not you have a strategy in place. I know you have a climate change strategy, but do you have a coastal adaptation?
At this stage, Nelson doesn't have a coastal strategy. Tasman.
Okay.
You've got Jackie. Do you want to speak to what, or Barry? Sorry.
Well, sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking for, unfortunately. We've got a climate change adaptation plan.
Yes.
Yes, climate change adaptation
okay,
plan.
Sure.
Okay, so that climate change included all the coastal hazards in terms of sea rise, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
and the impacts on marae, impacts on sites of significance. Okay.
Okay, so that's, we're working through that. So there's some material we can provide you.
All right, thank you.
And Nelson has some mapping that we can provide you too, in terms of where those things land.
So yes, we do. We're at that point, but what we haven't done is the full community engagement around how we're going to respond to that modelling and what the community's responses are going to be. But I think that material could be useful in its form anyway. So we'll make sure we've got that. All right, that pretty much covers everything off today. So well done, team. We've got through day one. Just want to note, it's going to be a fairly grueling schedule. We've got some additional days that have been added to our program. So you're being asked to do an awful lot of sitting. If you have sore joints, sore backs, other things, I have no problem with people standing up and having a stretch. And look, this is a case of collective responsibility. So the hearings are being recorded, and if you feel that you need to have a step out and have a break for an hour or so, or you've got other commitments where you're just not going to be able to be here, we all understand that, and we know that we can just then go and watch the recording. If there are any really pertinent questions that you feel need to be relayed to a submitter, then the officers can do that on our behalf if you're not present at the time that somebody submits. Is that a reasonable plan for how we might play this over the next few days? The same thing goes for officers, of course. Look, you're doing an awful lot of sitting as well, so I don't mind if you get up and move around, or you need to take a break. That's absolutely fine. I do want us to get through the other end of this and make sure that we look after ourselves. It's really important, because I know you've all put in a lot of work to get to this point, and you've got a lot more after hours reading to do for panel members, and a lot of follow-up work for officers to do as you go through all of the matters that we're raising. So thank you for a really positive day. Look, we started today with karakia, and it'll be wonderful to close. And I don't know, would it be, would you like to close for us today? It's been absolutely fabulous having you as part of our hearing, and if you would like to close, that would just be wonderful. If not, I can.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Karakia tātou. E tō mātou te rangi kia tapatu wankua tā mātou rangi te tangi ha mea tai ai ke rungi te whanau ke roto anō tiko tō te rangi. O mai kia mātou nāina he tarama mātou tēnei rā. Muri o mātou haramei mātou hoki mene nei. E o tāhana kia mātou. O e mātou e kawa kawhakawaia. E ngā rewa o ka whakaorenga mātou i te kino nā te rangi te tangi te kaha me te kororia. Ake. Amene.
Amene. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Right, we'll see you tomorrow.
A popo. Ka kite a popo.
Okay, matawa.